6. Berserker. 1. My hand, Mikhail thought, panicked as he sat up on his bed of hay. What's wrong with my hand? In the gloom of the White Palace's depths, he could feel his right hand throb and burn, as if liquid fire ran through the veins instead of blood. The pain that had awakened him grew, running up his arm to his shoulder. His fingers were twisting, contorting, and Mikhail clenched his teeth to hold back a scream. He gripped his wrist as his fingers spasmed open and clenched closed. He heard little frail popping sounds, and each one drove a new dagger of agony into him. His face began to sweat. He dared not cry out, for the others would mock him. In another few torturous seconds, his hand became gnarled and deformed, a freakish, dark thing on the end of his white, pulsing wrist. He ached to shriek, but all his throat would allow was a whimper. Bands of black hair rose from his flesh, and they entwined around Mikhail's wrist and forearm like sleek ribbons. His fingers were retreating into their sockets with crunching noises as the knuckles changed shape. Mikhail gasped, near fainting. His hand was covered with black hair, and where his fingers had been, there were curved talons and soft pink pads. The tide of black hair flowed up his forearm, lapped over his elbow, and Mikhail knew that in another instant he must get up and run screaming for Renati. But the instant passed, and he didn't move. The black hair rippled, began to draw back into flesh with raw, needling pain, and his fingers cracked again and lengthened. The curved talons drew into his skin, leaving the remains of human fingernails. The hand resurfaced, moon pale, and his fingers hung like strange pieces of meat. The pain ebbed, then went away. All of it had lasted perhaps 15 seconds. Mikhail drew a breath and almost sobbed. "The change," Victor said, sitting on his haunches about 7 feet to the boy's left. "It's coming on you." 2 large hairs, oozing blood, lay on the stones beside him. Mikhail jumped, startled. Victor's voice instantly awakened Nikita, Franco, and Alexa, who'd been curled up nearby. Polly, her wits still sluggish from Belier's death, stirred on her hay pallet and opened her eyes. Behind Victor stood Renati, who had been watching faithfully for him for 3 days, ever since he'd gone on the track of whatever had killed Polly's brother. Victor stood up, regal in his snow-crusted robes, the weathered lines and cracks in his bearded face glistening with melted snow. The fire had burned very low, and was chewing on the last of the pine knots. "While you sleep," he told them, "death is in the forest." Victor circled them, his breath ghosting in the chilly air. The hare's blood was already growing frost. "A berserker," he said. "A what?" Franco stood up, reluctantly parting from Alexa's pregnant warmth. "A berserker," Victor repeated. "A wolf that kills for the love of killing. That's what slaughtered Belier." He glanced at Polly with his amber eyes. She was still drugged with sorrow, and quite useless. "A wolf who kills for the love of killing," he said. "I found his tracks about 2 miles north of here. He's a big bastard, weighs maybe 180 pounds. He was going north at a steady pace, so I followed him." Victor knelt down by the feeble fire and warmed his hands. His face was washed with flickering crimson. "He's a smart one. Somehow he picked up my scent, and I was careful to keep the wind in my face, too. He wasn't about to let me find his den. He led me through a swamp, and I almost fell through a place where he cracked the ice to go out from under me. He smiled faintly, watching the fire. If I hadn't smelled his piss on the ice, I'd be dead by now. I know he's a red one. I found some of his hair snagged on thorns. That's as close as I got. He rubbed his hands together, massaging the bruised knuckles, and stood up. His hunting ground's getting thin. He wants ours. He knows he'll have to kill us to get it. He swept his gaze around the circle of his pack. From now on, no one goes out alone, not even for a handful of snow. We'll hunt in pairs, and we'll make damned certain we stay in sight of each other. Understood? He waited until Nikita, Renati, Franco, and Alexa had nodded. Polly was still dazed, her long brown hair full of bits of hay. Victor looked at Mikhail. Understood, he repeated. Yes, sir, Mikhail quickly answered. Time, a dream of days and nights, passed. As Alexa's belly swelled, Victor taught Mikhail from the dusty books in the lower chamber. Mikhail had no problem with Latin and German, but the English stuck in his throat. It truly was a foreign tongue. Enunciate, Victor thundered. That's an ing. Speak it. The English language was a jungle of thorns, but slowly Mikhail began to cut his way through. We're going to read some of this, Victor said one day as he opened a huge illustrated manuscript written in an English that looked like scrolled wood carvings. Listen, Victor said, and began to read. Methinks I am a prophet new, and thus expiring do foretell of him. His rash, fierce blaze of riot cannot last, for violent fires soon burn out themselves. Small showers last long, but sudden storms are short. He tires betimes that spurs too fast betimes. With eager feeding, food doth choke the feeder. He looked up. Do you know who wrote that? Mikhail shook his head, and Victor told him the name. Now repeat it, Victor said. Shakespeare. Shakespeare, Victor enunciated. He read a few more lines, his voice reverent. This happy breed of men, this little world, this precious stone set in the silver sea, which serves it in the office of a wall, or as a moat defensive to a house, against the envy of less happier lands, this blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England. He looked into Mikhail's face. Now, there's a country where they don't execute their teachers, he said. At least, not yet. I always wanted to see England. A man can live free there. His eyes had taken on the shiny glint of distant lights. They don't burn your books in England, and they don't kill for the love of it. He brought himself abruptly back. Well, I'll never see it. But you might. If you ever leave this place, go to England. You find out if it's such a blessed plot, all right? Yes, sir, Mikhail agreed, without fully understanding what he was agreeing to. And after the gray shadow of one last blizzard had swept across the forest, spring came to Russia. First a torrent of rain, then a green blaze. Mikhail's dreams became bizarre. He was running on all fours, his body hurtling through a dark realm. When he awakened from them, he was shivering and covered with sweat. Sometimes he caught a brief glimpse of black hair, rippling across his arms, chest, or legs. His bones throbbed, as if they had been broken and rejointed. When he heard the beautiful echoing calls of Victor, Nikita, or Renati out on the hunt, His throat convulsed, and his heart ached. The change was coming on him. Slowly and surely, the change was taking him over. On a night in early May, Alexa contorted and screamed while Polly and Nikita held her, the firelight capering, and Renati's bloody hands delivered 2 babies. Mikhail saw them, before Renati whispered to Victor and wrapped the bodies in rags. One of the limp things, a small human form, was missing its left arm and leg, and was covered with bites. The second corpse, strangled by a grey cord, had claws and fangs. Renati tied the rags tightly around the dead things before Franco or Alexa could see them. Alexa lifted her head, sweat glistening on her face, and whispered, "Are they boys? Are they boys?" Mikhail got away before Renati told her. Alexa's wail rushed past him, and he almost bumped into Franco in the corridor. The man shoved him roughly aside as he hurried by. When the sun came up, they took the swaddled infants to a place a half-mile to the south of the White Palace. "The garden," Renati had told Mikhail when he asked. "The garden," she said, "where all the little ones lay." It was a place surrounded by towering birches, and arrangements of stones lay on the soft, leaf-covered earth to mark the bodies. Franco and Alexa got on their knees, and together began to dig the graves with their hands as Victor held the corpses. At first Mikhail thought this was a cruel thing, because Alexa sobbed, and the tears trickled down her face as she dug. But in another few moments her crying was finished, and she worked harder. He realized it was the pack's way of burying their dead. Tears gave way to muscle, and fingers dug resolutely at the earth. Franco and Alexa were allowed to dig as deeply as they wished, and then Victor placed the corpses in the graves, and they were covered over again with dirt and leaves. Mikhail looked around at all the small squares of stone. All infants in this section of the garden. Farther away, in the deeper shade, were larger squares. He knew Andrei lay over there, as well as members of the pack who died before Mikhail had been bitten. He saw how many infants had died, more than 30 of them. It occurred to him that the pack kept trying to have children, but the babies died. Could there ever be a baby who was part human and part wolf? He wondered as the warm breeze stirred the branches. He didn't see how an infant's body could bear the pain. If any baby did survive that torment, it would have to be a very strong soul. Franco and Alexa found stones and placed them around the graves. Victor offered no words, either to them or to God. When the work was finished, he turned and walked away, his sandals crunching in the underbrush. Mikhail saw Alexa reach for Franco's hand, but he pulled quickly away and walked on without her. She stood there for a moment, looking after him, sunlight gleaming in her long golden hair. Mikhail saw her lips shiver, and he thought she was going to cry again. But then she stood up a little straighter, her eyes narrowed with cold disdain. He saw there was no love between her and Franco. With the babies buried, so was all affection. Or perhaps Franco thought less of her now. He watched her as she seemed to grow before his eyes, and then her head turned, and her ice-blue gaze locked on him. He stared at her without moving. Alexa said, "I'll have a boy. I will." "Your body's tired," Renati told her, standing behind Mikhail. He realized Alexa's stare was fixed on Renati. "Wait another year." "I'll have a boy," she repeated firmly. Her gaze went to Mikhail, and lingered. He felt himself tremble in a deep place. And then she abruptly turned and left the garden, following Nikita and Polly. Renati stood over the fresh graves. She shook her head. "Little ones she said softly. "Oh, little ones, I hope you'll be better brothers in heaven." She glanced back at Mikhail. "Do you hate me?" she asked. "Hate you?" The question had shocked him. "No." "I would understand if you did," she said. "After all, I brought you into this life. I hated the one who bit me. She lies over there, right at the edge." Renati nodded toward the shadows. "I was married to a shoemaker. We were on our way to my sister's wedding. I told Tiomki he'd taken a wrong turn. Did he listen? Of course not." She motioned toward a larger square of stones. "Tiomki died during the change. That was, 12 springs ago, I think. He was not a well man, anyway. He would have made a pitiful wolf, but I loved him." She smiled, but the smile wouldn't stick. "All these graves have their stories, but some of them are even before Wicklor's time. So I guess they're silent riddles, eh?" "How long has the pack been here?" Mikhail asked. "Oh, I don't know. Victor says the old man who died the year after I joined had been here for over 20 years. And the old man knew of others going back 20 years more. Who knows?" She shrugged. "Has anybody ever been born here and lived?" "Victor says he's heard of 7 or 8 who were born and survived. They all died over the years, of course. But most of the babies are either born dead or they die within a few weeks. Paulie gave up trying. So did I. Alexa's still young enough to be stubborn, and she's buried so many babies her heart must look like one of these stones by now. Well, I pity her." Renati looked around the garden and up at the towering birches where the sun shone through. "I know your next question," she said, before Mikhail could ask it. "The answer is no. No one of the pack has ever left these woods. This is our home. It will always be our home." Mikhail, still wearing the tatters of last year's clothes, nodded. Already the world that used to be, the human world, seemed hazy, like a distant memory. He heard birds singing in the trees, and he watched a few of them fluttering from branch to branch. They were beautiful birds, and Mikhail wondered if they were good to eat. "Come on, let's get back." The ceremony, such as it was, had ended. Renati started walking in the direction of the White Palace, and Mikhail followed. They hadn't gone very far when Mikhail heard a faraway, high-pitched whistle, perhaps a mile to the southeast, he gauged it. He stopped, listening to the sound. Not a bird, but... "Ah," Renati said, "that's a sign of summer. The train's running. The tracks go through the woods not too far from here." She walked on, then paused when Mikhail hadn't moved. The whistle blew again, a short and shrill note. "Must be deer on the tracks," Renati observed. "Sometimes you can find a dead one there. It's not too bad if the sun and the vultures haven't worked on it." The train's whistle faded away. "Mikhail?" she urged. He listened, still. The whistle had made something yearn inside him, but he wasn't sure what it might be. Renati was waiting for him, and the Berserker stalked the forest. It was time to go. Mikhail looked back once at the garden with its squares of stones, and he followed Renati home. 2. On the afternoon of the second day, after the babies had been buried, Franco grasped Mikhail's arm as Mikhail was on his knees outside the White Palace, searching in the soft dirt for grubs. Franco pulled him up. "Come on," he said. "We've got somewhere to go." They started off, heading south through the woods. Franco glanced back. No one had seen them. That was good. "Where are we going?" Mikhail asked him as Franco pulled him along. "The garden," he answered. "I want to see my children." Mikhail tried to pull free of Franco's grip, but Franco held his arm tighter. He thought of crying out for no particular reason other than he didn't care for Franco, but the pack wouldn't like that. Victor wouldn't like it. It was up to him to fight his own battles. "What do you need me for?" "To dig," Franco said. "Now shut your mouth and walk faster." As they left the White Palace behind, and the forest closed its green gates behind them, Mikhail realized Franco wasn't supposed to be doing this. Maybe the pack's laws didn't want the graves opened after the babies were buried. Maybe the father was forbidden to see the dead infants. He wasn't sure why, but he knew Franco was using him to do something that Victor wouldn't like. He dragged his feet across the earth, but Franco wrenched his arm and pulled him on. Keeping up with Franco was difficult. The man had a stride that soon made the breath rasp in Mikhail's lungs. "You're weak as water," Franco growled at him. "Walk faster, I said." Mikhail stumbled over a root and fell to his knees. Franco yanked him up, and they kept going. There was a ferocity in Franco's pallid, brown-eyed face. Even in his human mask, the wolf's face shone through. Maybe digging up the graves was bad luck, Mikhail thought. That's why the garden was laid so far from the White Palace. But Franco's humanity had taken over. Like any human father, he burned to see the results of his seed. Come on, he told Mikhail, both of them now racing through the woods. In another few minutes they burst into the clearing where the squares of stones were, and Franco suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Mikhail bumped into him, but the collision didn't jar Franco. The man gave a soft, strengthless gasp. "Dear God," Franco whispered. Mikhail saw it. The garden's graves had been torn open, and bones were scattered across the ground. Skulls, small and large, some human, some bestial, and some a commingling of both, lay broken around Mikhail's feet. Franco walked deeper into the garden, his hands curled into claws at his sides. Almost all of the graves had been dug up, their contents pulled out, broken to pieces, and wildly strewn. Mikhail stared down at a grinning skull, its teeth sharpened into fangs, and gray streamers of hair on its scalp. Nearby lay the bones of a hand, and over there an arm bone. A small twisted spinal cord caught Mikhail's gaze, then an infant's skull that had been crunched with tremendous force. Franco walked on, drawn toward the place where the fresh corpses had been buried. He stepped over old bones and stepped on a skull whose lower jaw snapped off like a piece of yellowed wood. He stopped, wavering on his feet, and stared at the gouged holes where the infants had been laid 2 days before. A ripped rag lay on the ground. Franco picked it up, and something torn and red and swarming with flies oozed out and fell into the leaves. The infant had been cleaved in half. Franco could see the marks of the large fangs. The top half, including the head and the brains, was gone. Flies spun around Franco's face, and with them the coppery aroma of blood and decay. He looked to his right at another smear of red in the dirt, a small leg covered with fine brown hair. He made a soft, terrible moaning sound, and old bones crunched under his feet as he stepped back from the crimson remains. "The Berserker," Mikhail heard him whisper. The birds sang in the treetops, happy and unaware. All around were uncovered graves and fragments of skeletons, both infant and adult, human and wolf. Franco spun toward Mikhail, and the boy saw his face, the flesh drawn tight around the bones, the eyes glassy and bulging. The pungent reek of rot wafted past Mikhail's nostrils. "The Berserker," Franco repeated. his voice thin and quavering. The man looked around, his nostrils flared, and sweat gleaming on his face. "Where are you?" Franco shouted. The bird's song instantly ceased. "Where are you, you bastard?" He took a step in one direction, then a step in another. His legs seemed to want to pull him in two halves. "Come out!" he shrieked, his teeth bared and his chest heaving. "I'll fight you!" He picked up a wolf's skull and hurled it against a tree trunk, where it shattered with a noise like a gunshot. "God damn you to hell! Come out!" Flies battered into Mikhail's face and spun away, disturbed by Franco's turbulence. The man seethed, bright spots of red in his sallow cheeks, and his body trembling like a taut and dangerous spring. He screamed, "Come out and fight!" and his voice sent the birds flying from their branches. Nothing responded to Franco's challenge. The grinning skulls lay like mute witnesses to a massacre, and the dark curtains of flies closed over the red infant flesh. Before Mikhail could move to defend himself, Franco rushed him. The man lifted him up off his feet and shoved his back against the tree so hard the breath whooshed from Mikhail's lungs. "You're nothing!" Franco raged. "Do you hear me?" He shook Mikhail. "You're nothing!" There were tears of pain in Mikhail's eyes, but he didn't let them fall. Franco wanted to destroy something, as the Berserker had destroyed the bodies of his children. He shoved Mikhail's back against the tree again harder. "We don't need you," he shouted. "You little piece of weak-willed shit." It happened very fast. Mikhail wasn't sure exactly when it happened, because it was a blur. A pit of flame opened within him and seared his insides. There was a second of blinding pain, and then Mikhail's right hand, a wolf's claw covered with sleek black hair that entwined his arm almost to the elbow, streaked up and across Franco's cheek. The man's head snapped back, bloody furrows where the nails had slashed. Franco was stunned, and his eyes glinted with fear. He released Mikhail and jerked back, the blood trickling in crimson lines down his face. Mikhail settled to his feet, his heart slamming. He was as surprised as Franco, and he stared at his wolf's claw, bright red blood and bits of Franco's skin on the tips of the white nails. The black hair advanced past his elbow, and he felt pressure in his bones as they began to change their shape. There was a hollow pop as the elbow went out of joint, and his arm shortened, the bones thickening under the moist, black-haired flesh. The hair advanced up his arm, toward his shoulder, and shone with dark blue highlights where the sun touched it. Mikhail felt throbbing pain in his jaws and forehead, as if an iron vice had begun to tighten around his skull. The tears broke from his eyes and ran down his cheeks. His left hand was changing now, the fingers snapping and shortening, growing hair and young white claws. Something was happening to his teeth. They crowded his tongue, and his gums felt ripped. He tasted blood in his mouth. He was terrified, and he looked desperately at Franco for help. Franco just stared at him, glassy-eyed, the blood dripping from his chin. It smelled to Mikhail like the red wine he remembered his father and mother drinking from crystal goblets in another life. His muscles tensed and shivered, thickening across his shoulders and down his back. Black hair burst wild at his groin under his dirty clothes. "No!" Mikhail heard himself groan, the harsh rasping of a frightened animal. "Please, no!" He didn't want this. He couldn't stand it, not yet, and he fell to his knees in the leaves as the bending bones and thickening muscles freighted him down. An instant later, the black hair that had coiled over his right shoulder began to reverse itself, receding back down his arm. The claws of his fingers cracked and lengthened into fingers once more. His bones straightened, and his muscles thinned to those of a human boy again. His jaw and facial bones made little popping noises as they rearranged. He felt his teeth slide back into their sockets, and that was perhaps the worst of the pain. And less than 40 seconds after the change had begun, it had completely reversed. Mikhail blinked, tears burning his eyes, and looked at his human, hairless hands. Blood was oozing from beneath the fingernails. The unaccustomed heaviness of new muscle was gone. His tongue felt human teeth, and blood tanged his saliva. It was over. "You little bastard," Franco said, but most of the steam had gone out of him. He looked deflated. "Couldn't do it, could you?" He touched his furrowed cheek and stared at his red-smeared palm. "I ought to kill you," he said. "You marked me. I ought to tear you to pieces, you little shit." Mikhail struggled to rise. His legs were weak and wouldn't allow it. "You're not even worth killing," Franco decided. "You're still too much of a human. I ought to leave you out here, and you'd never even find your way back, would you?" He wiped blood from his oozing wounds and looked at his palm again. "Shit," he said, disgusted. "Why do you hate me so much?" Mikhail managed to ask. "I've never done anything to you." Franco didn't reply for a moment, and Mikhail thought he wasn't going to. Then Franco said, his voice acidic, "Victor thinks you're special." He slurred the word as if it was something nasty. "He says he's never seen anyone fight to live as much as you did. Oh, he has high hopes for you." He snorted bitterly. "I say you're a weak whelp, but I'll give you this. You're lucky. Victor never hunted for anyone else before. He does it for you, because he says you're not ready for the change. I say either you become one of the pack all the way, or we eat you. And I'll be the one who cracks open your skull and chews your brains. What do you think about that?" "I think—" Mikhail tried to stand again. Sweat was on his face. He started up, on willpower and bruised muscles. His legs almost went out from under him again. But then he was up, breathing raggedly, and he faced Franco. "I think someday I'll have to kill you," he said. Franco gaped at him. The silence stretched. Distant crows called to each other. And then Franco laughed, more of a grunt, actually, and the laugh made him wince and press his fingers against his slashed cheek. "You kill me?" He laughed again, winced again. His eyes were cold, and they promised cruelty. "I'm going to let you live today," he said, as if from the grace of his heart. Mikhail guessed that it was because he feared Victor. "Like I said, you're lucky." He looked around, his eyes narrowed, and his senses questing. There was no sign of the Berserker except the uncovered graves and the broken bones. The scarred dirt and masses of leaves showed no tracks. There were no hanks of hair caught in the underbrush, and the Berserker had rolled in the rotting flesh to mask his scent. This sacrilege against the pack had been done perhaps 6 or 7 hours ago, Franco thought. The Berserker was long gone. Franco walked away a few feet, bent down, and brushed flies away. He picked up a small, ripped arm, the hand still attached, and rose to his full height. He gently touched the fingers, exploring them like the petals of a strange flower. "This was mine," Mikhail heard him say in a quiet voice. Franco bent down again, scooped away a handful of earth, put the chewed arm into it, and carefully replaced the dirt. He patted it down and covered it over with brown leaves. He sat on his haunches for a long time, as flies buzzed around his head in search of the lost flesh. Several of them landed on Franco's bleeding cheek and feasted there, but he didn't move. He stared motionlessly at the patchwork of earth and leaves before him. And then, abruptly, he stood up. He turned his back on the ruined garden and quickly strode away into the forest without glancing at Mikhail. Mikhail let him go. He knew the way home. Anyway, if he lost his bearings, he could follow the smell of Franco's blood. His strength was coming back, and his skull and heart had stopped pounding. He looked at the garden of scattered skeletons, wondering exactly where his own bones would lie, and who would cover them. He turned away, shunting those thoughts aside, and trailed Franco by following his tracks on the bruised earth. 3 more springs came and passed, and the summer of Mikhail's 12th year scorched the forest. During that time, Renate had almost died with worms from an infected boar. Victor himself had nursed her to health and hunted for her, showing that granite could be tender. Polly had given birth to a girl baby that Franco had sired. The baby had died in the night, her body contorting and rippling with light brown hair when she was 2 months old. Nikita had seeded a child in Alexa's belly, but the growth passed away in a rush of blood and tissue when it was less than 4 months along. Mikhail wore a deerskin robe and sandals that Renate had made for him, his old clothes much too small and tattered. He was growing, getting gangly, his thick black hair hanging around his shoulders and down his back. His mind was growing too, from the food of Victor's books. Mathematics, Russian history, the languages, classical literature, all were the feast that Victor offered. Sometimes it went down easily. Other times Mikhail all but choked on it. But Victor's thundering voice in the firelit chamber commanded his attention. Mikhail even enjoyed Shakespeare, particularly the gruesomeness and ghosts of Hamlet. His senses grew as well. There was no longer any true darkness for him. The deepest night was a grey twilight, with flesh and blood forms outlined in an eerie pale blue. When he truly concentrated, cutting off all distractions, he could find any of the pack in the White Palace by trailing the distinctive rhythm of their heartbeats. Alexa's, for instance, always beat fast, like a little snare drum, while Victor's beat with slow and stately precision, a finely tuned instrument. Colors, sounds, aromas intensified. In daylight he could see a deer running through the dense forest at a distance of 100 yards. Mikhail learned the importance of speed. He caught rats, squirrels, and hares with ease, and added to the pack's food supply in a small way. But larger game eluded him. He often awakened from sleep to find an arm or leg covered with black hair and contorting into wolfish form, but the totality of the change still terrified him. Though his body may have been ready for it, his mind certainly was not. He marveled at how the others could slip back and forth between worlds, almost as if by wishing it. The fastest of them was Victor, of course. It took him less than 40 seconds to complete the change from human flesh to grey wolf hide. The next quickest was Nikita, who made the transformation in a little over 45 seconds. Alexa had the prettiest pelt, and Franco the loudest wail. Polly was the shyest, and Renate the most merciful. She often let the smallest, most defenseless prey escape, even when she'd run it to exhaustion. Victor scolded her for this frivolity, and Franco scowled at her, but she did as she pleased. After the destruction of the garden, a coldly furious Victor had taken Nikita and Franco out on a long, fruitless hunt for the Berserker's den. In the 3 years since, the Berserker had made himself known by leaving little piles of excrement around the White Palace. And once the pack had heard him wailing in the night, a deep, hoarse taunt that changed direction as the Berserker deftly shifted his position. It was a challenge to battle, but Victor declined. He chose not to run into the Berserker's trap. Polly had sworn she'd seen the Berserker on a snowy night in early November, when she'd been running at Nikita's side on the trail of caribou. The red beast had come out of the snow at her, close enough for her to smell his rank madness, and his eyes had been cold black pits of hatred. He had opened slavering jaws to crush her throat, but then Nikita had swerved toward her, and the Berserker disappeared into the snowfall. Polly swore this, but Polly sometimes mixed nightmares with reality, and Nikita didn't remember seeing anything but night and whirling flakes. On a night in mid-July, there were no snowflakes, only the whirl of golden fireflies rising from the forest floor as Mikhail and Nikita, in human form, ran silently through the woods. The herds had been thinned by the drought weather, and hunting had been poor for the last month. Viktor had ordered Mikhail and Nikita to bring back something, anything, and now Mikhail followed the older man as best he could, Nikita running about 20 feet ahead and breaking a trail. They were heading south at a steady pace, and in a short while Nikita slowed to a brisk walk. "Where are we going?" Mikhail asked in a whisper. He glanced around through the night's twilight, looking for anything alive. Not even a squirrel's eyes glinted with starlight. "The railroad tracks," Nikita answered. "We'll see if we can't make this an easy hunt." Often the pack was able to find a dead deer, caribou, or smaller animal that had been hit by the train, which passed through the forest twice a day between May and August, going east in daylight and west at night. Where the forest was stubbled with large boulders and cliffs fell off to the south, the tracks emerged from a rough-hewn tunnel, curved downhill along the bottom of a wooded gully for at least 600 yards, and then entered another tunnel to the west. Mikhail followed Nikita down the embankment, and they walked along the tracks, their eyes searching for the dark shape of a carcass, and their nostrils sniffing the warm air for fresh blood. Tonight no kills lay on the rails. They continued to the eastern tunnel, and then Nikita suddenly said, "Listen." Mikhail did, and he heard it too, a soft rumble of thunder, except the sky was clear, the stars sparkling behind a gauze of hazy heat. The train was coming. Nikita bent down, placing his hand against the iron. He could feel it vibrate as the train gathered power, heading into its long downhill run. In another moment it would burst out of the tunnel only a few yards distant. "We'd better go," Mikhail told him. Nikita stayed where he was, his hand on the rail. He stared at the tunnel's rocky opening, and then Mikhail saw him look toward the western tunnel's entrance, far away. "I used to come here alone," Nikita said quietly. "I used to watch the train roar past. That was before the Berserker, damn him to hell. But I've seen the train go past many times. On its way to Minsk, I think. It comes out of that tunnel," he nodded toward it, "and goes into that one there. Some nights, if the engineer's in a hurry to get home, it takes less than 30 seconds to make the distance. If he's drunk and riding the brake, it takes around 35 seconds from one tunnel to the next. I know. I've counted them off." "Why?" Mikhail asked. The train's thunder, a traveling storm, was getting closer. "Because someday I'm going to beat it." Nikita stood up. "Do you know what, for me, the grandest thing in the world would be?" His almond-shaped Mongol eyes stared through the darkness at Mikhail. The boy shook his head. "To be fast," Nikita went on, excitement mounting in his voice. "The fastest of all the pack, the fastest who ever lived. To will the change between the time the train comes out of the first tunnel and reaches the second. Do you see?" Mikhail shook his head. "Then watch," Nikita told him. The western tunnel had begun to lighten, and the rails were throbbing with the steam engine's mighty pulse. Nikita threw off his robe and stood naked to the world. And then, quite suddenly, the train burst from the tunnel like a snorting, black-mawed behemoth with a single yellow cyclopean eyeball. Mikhail leaped backward as its hot breath enfolded him. Nikita, standing right at the edge of the tracks, didn't move a muscle. Freight cars rumbled past, red cinders spinning in the turbulence. Mikhail saw Nikita's body tense, saw his flesh ripple and begin to grow its sheen of fine black hair. And then Nikita started running along the tracks, his back and legs banded with wolf hair. He ran toward the eastern tunnel, his spine contorting in an instant, his legs and arms shivering and beginning to draw themselves upward into the torso. Mikhail saw the black hair cover Nikita's buttocks. A dark, wart-like thing grew and burst at the base of the spine, and the wolf's tail uncurled, twitching like a rudder. Nikita's backbone ratcheted down, and he ran low to the ground, his forearms thickening and his hands starting to twist into claws. He caught up with the engine, racing alongside it toward the mouth of the eastern tunnel. The engineer was riding the brake, but the furnace was still spouting sparks. Grinding wheels thundered 2 feet away from Nikita's legs. As he ran, his heart hammering, his feet contorted and threw him off balance, and he lost precious seconds as he struggled to right himself. The train's engine left him behind, black smoke and sparks swirling around him. He breathed the corruption of man, and his lungs felt poisoned. Mikhail lost sight of Nikita in the black maelstrom. The train roared into the eastern tunnel and continued its journey to Minsk. A single red lamp swung back and forth on the railing of its last freight car. The smoke that had settled along the gully had the sour tang of burned green timber. Mikhail walked into it, following the tracks, and he could feel the heat of the train's passage. Cinders still spun to earth, a night of dying stars. "Nikita!" he called. "Where are—" A dark, powerful form leaped at him. The black wolf planted its paws on Mikhail's shoulders and drove him down to the earth. Then the wolf stood astride his chest, its slanted eyes staring fixedly into his face, and its jaws opened to show clean white fangs. "Stop it!" Mikhail said. He grasped Nikita's muzzle and pushed the wolf's head astride. The wolf snarled, snapping at his face. "Will you stop it?" Mikhail demanded. "You're about to squash me." The wolf showed its fangs again, right in front of Mikhail's nose, and then a wet pink tongue came out and licked across Mikhail's face. Mikhail yelped and tried to shove the beast off, but Nikita's weight was solid. Finally, Nikita stepped off Mikhail's chest, and the boy sat up, knowing he would find paw bruises on his flesh the next morning. Nikita ran in a circle, snapping at his tail just for the fun of it, and then he leaped into the high weeds on the gully's side and rolled in them. "You're crazy," Mikhail said, getting to his feet. As Nikita rolled in the weeds, his body began to change again. There was a cracking sound of sinews lengthening, of bones being rejointed. Nikita gave a small mutter of pain, and Mikhail walked away a few yards to give him privacy. In another 30 seconds or so, Mikhail heard Nikita say quietly, "Damn." The Mongol walked past Mikhail on his way uphill toward his cast-off robe. "I tripped over my own damned feet," he said. "They always get in the way." Mikhail got in pace beside him. The black smoke was rising out of the gully now, and the scorched iron smell of civilization was going with it. "I don't understand," he said. "What were you trying to do?" "I told you. To be fast." He glanced back in the direction the train had gone. "It'll be back tomorrow night, and the night after that. I'll try again." He reached his robe, picked it up, and put it around his shoulders. Mikhail was watching him blankly, still not fully comprehending. "Viktor will tell you a story, if you ask," Nikita said. "He says the old man who led the pack when Viktor came in remembered someone who could will the change in 24 seconds. Can you imagine that? From human to wolf in 24 seconds. Victor himself can't beat half a minute. And well, I'm pathetic." "No, you're not. You're fast." "Not fast enough," Nikita said forcefully. "I'm not the quickest. I'm not the strongest. I'm not the smartest. And all my life, even when I was a boy your age, breaking my ass in a coal mine, I wanted to be something special. You work at the bottom of a mine shaft long enough, you dream of being a bird. Maybe I still have that dream. Only I want my legs to be wings." "What does it matter, whether you're the quickest or—" "It matters to me," he interrupted. "It gives me a purpose, do you see?" He went on without waiting for the boy to respond. "I come here during the summer, but only at night. I don't want the engineer to see me. I am getting faster. It's just that my legs haven't figured out how to fly yet." He motioned down the tracks toward the distant eastern tunnel. "Some night I'm going to beat the train. I'm going to start right here, as a man, and before the train reaches the other tunnel, I'm going to cross the tracks in front of the engine as a wolf." "Cross the tracks?" "Yes, on all fours," Nikita said. "Now, we'd better find something for the pack to eat, or we'll be looking all night." He started walking away, downhill toward the east, and Mikhail followed him. A little more than a half-mile from where Nikita had chased the train, they found a crushed rabbit lying on the tracks. It was a fresh kill, its eyes bulging as if still mesmerized by the glowing yellow orb of the monster that had passed over it. The rabbit was a small find, but it was a beginning. Nikita picked it up by the ears and carried it at his side, swinging it like a broken toy as they continued their search. The smell of the rabbit's blood made Mikhail's mouth water. He could almost feel a bestial growl strain to leave his throat. He was becoming more like the pack every passing day. The change was waiting for him, like a dark friend. All he had to do was reach out for it and embrace it. It was that close, and it was eager. But he didn't know how to control it. He had no idea how to will the change, as the others seemed to. Was it like a command or a dream? He feared losing the last of being human. The full change would take him to a place where he dared not go. Not yet. Not just yet. He was salivating. There was a growl, not his throat, but his stomach. He was still more boy than wolf, after all. On many nights during that long, drought-plagued summer, Mikhail hunted with Nikita along the railroad tracks. Once in early August, they found a small deer suffering, two of its legs severed by the train's wheels. Nikita had bent down and looked into that deer's shock-silvered eyes, and Mikhail had watched him reach gentle hands out to stroke the animal's flanks. Nikita had spoken quietly to the deer, trying to calm it, and then he placed his hands on the deer's skull and gave it a sharp, violent twist. The deer had slumped, its neck broken, all suffering ended. And that, Nikita told him, was the meaning of mercy. The train kept to its schedule. Some nights it roared down the hill, from tunnel to tunnel. Other nights its brakes screamed and hurled sparks. Mikhail sat on the embankment, in the shelter of the pines, and watched as Nikita raced it along the rails, his body twisting, fighting for balance as the change swept over him. It always seemed to be his legs, the earth-rooted wings that refused to let him fly. Nikita was getting faster, but never fast enough. The train invariably outpaced him and left him in its smoke as it thundered into the eastern tunnel. August ended, and the summer's final train rumbled away toward Minsk, its red lantern swinging on the last car like a scarlet grin. Nikita, his shoulders slumped, trotted back to where he'd left his robe, and Mikhail watched his body shed its glossy black hair. Nikita, man-shaped again, put on his robe, and breathed the smoke's bitter odor, as if breathing the sweat of a fierce and respected enemy. "Well," he said at last, "summer will come again." They went home, walking toward autumn. 4. Winter, the cruel white lady, closed her fist around the forest and sealed it in ice. Cold cracked trees, ponds were white slabs, and the sky glowered with low clouds and mist. For day upon day the sun remained a stranger, and the whole world was a sea of snow and black leafless trees. Even the crows, those ebony-gowned diplomats, froze where they perched, or fought to reach the sun on freezing wings. Only the snow hares scurried in the blank silence of the forest, and as the winds swept down from Siberia, even the hares shivered in their burrows. So, too, the pack shivered in the depths of the White Palace. They crowded together, ghost-breathed, around the pine-knot flames. Mikhail's education, however, went on. Viktor was a hard taskmaster, and he and the boy huddled close as Mikhail recited Shakespeare, the works of Dante, mathematics problems, and European history. On a day in January, Polly and Nikita went outside to find more firewood. Viktor told them to stay close to the White Palace and within sight of each other. The mist had descended, making visibility difficult, but the fire had to be tended, and not half an hour had passed before Nikita came back into the den, moving like a numb sleepwalker, his eyebrows and hair silvered with ice. He carried an armload of sticks, which fell to his feet as he continued on into the circle of the fire. His eyes were dazed. Viktor stood up and said, "Where's Polly?" She had been within 20 feet of him, Nikita said. 20 feet. They had been talking, trying to warm each other with words. And then, quite suddenly, Polly simply hadn't answered. There had been no cry for help, no sounds of a struggle in the mist. One moment Polly had been there, the next... Nikita took Viktor and Franco up to show them. They found bright gouts of blood on the snow, less than 40 yards from the ice-domed palace. Polly's robe was nearby, also splattered with gore. On the ground lay a few sticks, like bleached bones. Polly's footprints ended where the paw prints of the Berserker came out of a thicket of thorns. In the snow was the furrow of a body being dragged, over a hillock and down into dense woods. They found some of Polly's insides, purple as bruises on the snow. The Berserker's tracks and the furrow of Polly's dragged body went on, through the forest. Viktor, Franco, and Nikita threw aside their robes and, shivering, changed shapes in the clinging mist. 3 wolves, one gray, one pale brown, one black, loped through the drifts on the Berserker's trail. A mile to the east they found one of Polly's arms, blue as marble, wedged between 2 rocks. It had been ripped loose from the shoulder. They came to a place of cliffs, where the wind had swept the jagged rocks clean of snow, and the Berserker's tracks ended, as did all traces of Polly's corpse. For the next few hours the trio of wolves searched in widening circles that took them farther and farther away from the White Palace. Once Franco thought he saw a huge red shape standing on an outcropping of rock above them, but the blowing snow obscured his sight for a few seconds, and when he could see clearly again, the shape was gone. Nikita picked up Polly's scent, a musky summer grass smell, in the cross-current of wind, and they tracked it another half-mile to the north before they found her head lying at the bottom of a ravine, her skull gnawed open and her brains gone. The Berserker's tracks led them to the edge of a rocky chasm. Then they vanished on the stones. Caves pocked the chasm's sides. It would be a treacherous climb down, but it could be done. Any of those caves might be the Berserker's den, But if not, Victor, Nikita, and Franco might break their necks for naught. It was snowing harder. The iron smell of a blizzard grayed the air. Victor signaled with a snort and toss of his head, and they turned back for the long journey home. All this Victor related as the pack crouched around the fire. When he finished, he moved away, sitting in a corner by himself. He chewed on a warthog's bones and stared at the empty pallet where Polly used to lie, his eyes burning in the cold gloom. "I say we go out and hunt the bastard down," Franco shouted as the blizzard roared beyond the walls. "We can't just sit here like human beings?" Victor asked quietly. He picked up a small twig from the fire and watched it burn. "Like cowards," Franco said. "First Bellier, then the garden ransacked, now Polly gone. It won't stop until it kills all of us." "We can't go out in a storm," Nikita observed, sitting on his haunches. "The Berserker can't either." "We've got to find it and kill it." Franco paced in front of the fire, almost stepping on Mikhail. "If I could just get my claws in its damn throat, I'd—" Renati snorted derisively. "You'd be its breakfast." "You shut up, you old hag. Who asked you to speak?" Renati was on her feet in an instant. She stepped toward him, and he whirled toward her. Russet hair rose and rippled on the backs of Renati's hands. Her fingers started to curve into claws. "Stop it!" Victor said. Renati glanced at him, her facial bones already beginning to warp. "Renati, please stop it," he repeated. "Let her kill him," Alexa said, her ice-blue eyes cold in her beautiful face. "He deserves to die." "Renati?" Victor stood up. Renati's spine had begun to bow over. "Come on! Come on!" Franco sneered. He held up his right hand, which was covered with light brown hair and had already grown talons. "I'm ready for you." "Stop it!" Victor shouted, and the sound of his voice made Mikhail jump. It was his schoolmaster's thunder. The voice echoed between the walls. "If we kill each other, the Berserker wins. He can come right in here and take our den if we're lying dead. So stop it, both of you. We've got to think like humans, not act like beasts." Renati blinked, her mouth and jaw misshapen. A little ooze of saliva trickled over her lower lip, down her russet-haired chin, and hung for a second before it dripped off. And then her face began to return to its human side again, the muscles writhing under the flesh, the fangs retreating with wet clicking sounds. The wolf hair dissolved to a stubble and went away. Renati scratched the backs of her hands as the last of the hair irritated her flesh. "You little bastard," she said, her stare still directed at Franco. "You show me respect. Do you understand?" Franco grunted and gave her a chilly smile. He motioned disdainfully at her with his right hand, now human and pale once more, and he walked away from the fire's heat. The musky smell of enraged animals lingered in the chamber. Victor stood between Renati and Franco. He waited until their tempers had cooled, and then he said, "We're a family, not enemies. The Berserker would like for us to turn on each other. It would make his task so much easier." He tossed the burning twig into the fire. "But Franco's right. We've got to find the Berserker and kill it. If we don't, it'll kill us, one by one." "You see," Franco said to Renati, "he agrees with me." "I agree with the law of logic," Victor corrected, "which, unfortunately, you don't always obey." He paused for a moment, listening to the high wail of the storm through the broken windows on the level above. "I think the Berserker lives in one of those caves we found," he went on. "Nikita's right. The Berserker won't go out in this storm, but we could." "You can't see your hand in front of your face out there," Renati said. "Listen to that wind." "I hear it." Victor circled the fire, rubbing his hands together. "When the storm breaks, the Berserker will go out on the hunt again. We don't know his patterns, and once he smells us in his cave, he'll find another den. But what if we found his cave and him in it while the storm's still blowing?" "It can't be done." Nikita shook his head. "You saw that chasm. We'd kill ourselves trying to get down in there. The Berserker can do it. If he can, so can we." Victor paused to let that point sink in. "The greatest problem would be finding his cave. If I were he, I would have marked every one of them with my scent. But maybe he hasn't. Maybe once we get down into that chasm, we can pick up his scent and follow it right to him. He might be sleeping. That's what I'd do if I had a full belly and I thought I was safe." "Yes, that's it," Franco said excitedly. "Kill the bastard in his sleep." "No. The Berserker's big and very strong, and none of us would do so well against it claw to claw. First we find the Berserker's cave, and then we seal him in with rocks. We make it good and tight, so he can't dig himself out. If we're fast, we can get the cave sealed before he knows what's happening." "And provided he doesn't have a back way out," Renati said. "I didn't say the plan was foolproof. No plan ever is. But the Berserker's insane. He doesn't think like an ordinary wolf. Why should he worry about running when he thinks he can destroy anything on 4 legs or 2? I'd say he's found a nice warm cave with no back door, where he can curl up, chew on bones, and brood about how to kill the next one of us. I believe it's worth the risk." "I don't," Renati told him. Her brow furrowed. "The storm's too strong. It would be hard enough getting from here to there, much less finding the right cave. No, the risk is too high." "And what's the alternative, then?" Victor asked. "Wait for the storm to pass and the Berserker to hunt us again? We should take advantage of the fact that he's just had a feast. He'll be sluggish, with all that meat in his belly. I say we go now, or we risk the destruction of the pack." "Yes," Franco agreed. "Hunt him now, while he thinks he's safe." "I've decided. I'm going." Victor looked around at the others. His gaze lingered for a few seconds on Mikhail, then moved away. "Franco, will you go with me?" "Me?" His eyes had widened. "Yes, of course I will." His voice was unsteady. "I just hope I don't hold you up." "Hold me up? How?" "Well, I didn't mention it before. It's nothing, of course, but I have a stone bruise on my foot, you see?" He slipped off his deerskin sandal and showed the blue bruise. "My ankle's a little swollen, too. I'm not sure when it happened exactly." He pressed the bruise and winced a fraction too much. "But I can still go," he said. "I won't be as fast as usual, but you can count on me." "To be an utter ass," Renati finished for him. "Forget Franco and his poor feet. I'll go with you." "I need you to stay here, to take care of Mikhail and Alexa." "They can take care of themselves." Victor had already dismissed her. He looked at Nikita. "Any stone bruises on your feet?" "Dozens," Nikita said, and stood up. "When do we go?" "It's my ankle that's giving me the trouble," Franco protested. "See, it's swollen. I must have stepped down wrong when we were—" I understand, Victor told him, and Franco was silent. Nikita and I will go. You can stay here, if that's what you want. Franco started to speak again, but he thought better of it and closed his mouth. The sooner we go, the sooner we can get back, Victor said to Nikita. I'm ready now. Nikita nodded, and Victor turned his attention to Renati. If we are able to find the Berserker's cave and seal him in, we'll want to stay long enough to make certain he doesn't dig out. We'll try to be back within 48 hours. If the storm gets too bad, we'll find a place to sleep. You'll take care of everything, yes? Yes, Renati said glumly. And you and Franco will stay away from each other's throats. It was a command. Victor looked at Mikhail. You'll keep them from killing each other, won't you? Yes, sir, Mikhail answered, though what he could do if Renati and Franco clashed he didn't know. When I get back, I want you to have finished the lesson we started yesterday. It was a reading about the destruction of the Roman Empire. I'll ask you questions about it. Mikhail nodded. Victor stripped off his robe and removed his sandals, and Nikita did the same. The two men stood naked, their breath coming out in misty plumes. Nikita began to change first, the black hair twining over his flesh like strange vines. Victor's eyes glinted in the low light as he stared at Renati. Listen to me, he said. If, for any reason, we don't come back after 3 days, you will be in charge of the pack. A woman? Franco yelped. In charge of me? In charge of the pack, Victor repeated. A grey tide of wolf hair was sliding over his shoulders and streaking down his arms. His flesh looked slick and oily, and sweat glistened on his forehead as his eyebrows merged. Steam wafted around his body. Do you have any objection to that? His voice was getting hoarse, and his facial bones were shifting. Fangs pushed out between his lips. No, Franco answered quickly. No objection. Wish us luck. The voice was a guttural rasp. Victor's flesh shivered, growing its thick, grey-haired hide. Most of Nikita's head and face had already changed, the snout spewing a blast of steam as it lengthened with popping sounds that Mikhail had once thought hideous. Now the sounds of transformation were as beautiful as music played on exotic instruments. The two bodies contorted, flesh giving way to wolf hair, fingers and toes to claws, teeth to fangs, noses to long black muzzles, all accompanied by the music of bones, sinews, and muscles changing shape, rearranging themselves into canine form, and an occasional grunt from either Victor or Nikita. And then Victor gave a harsh woof, and he loped out of the chamber toward the stairway, with Nikita a few strides behind. Within seconds, the two wolves were gone. My ankle is swollen, Franco showed Renati again. See? I couldn't get very far on it, could I? She ignored him. We'll need some fresh water, I think. She picked up a clay bowl that had been left by the monks. The water, filmed with dirty ice, was almost gone. Mikhail, will you and Alexa get us some more snow, please? She handed the bowl to Mikhail. All they would have to do was climb the stairs and scoop up snow that was blowing in the windows. Franco, will you take the first watch, or shall I? You're in charge, he said. Do as you please. All right. You take the first watch. I'll relieve you when it's time. Renati sat down before the fire, newly regal. Franco muttered a curse under his breath. It wouldn't be pleasant to go up into the tower, with all those glassless windows and the cold whirling in, but keeping watch was an important duty that everyone shared. He stalked away. Mikhail and Alexa went to scoop up a bowl full of snow. and Renate rested her chin on her hand to worry about the man she loved. 5. Sometime during the night the storm snapped. It passed on, leaving the forest covered with drifts 8 feet high. The trees bent under Arctic ice. A bone-throbbing cold followed the blizzard, and the day dawned white, the sun hidden behind clouds the color of wet cotton. It was breakfast time. "God, it's cold," Franco said, as he and Mikhail struggled across a wet desert where green thicket used to be. Mikhail didn't answer. It used up too much energy to speak, and his jaws felt frozen. He glanced back, about 50 yards, at the White Palace. It was almost invisible against the blankness. "I curse this place," Franco said. "Damn the whole country. Damn Victor, and damn Nikita. Damn Alexa, and damn that damned Renati. Who does she think she is, ordering me around like a servant boy?" "We'll never find anything," Mikhail told him quietly, "if you make all that noise." "Hell, there's nothing alive out here. How are we supposed to find food? Create it? I'm not God, that's for sure." He stopped, sniffing the air. His nose stung with cold, and his ability to smell was hampered. "If Renati's in charge, why doesn't she find us food? Answer me that." There was no need to answer. They had drawn lots, the shortest twigs from the fire, for the task of finding breakfast. Actually, Mikhail had drawn the shortest twig, and Franco the next shortest. "Anything alive out here," Franco went on, "is buried in its hole, keeping warm, like we ought to be doing. Smell the air. You see, nothing." As if to prove Franco wrong, a hare with gray-tipped fur suddenly shot across the snow in front of them, heading for a stand of half-buried trees. "There!" Mikhail said. "Look!" "My eyes are freezing." Mikhail stopped and turned toward Franco. "Aren't you going to change? You can catch it if you change." "To hell with it." Franco's cheeks had grown red splotches. "It's too cold to change. My balls would freeze off if they haven't already." He reached down and checked himself. "If you don't change, we won't catch anything," Mikhail reminded him. "How hard would it be for you to chase down that rabbit if—" "Oh, now you're giving orders, is that it?" Franco scowled at him. "You listen to me, you little shit. You drew the shortest twig. You change and catch us something. It's about time you pulled your weight around here." The question stung Mikhail, because he knew there was truth in it. He walked on ahead, his arms clasped around himself for warmth, and his sandals crunching through the ice-crusted snow. "Well, why don't you change, then?" Franco jabbed him, sensing blood. He strode after the boy. "Why don't you change so you can chase down rabbits and howl at the damned moon like a maniac?" Mikhail didn't answer. He didn't know what to say. He looked for the hare, but it had disappeared in the whiteness. He glanced back at the White Palace, which seemed to float like a distant mirage between earth and sky, all of them the same hue. Large flakes began to fall again, and if Mikhail hadn't felt so cold, miserable, and useless, he might have thought they were beautiful. Franco stopped a few yards away from him and blew into his cupped hands. Snowflakes drifted into his hair and laced his eyelashes. "Maybe Victor enjoys this life," he said grimly, "and maybe Nikita does too. But what were they to begin with? My father was a rich man, and I was a rich man's son." He shook his head, the snowflakes sliding down his ruddy face. "We were on our way by carriage to visit my grandparents. A storm caught us, a storm very much like the one yesterday. My mother froze to death first, but my father, my little brother, and I found the cabin, not far from here. Well, it's gone now. The snow broke it down years ago." Franco looked up, searching for the sun. He couldn't find it. "My little brother died weeping," he said. At the end he couldn't even open his eyes. The lids were frozen together. My father knew we couldn't stay there. If we were going to live, we had to find a village. So we started walking. I remember. We both wore our fur-lined coats and our expensive boots. My shirt had a monogram on it. My father wore a cashmere scarf. But none of it kept us warm enough, not with that wind shrieking into our faces. We found a hollow and tried to make a fire, but all the wood was icy. He looked at Mikhail. Do you know what we burned? All the money in my father's wallet. It burned very bright, but it gave off no heat. What we would have given for 3 lumps of coal. My father froze to death, sitting upright. I was a 17-year-old orphan, and I knew I was going to die if I didn't find shelter. So I started walking, wearing 2 coats. I didn't get very far before the wolves found me. He blew into his hands again and worked his knuckles. One of them bit me on the arm. I kicked him in the muzzle so hard I knocked 3 of his teeth out. That bastard, Joseph was his name, was never right in the head after that. They tore my father to pieces and ate him. They probably ate my mother and little brother too. I never asked. Franco surveyed the blank sky once more and watched the snow falling. They took me into the pack to be a breeder, the same reason we took you in. A breeder? To make babies, Franco explained. The pack needs cubs, or it's going to die. But the babies don't live. He shrugged. Maybe God knows what he's doing after all. He looked toward the trees where the snow hare hid. You listen to Victor, and he'll go on about how noble this life is, and how we ought to be proud of what we are. I don't find anything noble in having hair on your ass and gnawing on bloody bones. Damn this life. He gathered saliva in his mouth and spat in the snow. You change, he told Mikhail. You go run on all 4s and piss against a tree. I was born a man, by God, and that's what I am. He turned away and began trudging the 70 yards or so back to the walls of the White Palace. Wait, Mikhail called. Franco, wait! But Franco didn't wait. He looked back over his shoulder at Mikhail. Bring us back a nice juicy rabbit, he said acidly. Or if you're lucky, maybe you can dig us up some fat grubs. I'm going back in and try to get what... Franco didn't finish his sentence, for in the next instant what had appeared to be a mound of snow a few feet to his right burst open, and the huge red wolf lunged out, snapping its jaws shut on Franco's leg. The bones broke like pistol shots as the Berserker wrenched Franco off his feet, and its fangs tore the flesh into crimson ribbons. Franco opened his mouth to scream, but only a choke came out. Mikhail stood stunned, his brain reeling. The Berserker had either been lying in wait under the snow, just its nostrils lifted up to catch air, or else it had burrowed beneath the drifts to ambush them. There was no time to wonder what had happened to Victor and Nikita. There was only the reality of the Berserker ripping Franco's leg apart and blood steaming in the snow. Mikhail started to shout for help, but by the time Renati and Alexa got here, if they even heard him, Franco would be dead. The Berserker released Franco's tattered leg and closed its jaws on his shoulder, as Franco desperately fought to keep the fangs away from his throat. Franco's face had gone death white, his eyes bulging with terror. Mikhail looked up. A tree branch, coated with ice, was about 3 feet over his head. He leaped up for it, grasped the branch, and it cracked off in his hands. The Berserker paid him no attention, its teeth deep in the muscle of Franco's shoulder. And then Mikhail sprang forward, dug his heels into the snow, and drove the stick's sharp end into one of the Berserker's gray eyeballs. The stick gouged the Berserker's eye out, and the wolf released Franco's shoulder with a roar of pain and rage. As the Berserker staggered back and shook its head to clear the agony, Franco tried to crawl away. He got about 6 feet before he shuddered and passed out, his leg and shoulder mangled. The Berserker snapped wantonly at the air, and its remaining eye found Mikhail Galatinov. Something passed between them. Mikhail could feel it, as strongly as the pounding of his heart and the blood rushing through his veins. Maybe it was a communion of hatred, or a primal recognition of impending violence. Whatever it was, Mikhail understood it fully, and he gripped the sharp stick like a spear as the Berserker hurtled toward him across the snow. The red wolf's jaws gaped open for him, its powerful legs preparing to leap. Mikhail stood his ground, his nerves tingling, every human instinct urging him to run, but the wolf inside him waiting with cold judgment. The Berserker made a feinting move to the left that Mikhail instantly saw was false, and then it left the ground and came at him. Mikhail fell to his knees, under the big body and the flailing claws, and he drove the stick upward. It pierced the Berserker's white-haired stomach as the beast went over him. The stick cracked in two, its point deep in the Berserker's belly, and the wolf contorted in mid-air, one of its forelegs slamming across Mikhail's back, and 2 talons ripping through the deerskin cloak. Mikhail felt as if a hammer had struck him. He was knocked onto his face in the snow, and he heard the Berserker grunt as it landed on its stomach a few yards away. Mikhail twisted his body, his lungs seizing cold air, and he faced the Berserker before it could leap onto his back. The one-eyed beast was on its feet, the spear driven so deep in its gut that it had almost disappeared. Mikhail stood up, his chest heaving, and he felt hot blood trickling down his back. The Berserker danced to the right, positioning himself between Mikhail and the White Palace. The stick clenched in Mikhail's right fist was about 7 inches long, the length of a kitchen knife. The Berserker snorted steam, fainted in and then out again, blocking Mikhail from fleeing home. "Help us!" he shouted toward the White Palace. His voice was muffled by the snowfall. "Renati, help!" The beast lunged forward, and Mikhail stabbed at its other eye with the stick. But the Berserker stopped and whirled aside, spraying snow up from under its paws, and the stick jabbed empty air. The Berserker twisted its body, darting around to Mikhail's unprotected side, and it leaped at him before he could stab with the stick again. The Berserker hit him. Mikhail had the image of the freight train, one eye blazing, as it roared on the downhill tracks. He was knocked off his feet like a rag doll, and would have broken his back if not for the snow. His breath whooshed out of him, and his brain was stunned by the impact. He smelled blood and animal saliva. A brutal weight crushed down on his shoulder, pinning his hand and the stick. He blinked, and in the haze of pain saw the Berserker's maw above him, its fangs opening to seize his face and strip it away from the skull like flimsy cloth. His shoulder was trapped, the bones about to burst from their sockets. The Berserker leaned forward, the muscles bunching along its flanks, and Mikhail smelled Franco's blood on its breath. The jaws stretched open to crush his skull. 2 human hands, streaked with brown hair, caught the Berserker's jaws. Franco had roused himself and leaped atop the red beast, his brown, stubbled face a rictus of pain. Franco gasped, "Run!" as he twisted the Berserker's head with all his strength. The Berserker thrashed against him, but Franco held tight. The jaws snapped together, and teeth pierced Franco's palms. The weight was off Mikhail's shoulder. He lifted his arm, the bones throbbing, and drove the sharp stick up into the Berserker's throat. It plunged in 3 inches before it met an obstruction and broke again. The Berserker howled and shivered with agony, snorting a crimson mist, and Mikhail pushed himself out from under the wolf as it reared up and tried to throw Franco off its back. "Run!" Franco shouted, hanging on by his bloody fingernails. Mikhail got up, snow all over him. He began running, the last few inches of the broken stick falling from his hand. Snowflakes whirled around him like dancing angels. His shoulder throbbed, the muscles deeply bruised. He looked back, saw the Berserker shake itself in a violent frenzy. Franco lost his grip and was flung off. The Berserker tensed to leap on Franco's body and finish him, but Mikhail stopped. "Hey!" he shouted, and the Berserker's head angled toward him, its single eye blazing. Something blazed within Mikhail as well. He felt it like a fire that had opened at his center, and to save Franco's life and his own, he would have to reach into those white-hot flames and grasp what had been forged. "I want it," he thought, and he fixed on the image of his hand twisting into a claw, the picture of it radiant in his mind. He thought he heard an inner wail, like wild winds unleashed. Pinpricks of pain swept up his spine. "I want it!" Steam drifted from his pores. He shivered, pressure squeezing his organs. His heart pounded. He felt pain in the muscles of his arms and legs, a terrible clenching pain around his skull. Something cracked in his jaw, and he heard himself moan. The Berserker watched him, transfixed by the sight, its jaws still open and ready to break Franco's neck. Mikhail lifted his right hand. It was covered with sleek black hair, and the fingers had retracted into white claws. "I want it!" The black hair raced up his arm. His left hand was changing. His head felt as if it were caught in an iron vice, and his jaw was lengthening with brittle cracking sounds. "I want it!" There was no turning back now, no denying the change. Mikhail threw his deerskin cloak off, and it slithered to the snow. He fumbled with his sandals, barely got them off before his feet began to contort. He fell, off balance, and went down on his rump. The Berserker sniffed the air. It made a grunting noise, and watched the thing take shape. Black hair scurried over Mikhail's chest and shoulders. It entwined his throat and covered his face. His jaw and nose were lengthening into a muzzle, and his fangs burst free with such force they slashed the inside of his mouth and made blood and saliva drool. His backbone bent with stunning pain. His legs and arms shortened, grew thick with muscle. Sinews and cartilage popped and cracked. Mikhail shuddered, his body thrashing as if getting rid of the last human elements. His tail, slick with fluids, had thrust from the dark growth at the base of his spine, and now it twitched in the air as Mikhail got on all fours. His muscles continued to quiver like harp strings, his nerves aflame. Musky-smelling fluids oozed over his pelt. His testicles had drawn up like hard stones and were covered with coarse hair. His right ear rippled with hair and began to change into a triangular cup, but the left ear malfunctioned. It simply remained the ear of a human boy. The pain intensified, bordering on the edge of pleasure, and then rapidly subsided. Mikhail started to call to Franco, to tell him to crawl away. He opened his mouth, and the high yip that came out scared him. He thanked God he couldn't see himself, but the shock in the Berserker's eye told him enough. He had willed the change, and it was on him. Mikhail's bladder let go, streaking yellow across the white. He saw the Berserker dismiss him, and start to lean over Franco again. Franco had passed out, was unable to defend himself. Mikhail bounded forward, got his forelegs and hind legs tangled up, and he went down on his belly. He got up once more, shaky as a newborn. He shouted at the Berserker. It emerged as a thin growl that didn't even snag the Red Wolf's attention. Mikhail leaped clumsily over the snow, lost his footing, and fell again. But then he was right beside the wolf, and he did it without thinking. He opened his jaws and sank his fangs into the Berserker's ear. As the animal roared and twisted away, Mikhail tore the ear off to its fleshy roots. The Berserker staggered, stunned by the fresh pain. Mikhail had the ear between his teeth. His throat convulsed, blood in his mouth, and he swallowed the wolf's ear. The Berserker spun in a mad circle, snapping at the air. Mikhail turned, the twitching of his tail almost throwing him off his paws again, and he ran. His legs betrayed him. The ground was right in his face, and all perspective was bizarre. He stumbled, slid over the snow on his stomach, scrambled up, and tried to flee. But matching the movement of 4 legs was a mystery. He heard the berserker's rumbled breath right behind him, and he knew it was about to leap. He feinted to the left and swerved to the right, skidding off balance once more. The berserker jumped past him, digging up a flurry of snow as it fought to change direction. Mikhail struggled up, the hair bristling along his back. He swerved violently again, his spine amazingly supple. He heard the click of fangs as the berserker's jaws narrowly missed his flank. And then Mikhail, his legs trembling, turned to face the red beast, snow whirling into the air between them. The berserker rushed at him, snorting steam and blood. Mikhail planted his paws, his legs splayed, and his heart seemingly about to explode. The berserker, expecting his enemy to dodge to either side, suddenly checked his speed and dug his paws into the snow. And Mikhail reared up on his hind legs like a human being and lunged forward. His jaws opened, an instinctual movement that Mikhail couldn't remember triggering. He clamped them on the berserker's muzzle and crunched his fangs down through hair and flesh into cartilage and bone. As he bit deeply, he brought his left claw up in a savage arc and raked the talons across the berserker's remaining eye. The beast howled, blinded, and twisted his body to throw the small wolf off. But Mikhail held tight. The berserker lifted up, hesitated for only an instant, and then smashed down on Mikhail. He felt a rib snap, a crushing pain jabbing through him, but the snow again saved his spine. The berserker lifted up again, and as the beast rose to his full height, Mikhail released his grip on the bleeding muzzle and scrambled away, the pain of his broken rib almost stealing his breath. The berserker clawed the air with blind fury. He raced in a circle, trying to find Mikhail, and slammed his red skull against the trunk of an oak tree. Dazed, the beast whirled around, fangs snapping at nothing. Mikhail backed away from him, to give the thing plenty of room, and he stood near Franco, his shoulders slumped to ease the pain in his rib cage. The berserker gave an enraged series of grunts, snorting blood, and then he spun to right and left, the crushed nose seeking a scent. A russet shape shot across the snow and crashed headlong into the berserker's side. Renati's claws flailed ribbons of red hair and flesh, and the berserker was thrown into a tangle of thorns. Before the berserker could grasp her, Renati darted away again and circled warily. Another wolf, this one blond with ice-blue eyes, leaped in from the berserker's other side, and Alexa raked a claw along the berserker's flank. As he turned to snap at her, Alexa bounded away, and Renati darted in to seize one of the berserker's hind legs between her teeth. Her head twisted, and the berserker's leg snapped. Then Renati scrambled away as the red wolf staggered on 3 legs. Alexa lunged forward, grasped the beast's remaining ear, and ripped it away. She danced back as the berserker clawed at her, but his movements were getting sluggish. He went a few paces in one direction, stopped, and turned in another, and behind him he left bright splotches of crimson on the snow. But he was strong. Mikhail stood back and watched as Renati and Alexa wore him down, the death of 1,000 bites and scratches. The berserker at last tried to run, dragging the broken leg behind him. Renati slammed into his side, knocking him to the ground, and crushed a foreleg between her jaws as Alexa gripped his tail. The berserker struggled to rise, and Renati drove her talons into his belly and ripped him open with a grace that was almost beautiful. The berserker shivered and lay writhing on the bloody white. Renati leaned forward, seizing the red wolf's unprotected throat between her fangs. The berserker made no effort to fight back. Mikhail saw Renati's sleek muscles tense, and then she released the throat and stepped away. She and Alexa both looked at Mikhail. He didn't understand at first. Why hadn't Renati torn the throat out? But then it dawned on him as the 2 wolves stared impassively. They were offering the kill to him. "Go on," Franco said, a raspy whisper. He was sitting up, his torn hands clenched to his shoulder. Mikhail was amazed on a new level. He'd understood the human voice as clearly as ever. "Take the kill," Franco told him. "It's yours." Renati and Alexa waited as the snowflakes drifted to earth. Mikhail saw it in their eyes. This was expected of him. He walked forward, his legs slipping and ungainly, and he stood over the conquered red wolf. The Berserker was more than twice his size. He was an old wolf, some of his hair gone gray. His muscles were thick, carved from struggle. The red skull lifted, as if listening to Mikhail's heartbeat. Blood oozed from the holes where the eyes had been, and a crushed paw feebly scarred the snow. He's asking for death, Mikhail realized. He's lying there, pleading for it. The Berserker made a deep groaning noise, the sound of a caged soul. Mikhail felt it leap within him, not savagery, but mercy. He leaned his head down, sank his fangs into the throat, and bit deep. The Berserker didn't move. And then Mikhail braced his paws against the Berserker's body and ripped upward. He didn't know his own strength. The throat tore open like a Christmas package, and its bright gift spilled out. The Berserker shuddered and clawed the air, perhaps fighting not death, but life. Mikhail stumbled back, flesh between his teeth, and his eyes glazed with shock. He had seen the others tear the throats of prey, but never until this moment had he understood its sensation of supreme power. Renati lifted her head to the sky and sang. Alexa added her higher, younger voice in harmony, and the music soared over the snow. Mikhail thought he knew what the song was about. An enemy had been killed, the pack was victorious, and a new wolf had been born. He spat the Berserker's flesh from his mouth, but the taste of blood had ignited his senses. Everything was so much clearer. All colors, all sounds, all aromas were heightened to an intensity that both thrilled and scared him. He realized that up until the moment of his change, he had been living only a shadow life. Now he felt real, gorged with strength, and this form of black hair and muscle must be his true body, not that weak, pale husk of a human boy. Dazed with a blood fever, Mikhail danced and capered as the two wolves sang their arias. And then he, too, lifted his head and opened his jaws. What came out was more of a croak than music, but he had time to learn to sing, all the time in the world. And then the song faded. Its last notes echoed away, and Renati began to change back to human form. It took her perhaps 45 seconds to alter from a sleek wolf to a naked woman with sagging breasts, and then she knelt down beside Franco. Alexa changed as well, and Mikhail watched her, fascinated. Her limbs lengthened, the blonde fur reformed into the long blonde hair on her head, and the golden down between her legs and on her forearms and thighs. And then she stood up, naked and glorious, her nipples hardened by the cold. She went to Franco's side, too, and Mikhail stood on all fours, aware that something had grown hard at his groin. Renati inspected Franco's mangled leg and scowled. "Not good, is it?" Franco asked her, his voice groggy, and Renati said, "Quiet." She shivered, her bare flesh covered with goosebumps. They were going to have to get Franco inside before all of them froze. She looked at Mikhail, the wolf. "Change back," she told him. "Now we need hands more than teeth." Change back? He thought. Now that he was here, he had to go back there? "Help me lift him," Renati said to Alexa, and they struggled to get Franco up. "Come on, help us," she told Mikhail. He didn't want to change. He dreaded going back to that weak, hairless body. But he knew it had to be, and even as the knowledge sank into him, he felt the change taking him in the other direction, away from the wolf toward the boy again. The change, he realized, always began first in the mind. He saw his skin smooth and white, his hands ending in fingers instead of claws, his body supported upright on long stalks. And so it began to happen, just as the images were held in his mind, and his black hair, claws, and fangs left him. There was a moment of searing pain that drove him to his knees. His broken rib was returning to the rib of a boy, but it remained broken. And for an instant the jagged edges ground against each other. Mikhail grasped his white side with human fingers, and when the pain had cleared, he stood up. His legs were shaky, threatening collapse. His jawbones clicked back into their sockets. The last of the dark hair itched fiercely as it retreated into the pores. And Mikhail stood in a mist of steam. He heard Alexa laugh. He looked down and saw that neither pain nor cold had unstiffened him. He covered himself, his face reddening. Renati said, "No time for that. Help us." She and Alexa were trying to cradle Franco between them, and Mikhail stumbled forward to add his dwindling strength. They carried Franco to the White Palace, and on the way Mikhail retrieved his robe and hurriedly put it around himself. Renati and Alexa's robes lay on the snow just outside the palace wall. They let them lie until they'd gotten Franco down the stairs, a treacherous trip, and had put him down near the fire. Then Renati went up to get the cloaks, and while she was gone, Franco opened his bloodshot eyes and gripped the front of Mikhail's robe. He drew the boy's face close. "Thank you," Franco said. His hand slipped away, and he'd passed out again, which was fortunate, because his leg had been all but severed. Mikhail sensed a movement behind him. He smelled her, fresh as morning. He looked back over his shoulder and found his face almost pressed into the golden hair between Alexa's thighs. She stared down at him, her eyes glinting in the ruddy light. "Do you like what you see?" she asked him quietly. Again his groin brittled. "I don't know." She nodded and gave him a hint of a smile. "You'll know soon enough. When you do, I'll be waiting." "Oh, get out of the boy's face, Alexa." Renati came into the chamber. "He's still a child." She threw Alexa her robe. "No," Alexa answered, still staring down at him. "No, he's not." She slid her cloak on, a sensuous movement, but she didn't draw its folds together. Mikhail looked at her eyes, and then, his face flaming, looked to the other place again. "In my youth, you'd be burned at the stake for what you're thinking," Renati told the girl. Then she pushed Mikhail aside and bent over Franco again, pressing a handful of snow against his shattered leg bones. Alexa drew her cloak shut with nimble fingers, and then she touched the 2 bloody furrows on Mikhail's back. She regarded the smear of red on her fingertips before she licked it off. Almost 4 hours later, Victor and Nikita came home. They had intended to tell the others how their search had failed, because the Berserker had marked every one of the caves with his spoor, and Victor and Nikita had been caught by the winds on a narrow ledge overnight. They had intended to tell them this until they saw the huge red wolf lying dead in the snow, and the crimson carnage all around. Victor listened intently as Renati told him how she and Alexa had heard the Berserker howl and had gone out to find Mikhail, locked in combat. Victor said nothing, but his eyes shone with pride, and from that day on he no longer looked at Mikhail and saw a helpless boy. In the firelight, Franco offered his right leg to the sharp edge of a piece of flint. The bones were already broken, so it was only a matter of cutting through torn muscle and a few tatters of flesh. His body oozing sweat, Franco gripped Renati's hands and clenched a stick between his teeth as Victor did the work. Mikhail helped hold Franco down. The leg came off and lay on the stones. The pack sat around it, deliberating, as the smell of blood perfumed the chamber. The wind had begun to scream outside again. Another blizzard was sweeping across Russia, the land of winter. Victor drew his knees up to his chin, and he said softly, "What is the lycanthrope in the eye of God?" No one answered. No one could. After a while, Mikhail got up, and pressing his hand against his wounded side, went up the stairs. He stood in a large chamber, and let the wind flail him as it shrieked through the broken windows. Snow whitened his hair and gathered on his shoulders, making him appear aged in a matter of seconds. He looked up at the ceiling, where faded angels dwelled, and wiped blood from his lips. 7. The Brimstone Club. 1. Germany was Satan's country. Of that Michael Gallatin was certain. As he and Mouse rode in their hay wagon, their clothes filthy and their skin even more so, their faces obscured by over 2 weeks' beard growth, Michael watched prisoners of war chopping down trees on either side of the roadway. Most of the men were emaciated, and they looked like old men, but war had a way of making teenagers look ancient. They wore baggy gray fatigues, and swung their axes like tired machines. Standing guard over them was a truckload of Nazi soldiers, armed to the teeth with submachine guns and rifles. The soldiers were smoking and talking as the prisoners labored, and off in the far distance something was on fire, a pall of black smoke hanging against the gray eastern horizon. Bomb strike, Michael figured. The Allies were increasing their bombing raids as the invasion drew closer. "Halt!" A soldier stepped into the road in front of them, and the wagon driver, a wiry German member of the resistance named Gunther, pulled in the horse's reins. "Get these loafers out," the soldier shouted. He was a young lieutenant, over-eager, with red cheeks as fat as dumplings. "We've got work for them here." "They're volunteers," Gunther explained, with an air of dignity, though he wore the faded clothes of a farmer. "I'm taking them to Berlin for assignment." "I'm assigning them to road work," the lieutenant countered. "Come on, get them out, now." "Oh, shit," Mouse whispered under his scraggly, dirty brown beard. Michael reclined in the hay beside him, and next to Michael were Dietz and Friedrich, 2 other German resistance fighters who'd been escorting them since they'd reached the village of Sulingen 4 days before. Beneath the hay were hidden 3 submachine guns, 2 Lugers, a half-dozen potato-masher hand grenades, and a Panzerfaust tank-killing weapon with an explosive projectile. Gunther started to protest, but the lieutenant stalked around to the back of the wagon and shouted, "Out! All of you, out! Come on, move your lazy asses!" Friedrich and Dietz, realizing it was better to comply than argue with a young Hitler, got out of the wagon. Michael followed them, and last out was Mouse. The lieutenant said to Gunther, "Now, you two, get that shit wagon off the road and follow me." Gunther swatted the horse's flanks with the reins and steered the wagon under a stand of pine trees. The lieutenant herded Michael, Mouse, Gunther, and the other 2 men over to the truck, where they were given axes. Michael glanced around, counting 13 German soldiers in addition to the young lieutenant. There were more than 30 prisoners of war, hacking the pines down. "All right," the lieutenant barked, a clean-shaven schnauzer. "You 2 over there." He motioned Michael and Mouse to the right. "The rest of you that way," to the left for Gunther, Dietz, and Friedrich. Excuse me, sir," Mouse said timidly. Just what are we supposed to be doing?" "Clearing trees, of course." The lieutenant narrowed his eyes and looked at the 5'2" brown-bearded and dirty Mouse. "Are you blind as well as stupid?" "No, sir. I only wondered why—" "You just obey orders. Go on and get to work." "Yes, sir." Mouse, clasping his axe, trudged past the officer, and Michael followed him. The others went to the opposite side of the road. "Hey!" the lieutenant shouted. "Runt!" Mouse paused, inwardly quailing. "The only way the German army can use you is to put you into an artillery cannon and shoot you out." Some of the other soldiers laughed, as if they considered this a fine joke. "Yes, sir," Mouse answered, and went on into the thinned woods. Michael chose a place between two prisoners, then started swinging the axe. The prisoners didn't pause in their work or otherwise acknowledge him. Wood chips flew in the chilly morning air, and the smell of pine sap mingled with the odors of sweat and effort. Michael noted that many of the prisoners wore yellow stars of David pinned to their fatigues. All the prisoners were male, all of them dirty, and all wore the same gaunt, glassy-eyed expression. They had disappeared, at least for the moment, into their memories, and the axes swung with a mechanical rhythm. Michael felled a thin tree and stepped back to wipe his face with his forearm. "No slacking there," another soldier said, standing behind him. "I'm not a prisoner," Michael told him. "I'm a citizen of the Reich. I expect to be treated with respect, boy," he added, since the soldier was at the most 19 years old. The soldier glowered at him. There was a moment of silence, broken only by the thud of the axes, and then the soldier grunted and moved on along the line of workmen, his arms cradling a Schmeisser submachine gun. Michael returned to work, the axe blade a blur of silver. Beneath his beard his teeth were gritted. It was the 22nd of April, 18 days since he and Mouse had left Paris and started along the route Camille and the French resistance had set up for them. During those 18 days they had traveled by wagon, ox cart, freight train, on foot, and by rowboat across Hitler's domain. They had slept in cellars, attics, caves, the forest, and hiding places in walls, and they had lived on a diet of whatever their helpers could spare. In some cases they would have starved had Michael not found a way to slip off, remove his clothes, and hunt for small game. Still, both Michael and Mouse had each lost almost 10 pounds, and they were hollow-eyed and hungry-looking. But then again, so were most of the civilians Michael had seen. The rations were going to the soldiers stationed in Norway, Holland, France, Poland, Greece, Italy, and of course fighting for their lives in Russia. And the people of Germany were dying a little more every day. Hitler might be proud of his iron will, but it was his iron heart that was destroying his country. And what about the iron fist? Michael wondered, as his axe blade hurled chips into the air. He'd mentioned that phrase to several of the agents between Paris and Sulingen, but none of them had the faintest idea what it might mean. They agreed, though, that as a code name it fit Hitler's style, as well as his will and heart. His brain must have some iron in it. Whatever Iron Fist was, Michael had to find out. With June approaching and the invasion imminent, it would be suicide for the Allies to storm the beaches without fully knowing what they'd face. He hacked another tree down. Berlin lay a little less than 30 miles to the east. They'd come this far, across a land cratered and ablaze at night with bomb blasts, evading SS patrols, armored cars, and suspicious villagers, to be nabbed by a green lieutenant interested in chopping down pines. Echo was supposed to contact Michael in Berlin, again arranged by Camille, and at this point any delay was critical. Less than 30 miles, and the axes kept swinging. Mouse cut through his first tree and watched as it toppled. On either side of him, prisoners worked steadily. The air was full of stinging bits of wood. Mouse rested on his axe, his shoulders already tightening. Off in the deep forest, a woodpecker stuttered mocking the Axes. "Go on, get to work." A soldier with a rifle came up beside Mouse. "I'm resting for a minute. The soldier kicked him in the calf of his right leg, not hard enough to knock him off his feet, but with enough force to break a bruise. Mouse winced and saw his friend, the man he knew only as Green Eyes, stop working and watch them. "I said get to work," the soldier commanded, not seeming to care that Mouse was a German or not. All right, all right." Mouse picked up his axe again and limped a little deeper into the woods. The soldier was right behind him, looking for another excuse to kick the little man. Pine needles scraped Mouse's face, and he pushed the branches aside to get in at the trunk. And that was when he saw 2 dark gray mummified feet hanging in front of his face. He looked up, stunned. His heart gave a lurch. Hanging from a branch was a dead man, gray as Jonah's beard, the rope noosed around his broken neck and his mouth gaping. His wrists were tied behind him, and he wore clothes that had faded to the color of April mud. What age the man had been when he died was hard to tell, though he had curly reddish hair, the hair of a young man. His eyes were gone, taken by the crows, and pieces of his cheeks had been torn away too. He was a skinny, dried-up husk, and around his neck was a wire that held a placard with the faded words, "I deserted my unit." Below that, someone had scrawled with a black pen, "and went home to the devil." Mouse heard someone making a choking sound. It was his own throat, he realized. He felt the squeeze of the noose around it. "Well, don't stand there gawking. Get him down." Mouse glanced back at the soldier. "Me? No, please. I can't." "Go on, Runt. Make yourself useful." "Please, I'll be sick." The soldier tensed, eager for another kick. "I said to get him down. I won't tell you again, you little—" He was shoved aside, and he staggered over a pine stump and went down on his butt. Michael reached up, grasped the corpse's ankles, and gave a strong yank. Most of the rotten rope parted, fortunately before the corpse's head came off. Michael yanked again, and the rope broke. The corpse fell and lay like a piece of shiny leather at Mouse's feet. "Damn you!" The soldier leaped up, red-faced, thumbed the safety off on his carabiner, and thrust the barrel into Michael's chest. His finger lodged on the trigger. Michael didn't move. He stared into the other man's eyes, saw the indignant child in them, and he said, "Save your bullet for the Russians," in his best Bavarian accent, since his new papers identified him as a Bavarian pig farmer. The soldier blinked, but his finger remained on the trigger. "Mannerheim!" the lieutenant bawled, striding forward. "Put down that gun, you damned fool! They're Germans, not Slavs." The soldier obeyed at once. He thumbed the safety off again, but he still stared sullenly at Michael. The lieutenant stepped between them. "Go on, watch them over there," he told Mannerheim, motioning toward another group of prisoners. Mannerheim trudged away, and the dumpling-cheeked officer turned his attention to Michael. "You don't touch my men. Understand? I could have let him shoot you, and I'd be within my rights." "We're both on the same side," Michael reminded him, his gaze steady. "Aren't we?" The lieutenant paused. Too long. Had he heard something false in the accent? Michael wondered. His blood felt icy. "Let me see your travel permit," the lieutenant said. Michael reached into his mud-streaked brown coat and gave the man his papers. The lieutenant unfolded them and studied the typewritten words. There was an official seal on the lower right-hand corner, just beneath the permit administrator's signature. "Pig farmer," the German muttered quietly and shook his head. "My God, has it come to this?" "I can fight," Michael said. "I'm sure. You may have to, if the Russian front breaks open." Dirty bastards won't stop until they get to Berlin. What service are you volunteering for? Butchering, Michael replied. I imagine you've had some experience at that, haven't you? The lieutenant looked distastefully at Michael's dirty clothes. Ever fire a rifle? No, sir. And why haven't you volunteered before now? I was raising my pigs. A movement caught Michael's eye. Over the lieutenant's shoulder he saw a soldier walking toward Gunter's hay wagon, where the weapons were hidden. He heard Mouse cough, and knew Mouse had seen too. Hell, the lieutenant said, you're almost as old as my father. Michael watched the soldier approach the hay wagon. The skin crawled at the nape of his neck. And then the soldier hoisted himself up into the back of the wagon and lay down in the hay to sleep. Several others cat-called and hooted at him, but he laughed and took his helmet off, cradling his head with his hands. Michael saw 3 soldiers sitting in the rear of the truck, and the others were spread out amid the prisoners. He glanced at Gunter across the road. Gunter had stopped chopping a tree and was staring at the soldier who lay unwittingly atop an arsenal. You look fit enough. I don't think the butchering service would mind if you cleared trees with my detail for a few days. The lieutenant folded Michael's papers and gave them back to him. We're going to widen this road for the tanks. So you see, you'll be doing your service for the Reich, and you don't even have to get your hands bloody. A few days, Michael thought grimly. No, that wouldn't do at all. Both of you, get back to work, the lieutenant ordered. When the job's finished, we'll send you on your way. Michael saw the soldier in the hay wagon shift his position, trying to get comfortable. The man smoothed the hay down, and if he felt any of the weapons underneath it... There was no time to wait and see if the soldier discovered the guns or not. The lieutenant was striding back to the truck, confident in his powers of persuasion. Michael grasped Mouse's elbow and pulled him along toward the road. Keep your mouth shut, Michael warned him. Hey, you, one of the other soldiers called. Who told you to quit? We're thirsty, Michael explained as the lieutenant listened. We've got a canteen in our wagon. Surely we can have a drink of water before we continue. The lieutenant waved them on and swung himself up into the truck bed to rest his legs. Michael and Mouse walked on across the road as the prisoners kept on chopping, and pine trees cracked as they fell. Gunter glanced at Michael, his eyes large and frightened, and Michael saw the soldier in the wagon winnow his hand into the hay for whatever was disturbing his recumbent posture. Mouse whispered urgently, He's found the... Aha! The soldier cried out as his fingers found the object and pulled it free. Look what these dogs are hiding from us, Lieutenant Seller. He held it up, showing the half-full bottle of schnapps he'd discovered. Trust farmers to bury their secrets, Seller said. He stood up. The other soldiers looked on anxiously. Are more bottles in there? Wait, I'll see. The soldier began burrowing through the hay. Michael had reached the wagon, leaving Mouse about 6 paces behind. He dropped the axe, reached deeply into the hay, and his hands closed on an object that he knew was there. He said, Here's something for your thirst, as he drew out the submachine gun and clicked off the safety. The soldier gaped at him, the young man's eyes blue as a Nordic fjord. Michael shot him without hesitation, the bullets stitching across the soldier's chest and making the body dance like a marionette. As soon as the initial burst was released, Michael whirled around, took aim at the soldiers in the back of the truck, and opened fire. The axes ceased chopping. For an instant both the prisoners and German soldiers stood as motionless as painted statues. And then pandemonium broke loose. The 3 soldiers in the truck went down, their bodies punctured. Lieutenant Seller threw himself to the floorboards, bullets whining all around him, and reached for his holstered pistol. A soldier standing near Gunter leveled his rifle to fire at Michael, and Gunter sank his axe between the man's shoulder blades. The other two resistance fighters lifted their axes to strike two more soldiers. Dietz's axe all but took a man's head off, but Friedrich was shot at point-blank range through the heart before he could deliver the blow. "Get down!" Michael shouted at Maus, who stood dazed in the line of fire. His bulging blue eyes stared at the dead German in the hay. Maus didn't move. Michael stepped forward and punched him in the stomach with the submachine gun's butt, the only thing he could think to do, and Maus doubled over and fell to his knees. A pistol bullet knocked a shard of wood out of the wagon beside Michael, its path grazing the horse's flank and making the animal shriek and rear up. Michael knelt down and fired a long burst at the truck, popping its tires and shattering both rear and front windshields. But Zeller hugged the truck bed's floorboards. Gunther chopped down with his axe again, cleaving the arm of a soldier who'd been about to blast him with a Schmeisser. As the soldier fell, writhing in agony, Gunther picked up the weapon and sprayed bullets at two other soldiers who were running for cover in the trees. Both of them staggered and fell. A pistol bullet whined past Michael's head, but Zeller was firing without aiming. Michael reached over the edge of the wagon, his hand searching in the hay. Another bullet knocked a storm of wood splinters into his face, one of them driving into the flesh less than an inch beside his left eye. But Michael had what he was after. He pulled it out, ducked down, and wrenched the pin loose on the potato masher hand grenade. Zeller shouted to anyone who could still hear him, "Kill the man at the wagon! Kill the son of a—" Michael threw the grenade. It hit the ground short of the truck, bounced, and rolled up underneath it. Then he flung himself over Maus's body and covered his own head with his arms. The grenade exploded with a hollow whoomp, and the blast lifted the truck up off its flattened tires. Orange and purple flames roared, their violence hurling the truck to one side on a pillar of fire. It crashed over, the rending of metal followed by a second blast as the gasoline and oil ignited. A column of black smoke with a red center rose into the sky. Zeller didn't fire again. A rain of burning cloth and scorched metal fell, and the wagon horse jerked its reins free from the branch Gunther had tied them to, then fled madly down the road. Gunther and Dietz, who'd scooped up a dead man's rifle, were kneeling amid the pine stumps, shooting at the four soldiers who'd escaped the first blaze of bullets. One of the men panicked, got up from the ground and ran, and Dietz shot him in the head before he'd taken 3 strides. And then 2 prisoners rushed forward, into the midst of the remaining soldiers, and their axes began a merry work. Both men were shot before they could finish, but 3 more prisoners took their places. The axes rose and fell, the blades smeared with scarlet. A final shot rang out, fired into the air from a falling hand. There was a last shriek, and the axes stopped. Michael stood up, retrieving the submachine gun he'd thrown aside. It was still warm, like a comforting oven. Gunther and Dietz got up from their shelter and quickly began to inspect the bodies. Gunshots flared as they dispatched the wounded. Michael reached down and pulled at Maus's shoulder. "Are you all right?" Maus sat up, his eyes watering and still stunned. "You hit me," he gasped. "Why'd you hit me?" "Better a tap than a bullet. Can you stand?" "I don't know." "You can," Michael said, and hauled him to his feet. Maus still held his axe, his knuckles bleached white around the handle. "We'd better get out of here before any more Germans come along," Michael told him. He looked around, expecting to see the prisoners disappearing into the woods, but most of them simply sat on the ground, as if awaiting the next truckload of Nazis. Michael crossed the road with Maus a few paces behind, and he approached a thin, dark-bearded man who'd been among the chopping party. "What's wrong?" Michael asked. "You're free now. You can go if you like." The man, his face stretched like brown leather over the jutting bones, smiled faintly. "Free?" he whispered in a thick Ukrainian accent. "Free? No." He shook his head. "I don't think so." "There are the woods. Why don't you go?" "Go?" Another man, even thinner than the first, stood up. He had a long-jawed face and was shaven almost bald. His accent was of northern Russia. "Go where?" "I don't know. Just away from here." "Why?" the dark-bearded man inquired. He lifted his thick brows. "The Nazis are everywhere. This is their country. Where are we to go that the Nazis wouldn't hunt us down again?" Michael couldn't fathom this. It was utterly against his nature that anyone whose chains had been broken wouldn't try to keep them from being forged again. These men had been prisoners for a very long time, he realized. They had forgotten the meaning of freedom. "Don't you think there's any chance you might be able to—" "No," the bald prisoner interrupted, his eyes black and remote. "No chance at all." As Michael talked to the men, Mouse leaned against a pine tree near by. He felt sick, and he thought he might faint from the smell of blood. He wasn't a fighter. "God help me get home," he prayed. "Just help me to get home." One of the dead Germans suddenly sat up, about 8 feet from where Mouse stood. The man had been shot through the side, his face ashen. Mouse saw who it was. Mannerheim. And he also saw Mannerheim reach for a pistol lying beside him, pick it up, and point it at Green Eye's back. Mouse started to scream, but his voice croaked, unable to summon enough power. Mannerheim's finger was on the trigger. His gun hand wavered. He steadied it with his other hand, which was covered with crimson. Mannerheim was a German. Green Eyes was whoever he was. Germany was Mouse's country. "I deserted my unit. Runt. And went home to the devil." All these things whirled through Mouse's mind in an instant. Mannerheim's finger began to squeeze the trigger. Green Eyes was still talking. Why wouldn't he turn? Why wouldn't he? Time had run out. Mouse heard himself shout, the cry of an animal, and he strode forward and smashed the axe blade down into Mannerheim's brown-haired skull. The gun hand jerked, and the pistol went off. Michael heard the whine of a wasp past his head. Up in the trees a branch cracked and fell to earth. He turned and saw Mouse holding the handle of his axe, the blade buried in Mannerheim's head. The man's body slumped forward, and Mouse released the axe as if he'd been scalded. Then Mouse fell to his knees in the dirt. He stayed there, his mouth half open, and a little thread of saliva hanging over his chin, until Michael helped him to his feet. "My God!" Mouse whispered. He blinked, his eyes bloodshot. "I killed a man." Tears welled up and ran down his cheeks. "You can still get away," Michael told the dark-bearded prisoner, as Mouse's weight leaned against him. "I don't feel like running today," was the answer. The man gazed up at the pewter sky. "Maybe tomorrow. You go on. We'll tell them." He paused. It came to him. "We'll tell them the Allies have landed," he said, and smiled dreamily. Michael, Mouse, Gunter, and Dietz left the prisoners behind. They continued along the road, keeping to the woods, and found the hay wagon about a half-mile ahead. The horse was calmly chomping grass in a dewy field. They got away as quickly as they could. Black smoke like banners of destruction now hazing the western horizon as well as the eastern. Mouse sat, staring into space, his mouth working but making no sounds, and Michael looked ahead, trying to shake the image of the young soldier's face just before he had slaughtered him. The bottle of schnapps, unbroken in the gunfire, had been sipped from by all, and deposited under the hay. In these times, liquor was a priceless commodity. They went on, and every turn of the wheels took them closer to Berlin. 2. Michael had seen Paris in sunshine. He saw Berlin in gray gloom. It was a huge, sprawling city. It smelled musty and earthy, like a cellar long sealed from light. It looked ancient as well, its stocky buildings the same shade of grey. Michael thought of tombstones in a damp graveyard where deadly mushrooms thrived. They crossed the Havel River in the Spandau district, and on the other side were immediately forced off the road by a column of Kubelwagens and troop trucks heading west. A chill wind blew off the Havel, making faded Nazi flags snap from their lamp posts. The pavement was cracked with tank treads. Across the cityscape, spouts of dark smoke rose from chimneys, and the wind curled them into question marks. The stone walls of row houses were adorned with battered posters and proclamations, such as "Remember the heroes of Stalingrad," "Onward to Moscow," "Germany victorious today, Germany victorious tomorrow." Epitaphs on gravestones, Michael thought. Berlin was a cemetery, full of ghosts. Of course there were people on the streets, and in cars and flower shops and cinemas and tailor shops, but there was no vitality. Berlin was not a city of smiles, and Michael noticed that people kept glancing over their shoulders, fearful of what was approaching from the east. Gunther took them through the elegant streets of the Charlottenburg district, where dwellings styled like gingerbread castles housed equally fanciful dukes and barons, toward the war-worn inner city. Row houses crowded together, grim-looking structures with blackout curtains. These were streets where dukes and barons held no power. Michael noticed something strange. There were only elderly people and children about. No young men, except for the soldiers who swept past in trucks and on motorcycles, and those men had young faces but old eyes. Berlin was in mourning, because its youth was dead. "We have to take my friend home," Michael said to Gunther. "I promised him." "I was ordered to take you to a safe house. That's where I'm going." "Please," Maus spoke up. His voice quavered. "Please, my house isn't far from here. It's in the Tempelhof district, near the airport. I'll show you the way." "I'm sorry," Gunther said. "My orders were—" Michael clamped a hand around the back of his neck. Gunther had been a good companion, but Michael didn't care to argue. "I'm changing your orders. We can go to the safe house after we get my friend home. Either do it, or give me the reins." "You don't know what a risk you're taking," Dietz snapped. "And us, too. We just lost a friend because of you." "Then get off and walk," Michael told him. "Go on, get off." Dietz hesitated. He, too, was a stranger in Berlin. Gunther quietly said, "Shit," and popped the reins. "All right. Where in Tempelhof?" Maus eagerly gave him the address, and Michael released Gunther's neck. Not too much farther, they began to see bombed buildings. The heavy B-17 and B-24 American bombers had delivered their freight, and rubble choked the streets. Some of the buildings were unrecognizable, heaps of stones and timbers. Others had split open and collapsed from the force of the bombs. A haze of smoke lay close to the street. Here the gloom was even thicker, and in the twilight the red centers of smoldering heaps of rubble glowed like Hades. They passed an area where civilians, their clothes and faces grimy, were searching through a building's wreckage. Tongues of flame licked along fallen timbers, and an elderly woman sobbed as an old man tried to comfort her. Bodies under sheets were laid out with precise German geometry along the fissured sidewalk. "Killers!" the elderly woman shouted, and whether she was looking at the sky or toward Hitler's chancellery at the heart of Berlin, Michael couldn't tell. "God curse you, you killers!" she shrieked, and then she sobbed again with her hands over her face, unable to bear the sight of ruin. Ahead of the wagon stretched the landscape of destruction. On both sides of the street, buildings had exploded, burned, and collapsed. Smoke hung in layers, too heavy for even the wind to tatter. Factory chimneys jutted up, but the factory had been crushed like a caterpillar under a steel-soled boot. The rubble was so high that it clogged the street, forcing Gunther to find another route south into the Tempelhof. Off to the west, a large fire raged, spitting up whirling red flames. Bombs must have fallen last night, Michael thought. Mouse was sitting slumped over, his eyes glassy. Michael started to touch the little man's shoulder, but then he drew his hand back. Nothing could be said. Gunther found Mouse's street, and in another moment stopped the wagon at the address Mouse had given him. The row house had been made of red stones. There was no fire, the ashes were cool, and they spun in the wind past Mouse's face as he got out of the wagon and stood on what remained of the front steps. "This isn't it," Mouse said to Gunther. His face was slick with cold sweat. "This is the wrong address." Gunther didn't answer. Mouse stared at what used to be his home. 2 walls had collapsed in most of the floors. The central staircase, badly scorched, ran up into the building like a warped spine. A sign, near the jagged burnt hole where the front door had been, warned danger, entrance forbidden. It was stamped with the seal of the Nazi Party's inspector of housing. Mouse had a terrible desire to laugh. "My God," he thought, "I've come all this way, and they won't let me into my own house." He saw the broken shards of a blue vase in the wreckage, and he remembered that they'd once held roses. Tears burned his eyes. "Louisa!" he shouted, and the sound of that awful cry made Michael's soul shrivel. "Louisa! Answer me!" A window opened in the fire-scorched building across the street, and an old man peered out. "Hey!" he called. "Who are you looking for?" "Louisa Mausenfeld. Do you know where she and the children are?" "They took all the bodies away," the old man said with a shrug. Mouse had never seen him before. A young couple used to live in that apartment. "It was a terrible fire. See how it burned these bricks?" He patted one for emphasis. "Louisa, the 2 little girls." Mouse wavered. The world, brutal hell, was spinning around him. "The husband died, too, in France," the old man continued. "That's what I heard, at least. Are you a relative?" Mouse didn't answer. But he did speak, a cry of anguish that echoed between the remaining walls. And then, before Michael could leap out of the wagon and stop him, Mouse started running up the spindly staircase, the burned risers cracking under his weight. At once Michael was going after him, into a realm of ashes and darkness, and he heard the old man shout, "You can't go in there!" before the window slid shut. Mouse kept climbing the steps. His left foot smashed through a flimsy stair. He pulled it loose and kept going, gripping the blackened railing and pulling himself along. "Stop!" Michael called, but Mouse didn't. The staircase shook, a section of the railing suddenly breaking and tumbling down into a pit of debris. Mouse balanced on the edge for an instant, then grasped the railing on the other side and continued up. He reached a floor about 50 feet above the ground, and stumbled over a pile of burned timbers, the weakened floorboards shrieking under him. "Louisa!" Mouse shouted. "It's me! I've come home, Louisa!" He went on into a warren of rooms that had been sliced open by the destruction, revealing the possessions of a dead family: a soot-coated oven, shattered crockery, and an occasional dish or cup that had miraculously survived the concussions. What had once been a pine-plank table now burned down to its legs. The frame of a chair, springs rusting like coiled guts. The remnants of wallpaper on the walls as yellow as patches of leprosy, and against them the lighter squares where pictures used to hang. Mouse went through the small rooms, calling for Louisa, Carla, and Lucilla. Michael couldn't stop him, and there was no use in trying. He simply followed Mouse from room to room, close enough to grab him if the little man fell through the floor. Mouse entered what had been the parlor. There were holes in the floorboards where burning debris from above had settled and gone through. The couch where Louisa and the girls liked to sit was a burned tangle of springs, and the piano, their wedding gift from Louisa's grandparents, was a horror of keys and wires. But there was the fireplace of white bricks that had warmed Mouse and his family on so many frigid nights, and there was a bookcase, though few books remained. Even his favorite rocking chair had survived, though badly scorched. It was still there, just as he'd left it. And then Mouse looked at the wall next to the fireplace, and Michael heard him gasp. Mouse didn't move for a moment. Then, slowly, he crossed the creaking floor and went to the framed cross of iron, his son's medal. The frame's glass was cracked. Other than that, the cross of iron was unmarred. Mouse lifted the frame off the wall, his touch reverent, and read the inscription of his son's name and date of death. His body shook. His eyes glinted with madness. 2 bright spots of crimson rose in his pale cheeks above the dirty beard. Mouse hurled the framed cross of iron against the wall, and fragments of glass exploded across the room. The metal made a tinkling sound as it fell to the floor. At once he rushed forward, scooped the metal off the floor, and turned, his face swollen with rage, to throw it through a broken window. Michael's hand clamped on Mouse's fist and sealed it tight. "No," he said firmly. "Don't throw it away." Mouse stared at him incredulously. He blinked slowly, his brain gears slipping on the grease of despair. He made a moaning sound, like the wind through the ruins of his home. And then Mouse lifted his other hand, balled it into a fist, and struck Michael as hard as he could across the jaw. Michael's head snapped back, but he didn't release Mouse, nor did he try to defend himself. Mouse hit him again, and a third time. Michael just stared at him, green eyes aflame, and a drop of blood oozing from a cut on his lower lip. Mouse pulled his fist back to strike him a fourth time, and the little man saw Michael's jaw tense, preparing for the blow. All the strength suddenly drained out of Mouse's shoulder. His muscles went limp, and his hand opened. He slapped the face of Green Eyes, a weak slap. And then his arm fell to his side, his eyes stinging with tears, and his knees sagged. He started to fall, but Michael held him up. "I want to die," Mouse whispered. "I want to die. I want to die. Oh, God, please let me." "Stand up," Michael told him. "Come on, stand up." Mouse's legs had no bones. He wanted to fall to this floor and lie there until Thor's hammer destroyed the earth. He smelled gun smoke on the other man's clothes, and that bitter aroma brought back every horrifying second of the battle in the pine forest. Mouse wrenched away from Michael and staggered back. "You stay away from me!" he shouted. "Damn you to hell, stay away!" Michael said nothing. The storm was coming, and it would have to whirl its course. "You're a killer!" Mouse shrieked. "A beast! I saw your face there in the woods. I saw it as you killed those men. Germans. My people. You shot that boy to pieces, and you never even flinched." "There wasn't time for flinching," Michael said. "You enjoyed it," Mouse raged on. "You liked the killing, didn't you?" "No, I didn't." "Oh, God! Jesus! You've made me into a killer, too." Mouse's face contorted. He felt as if he were being wrenched apart by inner tides. That young man. I murdered him. I killed him. Killed a German. Oh, my God!" He looked around the decimated room, and he thought he could hear the screams of his wife and 2 daughters as the bombs blew them to heaven. Where had he been, he wondered, when the Allied bombers had dropped death onto his loved ones? He didn't even have a picture of them. All his papers, his wallet, and photographs had been taken from him in Paris. This was the cruelty that drove him to his knees. He scrabbled onto a pile of burned rubble and began to search desperately for a picture of Louisa and the children. Michael wiped the blood from his lower lip with the back of his hand. Mouse flung bits of wreckage to either side, but he kept the iron cross in his fist. "What are you going to do?" Michael asked. "You did this. You, the Allies, their bombers, their hatred of Germany. Hitler was right. The world fears and hates Germany. I thought he was mad, but he was right." Mouse dug deeper into the debris. There were no pictures, only ashes. He scrambled to burned books and searched for the photographs that used to be on the shelves. "I'll turn you in. That's what I'll do. I'll turn you in, and then I'll go to church and beg forgiveness. My God! I murdered a German. I murdered a German with my own hands." He sobbed, and tears ran down his face. "Where are the pictures? Where are the pictures?" Michael knelt down a few feet away from him. "You can't stay here." "This is my home," Mouse shouted, with a force that made the empty window frames shake. His eyes were bloodshot and sunken into his head. "This is where I live," he said. But this time it was a whisper from his raw throat. "No one lives here." Michael stood up. "Gunther's waiting. It's time to go." "Go? Go where?" He was echoing the Russian prisoner, who'd seen no purpose in flight. "You're a British spy, and I'm a citizen of Germany. My God! Why I let you talk me into this? My soul's burning. Oh, Christ, forgive me." "Hitler brought down the bombs that killed your family," Michael said. "You think no one grieved over the dead when Nazi planes bombed London? You think your wife and children were the only bodies ever taken out of a blasted building? If you do, you're a fool." He spoke calmly and quietly, but his green gaze pierced Mouse. "Warsaw, Narvik, Rotterdam, Sedan, Dunkirk, Crete, Leningrad, Stalingrad. Hitler strewed corpses as far north, south, east, and west as he could reach. Hundreds of thousands to grieve over, and you cry in the wreckage of a single room." He shook his head, feeling a mixture of pity and disgust. "Your country is dying. Hitler's killing it. But before he finishes the job, he's going to destroy as many as he can. Your son, wife, and daughters. What are they to Hitler? Did they matter? I don't think so." "You shut your mouth." Tears glittered, false diamonds, in Mouse's beard. "I'm sorry the bombs fell here," Michael continued. "I'm sorry they fell in London. But when the Nazis took power and Hitler started this war, the bombs had to fall somewhere." Mouse didn't reply. He couldn't find any photographs in the debris, and he sat on the burned floor, rocking himself. "Do you have relatives here?" Michael asked. Mouse hesitated. Then he shook his head. "Anywhere you can go?" Another shake of the head. Mouse sniffled and wiped his oozing nose. "I have to finish my mission. You can go to the safe house with me if you like. From there, Gunther might be able to get you out of the country." "This is my home," Mouse said. "Is it?" Michael let the question hang. There was no answer. "If you want to live in a cemetery, that's up to you. If you want to stand up and go with me, come on. I'm leaving." Michael turned his back on Mouse, went through the flame-scarred rooms to the stairway, and descended to the street. Gunther and Dietz were drinking from the bottle of schnapps. The wind had grown bitter. Michael waited, near the row house's scorched entrance. He would give Mouse 2 minutes, he decided. If the man didn't come out, then Michael would decide what to do next. It was an unhappy situation. Mouse knew too much. A minute passed. Michael watched 2 children digging through a pile of blackened bricks. They discovered a pair of boots, and one of the children chased the other from them. Then Michael heard the staircase creak, and he felt his muscles relax. Mouse walked out of the building into the somber gray light. He looked up at the sky and around at the other buildings, as if seeing things for the first time. "All right," he said, his voice weary and emotionless. His eyes were red-rimmed and swollen. "I'll go with you." Once Michael and Mouse were back in the wagon, Gunther snapped the reins, and the spavined farm horse started off. Dietz offered Michael the schnapps, and Michael drank from it, then held the bottle out for Mouse. The little man shook his head. He stared at his open right palm. In it was the cross of iron. Michael didn't know what he would have done if Mouse hadn't come out. Kill him? Possibly. He didn't care to think about that. He was a professional in a dirty business, and first and foremost was the mission at hand. Iron Fist, Frankowitz, Brock, Dr. Hildebrand, and gas warfare. And, of course, Harry Sandler. How did they all fit together? And what was the meaning of painted bullet holes on green metal? He would have to find out. If he failed, so might the Allied invasion of Europe. He settled back against the wagon's side and felt the outline of a submachine gun in the hay next to him. Mouse stared at the iron cross, mesmerized that such a small, cold thing should be the last item that held any meaning in his life. And then he closed his hand around the medal and slipped it into his pocket. 3. The safe house was in the Neukölln district of Berlin, an area of grimy factories and row houses crowded along the railroad tracks. Gunther knocked at the door of a row house, and it was opened by a thin young man with close-cropped brown hair and a long-jawed face that looked as if it had never worn a smile. Dietz and Gunther escorted their charges into the building and up a staircase to the second floor, where Michael and Mouse were taken to a parlor and left alone. A middle-aged woman with curly gray hair came in about 10 minutes later, bearing a tray of 2 cups of tea and slices of rye bread. She asked no questions, and Michael asked none of her. He and Mouse wolfed down the tea and bread. The parlor windows were covered with blackout curtains. Perhaps half an hour after the tea and bread had been served, Michael heard the sound of a car stopping outside. He went to the window, pushed the curtain aside, and peered out. Night was falling, and there were no lamps along the street. The buildings were dark against the darkness. But Michael saw a black Mercedes parked at the curb, and he watched as the driver got out, walked around, and opened the door for the passenger. A woman's shapely leg came out first, then the rest of her. She glanced up at the crack of yellow lamplight that spilled around the blackout curtain's edge. She had no face, and then the driver closed the door, and Michael let the curtain fall back into place. He heard voices from downstairs, Gunther's and a woman's. An elegant German accent, very refined. There was aristocracy in its syllables, but it held a strangeness, too, something that Michael couldn't quite define. He heard someone ascending the stairs, heard the woman reach the closed parlor door. The knob turned, the door opened, and the woman without a face walked in. She wore a black hat and a veil that obscured her features. She carried a black valise in her ebony-gloved hands, and she wore a black velvet cloak over a dark gray pinstriped dress. But golden curls escaped the hat, the thick blonde hair falling in ringlets around her shoulders. She was a slim, tall woman, perhaps 5'10", and Michael could see the glint of her eyes behind the veil as her gaze fixed on him, went to Mouse, then returned to him again. She closed the door behind her. Michael smelled her perfume, the faint aromas of cinnamon and leather. "You're the man," she said in blue-blooded German. It was a statement, directed at Michael. He nodded. Something strange about her accent. What was it? "I'm Echo," she said. She put the black valise on a table and unzipped it. "Your companion is a German soldier. What's to be done with him?" "I'm not a soldier," Mouse protested. "I'm a cook. Was a cook, I mean." Echo stared at Michael, her features impassive behind the veil. "What's to be done with him?" she repeated. Michael knew what she was asking. "He can be trusted." "The last man who believed anyone can be trusted is dead. You've brought along a dangerous liability." "Mouse, my friend, wants to get out of the country. Can that be "No," Echo interrupted. "I won't risk any of my friends to help yours. This," she glanced quickly at the little man, and Michael could almost feel her cringe. "This Mouse is your responsibility. Will you take care of him, or shall I?" It was a polite way of asking if Michael would kill Mouse, or if one of her agents should do the job. "You're right," Michael agreed. "Mouse is my responsibility, and I'll take care of him." The woman nodded. "He goes with me," Michael said. She was silent for a moment, an icy silence. Then, "Impossible." "No, it's not. Back in Paris I depended on Mouse, and he came through for me. As far as I'm concerned, he's proven himself." "Not to me. And for that matter, neither have you. If you refuse to do your duty, I refuse to work with you." She zipped up the valise and started toward the door. "I'll work without you, then," Michael said. And then the answer to her accent's mystery came to him. "I don't need a Yank's help, anyway." She stopped, her black-gloved hand on the doorknob. "What?" "A Yank's help. I don't need it," he repeated. "You are an American, aren't you? It's in your accent. The Germans around here must have lead ears not to hear it." This seemed to touch a nerve. Echo said frostily, "For your information, Brit. The Germans know I was born in the United States. I'm a citizen of Berlin now. Does that satisfy you?" "It answers my question, but it hardly satisfies me." Michael gave her a thin smile. "I imagine our mutual friend in London gave you some of my background." Except the part about his affinity for running on all fours, he knew. "I'm good at what I do. As I say, if you refuse to help me, I'll get the job done on my own." "You die trying," Echo interrupted. "Maybe. But our mutual friend must have told you I can be trusted. I didn't live through North Africa being stupid. If I say I'll be responsible for Mouse, I mean it. I'll take care of him." "And who'll take care of you?" "That's a question I've never had to answer," Michael said. "Wait a minute." Mouse scowled, his eyes still swollen from tears. "Don't I have anything to say about this? Maybe I don't want you to take care of me. Who the hell asked you, anyway? I swear to God I was better off in the loony bin. Those nuts made sense when they talked." "Quiet!" Michael snapped. Mouse was a breath away from an executioner's bullet. The little man cursed under his breath, and Michael returned his attention to the veiled woman. "Mouse has helped me before. He can help me again." Echo grunted with derision. "I didn't come to Berlin to murder a man who risked his life for me." Michael plowed on. Murder? Mouse gasped as he got the whole picture. Mouse goes with me. Michael stared into the veil. I'll take care of him. And when the mission's over, you help us both get out of Germany. Echo didn't respond. Her fingers tapped on the black valise as the wheels went round in her mind. Well? Michael prompted. If our mutual friend were here, he'd say, you're being very stupid. She tried once more, but she could tell that the dirty, bearded, green-eyed man standing before her had chosen his position and would not be moved. She sighed, shook her head, and returned the valise to the table. What's happening? Mouse asked fearfully. Am I going to be murdered? No, Michael told him. You've just joined the British Secret Service. Mouse choked, as if he'd gotten a chicken bone stuck in his throat. You have a new identity. Echo unzipped the valise, reached into it, and brought out a dossier. She offered it to him, but when Michael stepped forward to take it, Echo held her other hand to her nose. My God, what a smell! Michael took the dossier and opened it. Inside were typewritten sheets of paper, in German, outlining the history of a Baron Friedrich von Fange. Michael couldn't help but smile. Who suggested this? Our mutual friend. Of course, he thought. This bore the rather wicked fingerprints of the man he'd last seen as a chauffeur named Mallory. From a pig farmer to a baron in one day. That's not bad, even for a country where money buys royal titles. The family is real enough. They're in the German social registry. But even though you may have a title, Echo said, you still smell like a pig farmer. Here's the other information you requested. She gave him another dossier. Michael looked over the typewritten pages. Camille had radioed coded inquiries ahead to Echo, and Echo had done an excellent job in putting together background material on SS Colonel Erich Bloch, Dr. Gustav Hildebrandt, and Hildebrandt Industries. There were black-and-white photographs, blurred but serviceable, of the two men. She also provided a typewritten page on Harry Sandler, and a photograph of the big game hunter sitting at a table surrounded by Nazi officers, a dark-haired woman on his lap. A hooded hawk gripped its talons to his forearm. You've been very thorough, Michael complimented her. Looking at Sandler's cruel, smiling face made his gut clench. Is Sandler still in Berlin? She nodded. Where? Our primary assignment, she reminded him, doesn't involve Harry Sandler. It's enough for you to know that Sandler won't be leaving Berlin any time soon. Of course, she was right. First Iron Fist, then Sandler. What about Frankowitz? He asked. That, too, had been among Camille's inquiries. I know his address. He lives near Victoria Park, on Katzbachstrasse. And you'll take me to him? Tomorrow. Tonight, I think you should read that information and do your homework. She motioned toward the von Fange biography. And for God's sake, get yourself shaved and cleaned up. There are no Bohemian barons in the Reich. What about me? Mouse looked stricken. What the hell am I supposed to do? What indeed? Echo asked, and Michael could feel her staring at him. He quickly skimmed the biography of the Baron von Fange. Land holdings in Austria and Italy, a family castle on the Saarbrücken River, a stable of thoroughbred horses, fast cars, expensively tailored clothes, the usual bounty of the privileged. Michael looked up from his reading. I'll need a valet, he said. A what? Mouse squeaked. A valet. Someone to hang up the expensive clothes I'm supposed to have. He turned his attention to Echo. Incidentally, where are these clothes? I'm sure you don't expect me to play a baron's role with pig shit on my shirt. They'll take care of you here. And your valet, too." She might have offered a hint of a smile. The veil made it difficult to tell. "My car will be here for you at 0900. My driver's name is Wilhelm." She zippered the valise and held it close to her side. "I think that concludes our business for now, yes?" Without waiting for an answer, she strode to the door on her long, elegant legs. "1 minute," Michael said. She paused. "How do you know Sandler's planning on staying in Berlin?" "Knowing such things, Baron von Fange, is why I'm here. Yerrick Bloch's also in Berlin. It's no mystery. Bloch and Sandler are both members of the Brimstone Club." "The Brimstone Club? What's that?" "Oh," Echo said softly, "you'll find out. Good night, gentlemen." She opened the door and closed it behind her, and Michael listened to the sound of her footsteps as she descended the stairs. "A valet?" Mouse sputtered. "What the hell do I know about being a damned valet? I've only owned 3 suits in my life." "Valets are seen and not heard. You do your part, and we might get out of Berlin with our skins still on. I meant what I said about your joining the service. As long as you're with me, and I'm protecting you, I expect you to do what I say. Understood?" "Hell no! What do I have to do to get my ass out of this crack?" "Well, that's simple enough." Michael heard the Mercedes's engine growl. He went to the window, pulled the curtain aside slightly, and watched the car move away into the night. "Echo wants to kill you. I imagine she could do it with 1 bullet." Mouse was silent. "You think about it tonight," Michael told him. "If you do as I say, you can get out of this corpse of a country before the Russians swarm in. If not," he shrugged, "it's your decision." "Some choice! Either I get a bullet in my head, or a Gestapo branding iron burning my balls off." "I'll try my best to make sure that doesn't happen," Michael said, knowing that if the Gestapo caught them, a red-hot iron to the testicles would be the least of the inflictions. The gray-haired woman came to the parlor and escorted Michael and Mouse down the stairs, through a door at the back of the building, and then down more steps into a cobwebbed basement. Oil lamps flickered in a rat's nest of rooms, most of them empty, or piled with broken furniture and other junk. They came to a wine cellar, where 2 other men waited. These 2 men moved aside a large rack of wine bottles, exposing a square hole cut in the bricks. Michael and Mouse followed the woman through a tunnel into the basement of another row house, and there the rooms were well lit and clean, and held boxes of hand grenades, submachine gun and pistol ammunition, explosive detonator caps, fuses, and the like. The gray-haired woman led Michael and Mouse to a large chamber, where several men and women were working at sewing machines. Racks of clothes, most of them German uniforms, stood around the room. Tape measures were produced, suits and shirts were chosen and marked for size, and a crate of shoes was brought out for the Baron and his valet to go through. The women, who took Mouse's measurements, clucked and fretted, knowing it was going to be a long night of shortening trousers, shirt, and coat sleeves. A man with hair clippers and a razor appeared. Someone else brought in buckets of hot water and cakes of coarse white soap that could scrub the warts off a frog. Under the strokes of clippers, razor, and soap, Michael Gallatin, who was no stranger to transformation, began to merge with his new identity. But as he changed, he recalled the aromas of cinnamon and leather, and he found himself wondering whose face lay behind the veil. 4. The black Mercedes arrived promptly at 9 in the morning. It was another moody day, the sun hidden behind the thick gray clouds. The Nazi High Command rejoiced at such weather. The Allied bombers scrubbed their missions when the clouds closed in. The two men who emerged from the row house on the edge of the railroad tracks were vastly changed from those who'd entered it the evening before. The Baron von Fange was clean-shaven, his black hair neatly trimmed, and the weariness slept out of his eyes. He wore a gray suit and vest, a pale blue shirt with a thin gray-striped tie and a silver stick-pin. On his feet were polished black shoes, and a beige camel-hair topcoat was draped over his shoulders. Black kid gloves completed his attire. One might have guessed the clothes were tailor-made. His valet, a short, stocky man, was similarly clean-shaven, and had a fresh haircut that did nothing for his large, unsightly ears. Mouse wore a dark blue suit and a plain black bow tie. He was utterly miserable. The shirt's collar was starched to the point of strangulation, and his new glossy black shoes pinched his feet like iron vices. He'd also learned one of the duties of a valet, manhandling the calfskin luggage, full of clothes for both the Baron and himself. But as Mouse hefted the luggage from the row house to the trunk of the Mercedes, he had to give the tailors credit for their attention to detail. All the Baron's shirts were monogrammed, and even a scrolled FVF had been worked into the suitcases. Michael had already said his goodbyes to Gunther, Dietz, and the others. He settled himself into the back seat of the Mercedes. When Mouse started to climb into the back, Wilhelm, a big-shouldered man with a waxed grey moustache, said, "A servant rides in the front seat," and firmly shut the rear passenger's door in Mouse's face. Mouse, grumbling under his breath, took his place in the front. Michael heard the cross of iron jingle in the little man's pocket. Then Wilhelm started the engine, and the Mercedes slid smoothly away from the curb. A partition of glass separated the front and rear seats. Michael smelled Echo's aroma in the car, a heady scent. The car was perfectly clean. No handkerchiefs, no pieces of paper, nothing to give a clue to Echo's identity. Or so Michael thought, until he opened the shining metal ashtray on the back of the driver's seat. In it there was not a trace of ashes, but instead a green ticket stub. Michael looked closely at the lettering on it. Kino Electra. The Cinema Electra. He returned the stub to its resting place and closed the ashtray. Then he opened a little hinged rubber flap between himself and Wilhelm. "Where are we going?" "We have two destinations, sir. The first is to visit an artist." "And the second?" "Your lodgings, while you enjoy Berlin." "Will the lady be joining us?" "A possibility, sir," Wilhelm said. And that was all. Michael closed the flap. He glanced at Mouse, who was busy trying to stretch his shirt collar with a forefinger. Last night, while they'd slept in the same room, Michael had heard Mouse sobbing. Mouse had gotten out of his bed and stood at the window in the darkness for a long time. Michael listened to the soft clink of the iron cross as Mouse had turned it over and over in his hand. Then, some time later, Mouse had sighed deeply, snuffled his nose on his sleeve, and crawled back into his bed. The tinkling noise of the iron cross had ceased, and Mouse slept with the metal clenched in his fist. For now, at least, his crisis of the soul had passed. Wilhelm was an expert driver, which was good because the streets of Berlin were nightmares of horse-drawn wagons, army trucks, tanks, and streetcars, not to mention the areas that were clogged with smoldering rubble. As they drove toward the address of Theo von Frankowitz, and a light rain began to patter down on the windshield, Michael mentally reviewed what he'd learned from the dossiers. There was no new information about Erich Bloch. The man was a Hitler fanatic and a loyal Nazi Party member whose activities since leaving his command of Falkenhausen concentration camp were shrouded in secrecy. Dr. Gustav Hildebrandt, son of a German pioneer in the field of gas warfare, had a home near Bonn, where Hildebrand Industries was located. But there was a new item of interest. Hildebrand also maintained a residence and lab on the island of Scarpa, about 30 miles south of Bergen, Norway. As a summer home, that would be quite a journey from Bonn. And as a winter retreat, well, the winters were very long and very arctic that far north. So why did Hildebrand work in such an isolated place? Surely he could have found a more idyllic location. It was a point that merited looking into. Wilhelm drove slowly along Victoria Park, as rain slashed through the budding trees. It was another area of row houses and small shops, and pedestrians hurried along under umbrellas. Michael opened the flap once more. "Are we expected?" "No, sir. Herr von Frankowitz was home at midnight. We'll find out if he's still in." Wilhelm was just creeping the Mercedes along the street. Looking for a signal, Michael thought. He saw a woman cutting roses in the window of a flower shop, and a man standing in a doorway trying to get an uncooperative umbrella open. The woman put her roses in a glass vase and set them in the window, and the man got his umbrella open and walked away. Wilhelm said, "Herr Frankowitz is in, sir. That's his apartment building." He motioned to a structure of gray bricks on the right. "It's apartment 5, on the second floor." He braked the Mercedes. "I'll be driving around the block. Good luck, sir." Michael got out, his coat collar up against the rain. Maus started to get out too, but Wilhelm grasped his arm. "The Baron goes alone," he said, and Maus started to pull angrily away, but Michael told him, "It's all right. Stay in the car." And then he strode to the curb and into the building Wilhelm had indicated. The Mercedes drove on. The building's interior smelled like a damp tomb. Nazi slogans and epithets had been painted on the walls. Michael saw something slink past in the gloom. Whether it was a cat or a very large rodent, he couldn't tell for sure. He went up the staircase and found the tarnished number 5. He knocked on the door. Down the hallway an infant squalled. Voices, a man and woman's, raised and tangled in argument. He knocked again on the door, aware of the small 2-shot Derringer in its special pocket of his vest, a gift from his hosts. No answer. He balled his fist to knock a third time, beginning to wonder if Wilhelm had gotten his signals crossed. "Go away," a man's voice said from the other side of the door. "I don't have any money." It was a tired gasp of a voice, the voice of someone whose breathing wasn't right. Michael said, "Herr von Frankowitz, I have to talk to you, please." A silence. Then, "I can't talk. Go away." "It's very important." "I said I have no money. Please, don't bother me. I'm a sick man." Michael heard footsteps shuffling away. He said, "I'm a friend of your friend in Paris, the opera lover." The footsteps stopped. Michael waited. "I don't know who you're talking about," Frankowitz rasped, standing close to the door. "He told me you'd done some painting recently, some metal work. I'd like to discuss it with you, if I may." Another silence stretched. Von Frankowitz was either a very careful man or a very frightened one. And then Michael heard the clicking of locks disengaging. A bolt was thrown back, and the door opened about 2 inches. A slice of a white-fleshed face appeared in the crack, like the visage of a ghost emerging from a crypt. "Who are you?" Frankowitz whispered. "I've traveled a long way to see you," Michael said. "May I come in?" Frankowitz hesitated, his pallid face hanging in the darkness like a quarter moon. Michael saw a gray eye bloodshot, and a thicket of oily brown hair tumbling over a high white forehead. The gray eye blinked. Frankowitz opened the door and stepped back, allowing Michael to enter. The apartment was a close, dark place, with narrow windows filmed by the soot of Berlin's factories. A threadbare black and gold oriental carpet covered the wooden floor, which felt none too sturdy under Michael's shoes. The furniture was heavy and ornate, the kind of things kept in dusty museum basements. Everywhere there were throw pillows, and the arms of a sea-green sofa were protected with lace coverlets. The apartment odors assailed Michael's nostrils, the smoke of cheap cigarettes, a sweet floral cologne, oil paints and turpentine, and the bitter scent of sickness. In a corner of the room, near one of the slender windows, was a chair, an easel, and a canvas with a landscape in progress. A red sky above a city whose buildings were made of bones. "Sit here. It's the most comfortable." Frankowitz swept a pile of dirty clothes off the sea-green sofa, and Michael sat down. A spring stabbed his spine. Frankowitz, a skinny man wearing a blue silk robe and slippers, circled the room, straightening crooked lampshades, pictures, and a bunch of wilted flowers in a copper vase. Then the artist sat down in a high-backed black chair, crossed his thin white legs, and reached for a pack of cigarettes and an ebony cigarette holder. He screwed a cigarette in with nervous fingers. "You've seen Werner, then? How is he?" Michael realized Frankowitz was talking about Adam. "He's dead. The Gestapo killed him." The other man's mouth opened, and a small gasp came out. His fingers fumbled with a pack of matches. The first match was damp, shooting a tiny spark before it went out. He got the cigarette lit with the second match, and he drew deeply from the ebony holder. A smoky cough welled up from his lungs, followed by a second, third, and then a flurry of coughs. His lungs rattled wetly, but when the fit of coughing was over, the artist puffed on his cigarette holder again, his sunken gray eyes damp. "I'm sorry to hear that. Werner was a gentleman." It was time to take the leap. Michael said, "Did you know that your friend worked for the British Secret Service?" Frankowitz smoked his cigarette in silence, the little red circle glinting in the gloom. "I did," he answered at last. "Werner told me. I'm not a Nazi. What the Nazis have done to this country and to my friends, well, I have no love for the Nazis." "You told Werner about taking a trip to a warehouse and painting bullet holes on green metal. I'd like to know how you came to do that work. Who employed you?" "A man." Frankowitz's thin shoulders shrugged beneath the blue silk. "I never knew his name." He pulled on the cigarette, exhaled smoke, and coughed harshly again. "Forgive me," he said. "I'm sick, you see." Michael had already noticed the crusted sores on Frankowitz's legs. They looked like rat bites. "How did this man know you could do the job?" "Art is my life," Frankowitz said, as if that explained everything. But then he stood up, moving like an old man, though he couldn't be more than 33, and he went over to the easel. Leaning against the wall near it was a stack of paintings. Frankowitz knelt down and began to go through them, his long white fingers as tentative as if having to prod sleeping children awake. "I used to paint in a cafe not too far from here. I'd moved indoors for the winter. This man came in for coffee. He watched me working. Later he came in again, and several more times. Ah, here you are." He was addressing a painting. "This is what I was working on." He pulled the canvas out and showed it to Michael. It was a self-portrait of Frankowitz's face in what appeared to be a cracked mirror. The cracks looked so real, Michael imagined slicing a finger on one of the jagged edges. He brought another man in to see it, a Nazi officer. I later found out the second man's name was Block. Then, maybe 2 weeks later, the first man came to the cafe and asked me if I'd like to make some money. Frankowitz smiled faintly, a chilling smile on that frail white face. I can always use money, even Nazi money. He regarded the self-portrait for a moment. The face in the picture was a fantasy of self-flattery. Then he returned the canvas to the stack and stood up. Rain was slashing against the windows, and Frankowitz watched the drops run trails across the grimy glass. They picked me up one night, and we drove to the airfield. Block was there, and several more men. They blindfolded me before we took off. So, you have no idea where you landed? Frankowitz returned to his chair and pushed the cigarette holder between his teeth again. He watched the rain falling, blue smoke drifting from his mouth, and his lungs rasping as he breathed. It was a long flight. We landed once for refueling. I could smell the fuel, and I felt the sun on my face, so I knew we were flying west. When we landed, I could smell the sea. They led me into a place where they took off my blindfold. It was a warehouse without windows. The doors were locked. A blue haze of smoke whirled slowly around Frankowitz's head. They had all the paint and tools I needed, arranged very neatly. They had a little room for me to live in, a chair and cot, a few books and magazines, a Victrola. Again, no windows. Colonel Block took me to a large room where the pieces of metal and glass were laid out, and he told me what he wanted done. Bullet holes, he said. Cracks in the glass, just as I'd done the cracked mirror in my painting. He said he wanted patterns of holes painted on the metal, and he marked them with a piece of chalk. I did the work. When I finished, they blindfolded me and led me out to an airplane again. Another long flight, and then they paid me and drove me home. He tilted his head to one side, listening to the music of the rain. That's all. Hardly, Michael thought. And how did Werner find out about this? I told him. I'd met Werner last summer. I was in Paris with another friend. As I said, Werner was a gentleman, a dear gentleman. Ah, well. He made a despondent motion with his cigarette holder, and then terror flickered across his face. The Gestapo. They didn't... Werner didn't tell them about me, did he? No, he didn't. Frankowitz sighed with relief. Another cough gurgled up, and he suffered another spasm. Thank God, he said when he could speak again. Thank God. The Gestapo, they do terrible things to people. You said they led you from the airplane to the warehouse? They didn't drive you? No. It was maybe 30 paces, but no more than that. Then the warehouse had been part of the airfield, Michael thought. What else was stored in the warehouse? I didn't get much of a chance to look around. There was always a guard nearby. I did see some barrels and crates, oil drums, I think they were, and some machinery, gears and things. And you overheard the term iron fists. Is that right? Yes. Colonel Block was talking to a man who came to visit. He called the man Dr. Hildebrandt. Block used that name several times. Here was a point that needed clarification. Michael said, Why did Block and Hildebrandt let you overhear them talking if the security was so tight. You had to be in the same room with them, yes?" "Of course I was. But I was working, so maybe they thought I wasn't listening." Frankowitz blew a plume of smoke toward the ceiling. "Anyway, it wasn't such a secret. I had to paint them." "Paint them? Paint what?" "The words. Iron Fist. I had to paint them on a piece of metal. Block showed me how to make the letters, because I don't read English." Michael paused as that sank in. "English? You painted—" "Iron Fist in English letters," Frankowitz said. "On the green metal. Olive green, to be exact. Very drab. And underneath that I painted the picture." "The picture?" Michael shook his head. "I don't understand." "I'll show you." Frankowitz went to the easel, sat down in the chair, and arranged a pad of drawing paper in front of him. He picked up a charcoal pencil as Michael came up to stand behind him. Frankowitz spent a moment in silent deliberation, then began to sketch. "This is very rough, you understand. My hand hasn't been doing what I've asked of it lately. It's the weather, I think. This apartment's always damp in the springtime." Michael watched the drawing take shape. It was a large, disembodied fist, covered with armor plate. The fist was squeezing a figure that had yet to be defined. "Block stood and watched over my shoulder, just as you are," Frankowitz said. The pencil drew skinny legs dangling down from the iron fist. "I had to do the rough sketch 5 times before he was satisfied with it. Then I painted it on the metal, beneath the lettering. I graduated in the upper third of my class at art school. The professor said I had promise." She smiled wanly, his hand working as if with a mind of its own. "The bill collectors bother me all the time. I thought you were one of them." He was drawing a pair of limp arms. "I do my best work in the summer," he said, "when I can get out in the park, in the sunshine." Frankowitz had finished the figure's body, a cartoonish form caught in the fist. He started on the head and facial features. "I had a painting in an exhibition once, before the war. It was a picture of 2 goldfish swimming in a green pond. I've always liked fish. They seem so peaceful." He drew in a pair of wide, bulging eyeballs and an up-tilted slash of a nose. "Do you know who bought that painting?" "One of Goebbels' secretaries. Yes, Goebbels himself. That picture might be hanging in the Reichschancellery for all I know." He sketched a sweep of dark hair hanging down over the forehead. "My signature in the Reichschancellery. Well, the world is a strange place, isn't it?" He completed the face with a black square of a mustache and lifted the pencil. "There. That's what I painted for Colonel Block." It was a caricature of Adolf Hitler, his eyes popping and his mouth open in an indignant cry as he was squeezed by the iron fist. Michael was speechless. Wheels were spinning in his brain, but they found no traction. SS Colonel Erich Block, a Nazi loyalist, had paid Frankowitz to paint a rather ludicrous caricature of the Reichsfuhrer? It made no sense. This was the kind of disrespect that granted a person an appointment with a noose, and it had been authorized by a Hitler fanatic. The bullet holes, the cracked glass, the caricature, the iron fist. What was it all about? "I asked no questions." Frankowitz stood up from his chair. "I didn't want to know. All I wanted was to get home alive. Block told me they might need me again, to do some more work. He told me it was a special project, and that if I let anyone else know about it, the Gestapo would find out and come visit me. He smoothed the wrinkles in his silk robe, his fingers nervous again. I don't know why I told Werner. I knew he was working for the other side. Frankowitz watched the rain streaming down the windows, his gaunt face streaked with shadows. I think I did it because of the way Block looked at me, as if I were a dog that could do tricks. It was in his eyes. He loathed me, but he needed me. And perhaps he didn't kill me because he thought he might need me again. I'm a human being, not a beast. Do you understand that? Michael nodded. That's all I know. I can't help you any more. Frankowitz's breathing had gotten hoarse again. He found another match and relit his cigarette, which had gone cold. Do you have any money? He asked. No, I don't. He had a wallet, given to him by his hosts, but there was no money in it. He stared at Frankowitz's long white fingers. Then he took off his kid gloves and said, Here, these are worth something. Frankowitz took them without hesitation. Blue smoke wafted from his lips. Thank you. You're a true gentleman. There aren't many of us left in the world. You'd better destroy that. Michael motioned toward the Hitler cartoon. He moved to the door and paused to add a final note. You didn't have to tell me these things. I appreciate it. But one thing I have to tell you. I can't say that you're safe, knowing what you do. Frankowitz waved his cigarette holder, leaving a scrawl of smoke in the air. Is anyone safe in Berlin? He asked. For that question, Michael had no answer. He began to unlatch the door. The dank room, with its narrow, grimy windows, had started to suffocate him. Will you come visit me again? Frankowitz had finished his cigarette, and he crushed it in a green onyx ashtray. No. For the best, I suppose. I hope you find what it is you're looking for. Thank you. I do too. Michael slipped the final lock, left the apartment, and closed the door behind him. Immediately he heard Teofim and Frankowitz relocking the door on the other side. It was a frantic sound, the noise of an animal scurrying in a cage. Frankowitz coughed a few times, his lungs clogged with fluid, and then Michael walked down the corridor to the stairs and descended to the rain-swept street. Wilhelm pulled the Mercedes smoothly to the curb, and Michael got in. Then the driver started them off again, heading west through the rain. You found out what you needed to know? Maus asked when Michael volunteered no information. It's a beginning, he answered. Hitler being crushed by an iron fist. Bullet holes on green-painted metal. Dr. Hildebrand, the researcher of gas warfare. A warehouse on a landing strip where the air smelled of the sea. A beginning, yes. The entrance to a maze. And the invasion of Europe, poised to take place when the spring's wild tides eased. The first week of June, Michael thought. Hundreds of thousands of lives in the balance. Live free, he thought, and smiled grimly. The heavy yoke of responsibility had settled around his shoulders. Where are we going? He asked Wilhelm after another few minutes. To check you in, sir. You're a new member of the Brimstone Club. Michael started to ask what that was, but Wilhelm's attention was on his driving, and the rain was slashing down again. Michael stared at his own gloveless hands, while the questions turned in his mind and the torrent clawed at the windows. 5. "There it is, sir," Wilhelm said, and both Michael and Mouse saw it through the whirring windshield wipers. Before them, veiled in the rain and the low-lying mist, a turreted castle rose from an island in the Havel River. Wilhelm had been following a paved road through Berlin's Grunewald forest for almost 15 minutes, and now the pavement ended at the river's edge. But the road continued, a wooden pontoon bridge that led over the dark water to the castle's massive granite archway. Entry to the pontoon bridge was blocked by a yellow barricade, and as Wilhelm slowed the car, a young man in a maroon uniform, wearing dark blue gloves and carrying an umbrella, stepped out of a small stone checkpoint station. Wilhelm rolled down the window and announced, "The Parenfanfange," and the young man nodded crisply and returned to his station. Michael could see through a window into the structure, and he watched the young man dialing a telephone. The phone wires crossed the river and went into the castle. In another moment the man reappeared, lifted the barricade, and waved Wilhelm through. The Mercedes crossed the pontoon bridge. "This is the Reichskronen Hotel," Wilhelm explained as they neared the archway. "The castle was built in 1733. The Nazis took it over in 1939. It's for dignitaries and guests of the Reich." "Oh, my God," Mouse whispered as the immense castle loomed above them. He'd seen it before, of course, but never so close. And never had he dreamed he'd be about to enter it. The Reichskronen was reserved for Nazi party leaders, foreign diplomats, high-ranking officers, dukes, earls, and barons, real barons, that is. As the castle grew and its archway awaited like a grey-lipped mouth, Mouse felt very small. His stomach churned. I don't think I can go in there," he said. He had no choice. The Mercedes moved through the archway into a large courtyard. A wide set of granite stairs fluted upward to the double front doors, above which were the gilt letters Reichskronen and a swastika. 4 young blonde-haired men in maroon uniforms emerged from the doors and hurried down the stairs as Wilhelm braked the Mercedes. I can't, Mouse was saying, feeling as if the breath were being squeezed out of him. Wilhelm speared him with an icy stare. "A good servant," he said quietly, "does not let his master down." And then the door was opened for Mouse. An umbrella was held over his head, and he stood dazed as Wilhelm got out and came around to unlock the trunk. Michael waited for his door to be opened, as befitting a baron. He stepped out of the car and into the protection of an umbrella. His stomach was tight, too, as were the muscles at the back of his neck. But this was no place for hesitation, and if he was going to survive this masquerade, he had to play his part to the hilt. He forced down the alarm of nerves and started up the steps at a brisk clip, so the young man with the umbrella would have difficulty keeping up with him. Mouse followed a few paces behind, feeling smaller with every step. Wilhelm and the other 2 men brought the bags. Michael walked into the lobby of the Reichskronen, entering the Nazi sanctum. It was a huge chamber, where pools of light from low lamps spilled over dark brown leather furniture, and Persian rugs sparkled with golden threads. Above his head was a massive, ornate chandelier, where perhaps 50 candles burned. Flames roared from logs in a white marble hearth that could serve as a garage for a Tiger tank. Centered over the hearth was a large framed painting of Adolf Hitler, with gilded eagles on either side. Chamber music was playing, a quartet of string musicians performing a Beethoven piece. And seated in the overstuffed leather chairs and sofas were German officers, most of them with drinks in hand, either engaged in conversation or listening to the music. Other people, among them a number of women, stood in groups, chatting politely. Michael looked around, getting the full impact of the monstrous place, and he heard Mouse give a soft, terrified moan just behind him. And then a woman's voice, as beautiful as a cello. "Frederick!" The voice was familiar. Michael started to turn in its direction, and he heard the woman say, "Frederick, my darling!" She rushed at him, and her arms went around him. He smelled her scent, cinnamon and leather. She clasped him tightly, her blonde curls against his cheek, and then she looked him in the face with eyes the color of champagne, and her crimson lips sought his mouth. He let them find it. She tasted like a crisp white Moselle. Her body was pressed hard against his, and as the kiss went on, Michael put his arms around her body and darted his tongue out to tease her lips. He felt her shiver, wanting to pull away but unable to, and he slowly caressed his tongue back and forth across her mouth. She suddenly seized his tongue with her mouth and sucked on it with a force that almost tore it from his roots. Her teeth clamped down on his tongue, trapping it with none too gentle pressure. This was the civilized way to make war, Michael thought. He squeezed her tighter, and she squeezed him with a crush that made his backbone pop. They stood like that for a moment, locked mouth to mouth and teeth to tongue. Ahem! A man cleared his throat. "So, this is the lucky Baron von Fange." The woman released Michael's tongue and pulled her head back. Crimson spots seethed in her cheeks, and her beautiful pale brown eyes glittered with anger beneath thick blonde brows. But there was a joyous smile on her mouth, and she said with a rush of excitement, "Yes, Harry, isn't he beautiful?" Michael turned his head to the right and stared at Harry Sandler, who stood perhaps 3 feet from him. The big game hunter, the man who had engineered the murder of the Countess Margritha in Cairo almost 2 years before, grunted skeptically. "Wild beasts are beautiful, Chesna, especially when their heads are on my wall. I'm afraid I don't share your taste, but it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Baron." Sandler thrust out a large hand, and the golden hawk that perched on his leather-trimmed left shoulder spread its wings for balance. Michael stared at the hand for a few seconds. He could see it gripped around a telephone, ordering Margritha's murder. He could see it tapping out a radio code to his Nazi masters. He could see it squeezing the trigger of a rifle and sending a bullet through a lion's skull. Michael took the hand and shook it, keeping a polite smile on his face, though his eyes had gone hard. Sandler increased the pressure, trapping Michael's knuckles. "Chesna's been boring me to death with stories about you," Sandler said, his ruddy face grinning. His German was very good. He had dark brown eyes that shed no warmth, and the pressure of his grip on Michael's hand continued to mount. Michael's knuckles throbbed. "Thank God you're here, so she won't have to tell me any more." "Perhaps I'll bore you to death with stories of my own," Michael said, his smile broader. He made sure he showed no indication of the fact that his hand was about to break. He stared into Harry Sandler's eyes, and he felt a message pass between them. Survival of the fittest. His knuckles were jammed together, caught in that bare claw of a hand. One more ounce of pressure, and the bones would crack. Michael smiled, and felt sweat crawl down under his arms. He was, for the moment at least, at the mercy of a killer. Sandler, showing his square white teeth, released Michael's hand. Blood stung as it rushed through the cramping fingers. "As I said, a pleasure." The woman, who wore a dark blue dress that fit her lean body as if it had been poured on, had blonde hair that fell in curly ringlets around her shoulders. Her face, with its high, sharp cheekbones and full-lipped mouth, was as striking as a glimpse of the sun through storm clouds. She took Michael's arm. "Frederick, I hope you won't mind that I've been boasting about you. I've told Harry the secret. Oh, have you? What next? Harry says he'll give the bride away. Isn't that right? Sandler's smile slipped a notch, which didn't matter much, since it was false to begin with. I have to tell you, Baron, you're in for the fight of your life. Am I? Michael felt as if the floor had turned to ice, and he was trying to keep from stepping through a thin spot. You're damned right. If you weren't around, Chesna would be marrying me, so I'm going to do my best to dethrone you. The woman laughed. Oh, my, what a delight! To be fought over by two handsome men. She glanced at Wilhelm and Mouse, who stood a few feet away. Mouse's face was tinged with gray. His shoulders slumped under the immense weight of the Reichskronen. The luggage had already disappeared, whisked into an elevator by the bellboys. You may go to your quarters now, she said with the air of someone who was used to giving orders and being obeyed. Wilhelm gave Mouse a firm nudge toward a door marked Treppe, stairs, but Mouse only went a few paces before he looked at Michael, his expression a mixture of panic and bewilderment. Michael nodded, and the little man followed Wilhelm to the stairway. Good servants are so hard to find, Chesna said, oozing arrogance. Shall we go to the lounge? She motioned toward a candlelit enclave on the other side of the lobby, and Michael allowed her to guide him. Sandler walked a few paces behind them, and Michael could sense the man was sizing him up. Of course, the woman named Chesna was the agent Michael knew as Echo. But who was she? And how could she mingle so freely with the Reich's blue bloods? They were almost to the lounge when a pretty young dark-haired girl stepped in their path and said shyly, Excuse me, but I've seen all your pictures. I think you're wonderful. Might I have your autograph? Of course. Chesna took the pen and pad the girl offered. What's your name? Charlotta. Michael watched as Chesna wrote in large and dramatic letters, To Charlotta, all my best, Chesna Van Dorn. She ended with a flourish and handed the pad back to Charlotta with a dazzling smile. There you are. I have a new film coming out next month. I hope you'll look for it. Oh, I will. Thank you. The girl, obviously thrilled, took her autograph back to where she'd been sitting, on a sofa between two middle-aged Nazi officers. In the lounge, which was decorated with framed symbols of German infantry and armor divisions, they chose a secluded table. Michael took off his topcoat and hung it on a wall hook nearby. When the waiter came, Chesna ordered a Riesling, and Michael asked for the same, and Sandler ordered a whiskey and soda and a platter of chopped meat. The waiter seemed to be used to the request, and he left without comment. Harry, must you carry that bird everywhere? Chesna asked teasingly. Not quite everywhere, but Blondie's my good luck charm. He smiled, looking at Michael. The golden hawk, a beautiful creature, stared at Michael too, and he realized that both the hawk and its master had the same cold eyes. Its talons gripped the patch of leather on the shoulder of Sandler's expensively tailored tweed jacket. Do you know anything about birds of prey, Baron? I know enough to avoid them. Sandler laughed politely. He had a square-jawed, crudely handsome face, with a crooked boxer's nose. His reddish hair was cropped short on the sides and back, and a small, flame-colored wisp of hair fell over his creased forehead. Everything about him exuded haughty confidence and power. He wore a red-striped necktie and a pale blue shirt, and on his lapel there was a small gold swastika. Smart man, he said. I captured Blondie in Africa. It's taken me 3 years to train her. Of course, she's not tame, just obedient. He took a leather glove from inside his coat and worked it onto his left hand. She's lovely, isn't she? Did you know that I could give her a signal and she'd rip your face to shreds within 5 seconds or so?" "That's a comforting thought," Michael said. His testicles felt as if they'd drawn up. "I trained her on British prisoners of war," Sander went on, taking a step into no-man's land. "Smeared some mouse guts on their faces, and Blondie did the rest. Here, girl." He gave a low, trilling whistle and offered Blondie the back of his glove. The hawk immediately stepped from Sandler's shoulder onto the glove, its talons clenching down. "I find nobility in savagery," Sandler said as he admired the golden hawk. "Maybe that's why I want Chesna to marry me." "Oh, Harry!" She smiled at Michael. The smile had a warning in it. "I never know whether to kiss him or slap him." Michael still hadn't gotten past the remark about the British POWs. He smiled, too, but his face felt in danger of cracking. "I hope you'll save the kisses for me." "I've been in love with Chesna ever since I met her. It was on the set of— what movie was that, Chesna?" "The Flame of Destiny." "Heinrich brought you for a visit." "Right. I suppose you're a fan too, Baron?" "Her #1 fan," Michael said, and he placed his hand on top of hers and squeezed it. A film actress, he realized she must be, and a highly successful one at that. He recalled reading something about The Flame of Destiny. It had been a Nazi propaganda film, made in 1938. One of those movies full of Nazi banners, gleeful crowds cheering for Hitler, and idyllic landscapes of Germany. Their glasses of white wine, the whiskey and soda, and the platter of raw chopped meat arrived. Sandler took a swig of his drink and then began to feed Blondie pieces of the bloody meat. The hawk gobbled them down. Michael smelled the coppery aroma of the blood, and his own mouth watered. "So, when's the happy day?" Sandler asked, the fingers of his right hand smeared with crimson. "The first week of June," Chesna answered. "We haven't set the exact day yet, have we, Frederick?" "No, not yet." "Happy for you, I might say. A tragedy for me." Sandler watched a hunk of meat go into Blondie's hooked beak. "Baron, do you do anything? Besides watch over the family estate, I mean?" "I manage the vineyards, also the gardens. We raise tulips." That had all been part of his biography. "Ah, tulips," Sandler smiled, his gaze on the hawk. "Well, that must keep you very busy. Royalty is a wonderful occupation, isn't it?" "If you can stand the hours." Sandler stared at him. Something glittered like a knife's edge. Anger, jealousy, down in the dark brown, soulless eyes. He pushed the platter of meat a few inches toward Michael. "Here," he said. "Why don't you feed Blondie?" "Harry," Chesna told him, "I don't think we need to." "All right." Michael picked up a piece of meat. Sandler slowly moved his gloved hand forward, so Blondie's beak was within Michael's reach. Michael started to offer Blondie the bloody food. "Careful," Sandler said quietly. "She likes fingers. And then, how would you pick your tulips?" Michael paused. Blondie stared fixedly at the meat between his fingers. He could feel Chesna Van Dorn tense beside him. Sandler was waiting, expecting the rich and idle tulip baron to back down. Michael had no choice but to continue the movement his hand had already begun. As his fingers neared Blondie's beak, the hawk began to make a soft, menacing, hissing noise. "Uh-oh," Sandler said. "She smells something about you she doesn't like." It was the odor of the wolf, caught in his pores. Michael hesitated, with the meat about 4 inches from Blondie's beak. The hissing noise was getting higher and harsher, like steam from a scalding kettle. "I think you're really upsetting her. Shh, girl." Sandler pulled his hand and the hawk away from Michael, and blew gently on the back of Blondie's neck. Gradually the hissing noise subsided, but Blondie's gaze was still riveted on Michael, and he could sense the hawk wanted to leap from its leather perch and flail its talons at him. Like master, like hawk, he thought. There was no love lost at this table. "Well," Michael said, "it's a shame to let good beef go to waste." He put the meat into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Chesna gave a horrified gasp. Sandra just sat, stunned and disbelieving. Michael sipped casually at his wine and dabbed his lips with a white napkin. "One of my favorite dishes is steak tartare," he explained. "This is almost the same thing, isn't it?" Sandra's trance broke. "You'd better watch your groom-to-be," he told Chesna. "He seems to enjoy the taste of blood." Sandra stood up. For the moment their game was over. "I have business to attend to, so I'll say good-bye for now. Baron, I hope we'll have a chance to talk later. Of course you'll be attending the Brimstone Club?" "I wouldn't miss it." "If you can eat raw meat, you should love the Brimstone Club. I'll look forward to our next meeting." He started to shake Michael's hand again, then looked at his own blood-smeared fingers. "You'll pardon me if I don't shake hands?" "No pardon necessary." His knuckles weren't ready for another pressure contest anyway. Sandler, the hawk latched to his gloved left hand, gave Chesna a brief bow, and then strode away out of the lounge. "Charming," Michael said. "I've met nicer snakes." Chesna looked at him. She was indeed a good actress, because her face retained the dreamy expression of a happy lover, while her eyes were chilly. "We're being watched," she said. "If you ever try to stick your tongue down my throat again, I'll bite it off. Is that clear, darling?" "Does that mean I'll get another chance?" "It means that our arrangement of betrothal is fiction, not to be confused with reality. It was the best way to explain your presence and get you into this hotel." Michael shrugged, rather enjoying needling this composed blonde Nordic celebrity. "I'm just trying to play my part." "You leave the acting to me. Just go where I tell you to go, do what I tell you to do, and speak when you're spoken to. Don't volunteer any information, and for God's sake, don't try to match egos with Harry Sandler." She gave him a distasteful frown. "And what was that about the raw meat? Don't you think that was going a bit too far?" "Maybe so, but it got that bastard out of here, didn't it?" Chesna Van Dorn sipped her wine, but didn't answer. She had to admit that he was right. Sandra had been upstaged, and the big game hunter wasn't one to take that lightly. Still, it had been amusing, in a bizarre way. She glanced at the man over the rim of her glass. Definitely not the tulip-plucking type, she decided. Without all the grime, the shaggy hair and the beard, he was very handsome. But his eyes disturbed her in a way she couldn't define. They looked, yes, she decided, they looked like the eyes of a dangerous animal, and reminded her of the pale green eyes of a timber wolf that had frightened her when she was 12 years old and visiting the Berlin Zoo. The wolf had stared at her with those cold, clear eyes, and even though bars separated them, Chesna had shivered and clung hard to her father's hand. She'd known what the wolf was thinking. "I want to eat you." "I want to eat something," Michael said. The raw meat had sharpened his appetite. "Is there a restaurant here?" "Yes, but we can order room service." Chesna finished her wine. "We've got a lot to talk about." He was staring at her, and she avoided his gaze. She summoned their waiter, signed the check, and then took Michael's arm and led him out of the lounge like a thoroughbred dog on a leash. Once they were in the lobby and striding toward the row of gilt-doored elevators, Chesna turned on her magnificent smile like a Klieg light. As they neared the elevators, a man's husky voice said, "Miss Van Dorn?" Chesna stopped and turned, her smile aglow, ready to charm another autograph seeker. The man was huge, a living bunker, standing about 6 feet 3 and at least 260 pounds, with thick shoulders and arms. He wore an SS aide's uniform and a grey peaked cap, and his face was pale and emotionless. "I was told to give you this," he said, as he offered Chesna a small white envelope. Chesna took it, her hand that of a child's compared to the man's. The envelope bore her name. Michael's heart lurched. Standing before him was the man called Boots, who had kicked and stomped Gaby's uncle to death in the barn at Bazancourt. "I'm to return a reply," Boots said. His hair was cropped close to the skull, and his eyes were pale blue and heavy-lidded, the eyes of a man who saw everyone else in the world as frail constructions of flesh and bone. As Chesna tore open the envelope and read it, Michael glanced at the SS aide's thickly soled jack-boots. They reflected the candles of the chandelier on their glossy surface, and Michael wondered if they were the same boots that had knocked Gervaise's teeth from his head. He felt the man watching him, and he looked up into the dull blue eyes. Boots nodded curtly, no recognition in his gaze. "Tell him we'd be delighted," Chesna told him, and Boots strode away toward a group of officers at the center of the lobby. The elevator came. 6, Chesna told the elderly operator. As they ascended, she said to Michael, "We've just been invited to dine with Colonel Erich Bloch." 6. Chesna unlocked the white door and turned the ornate brass knob. The smell of fresh roses and lavender rushed at Michael as he crossed the threshold. The living room, a majesty of white furniture, had a 20-foot ceiling and a fireplace with green marble tiles. French doors led out to a terrace which overlooked the river and the forest beyond. Resting atop a white Steinway piano was a large crystal vase that held roses and sprigs of lavender. On the wall above the fireplace was a framed painting of a steely-eyed Adolf Hitler. "Cozy," Michael said. Chesna locked the door. "Your bedroom is through there." She nodded toward a corridor. Michael went through it and looked around the spacious bedroom with its dark oak furniture and paintings of various Luftwaffe airplanes. His luggage was neatly arrayed in a closet. He returned to the living room. "I'm impressed," he said, which was an understatement. He laid his topcoat down on the sofa and walked to one of the high windows. Rain was still falling, tapping on the glass, and mist covered the forest below. "Do you pay for this, or do your friends?" "I do, and it's not inexpensive." She went to the onyx-topped bar, got a glass from a shelf, and opened a bottle of spring water. "I'm wealthy," she added. "All from acting?" "I've starred in 10 films since 1936. Haven't you heard of me?" "I've heard of Echo," he said. "Not Chesna Van Dorn." He opened the French doors and inhaled the misty, pine-scented air. "How is it that an American became a German film star?" "Talent. Plus, I was in the right place at the right time." She drank her spring water and put the glass aside. "Chesna comes from Chesapeake. I was born on my father's yacht in Chesapeake Bay. My father was German. My mother was from Maryland. I've lived in both countries." "And why did you choose Maryland over Germany?" he asked pointedly. "My allegiance, you mean?" She smiled faintly. "Well, I'm not a believer in that man over the fireplace. Neither was my father. He killed himself in 1934, when his business failed." Michael started to say, "I'm sorry," but there was no need. Chesna had simply made a statement. "Yet you make films for the Nazis?" "I make films to make money." "Also, how better to cultivate their good graces?" Because of what I do and who I am, I can get into places that many others can't. I overhear a lot of gossip, and sometimes I even see maps. You'd be amazed how a general can brag when his tongue's loosened by champagne. I'm Germany's golden girl. My face is even on some of the propaganda posters. She lifted her brows. You see? Michael nodded. There was much more to be learned about Chesna Van Dorn. Was she, like her screen characters, also a fabrication? In any case, she was a beautiful woman, and she held Michael's life in her hands. Where's my friend? Your valet, you mean? In the servants' wing. She motioned toward a white telephone. You can reach him by dialing our room number +9. We can order room service for you, too, if you're hungry. I am. I'd like a steak. He saw her look sharply at him. Rare, he told her. I'd like you to know something, Chesna said after a pause. She walked to the windows and peered out at the river, her face painted with stormy light. Even if the invasion is successful, and the odds are against it, the Allies will never reach Berlin before the Russians. Of course, the Nazis are expecting an invasion, but they don't know exactly when or where it will come. They're planning on throwing the Allies back into the sea so they can turn all their strength to the Russian front. But it won't help them. And by that time, the Russian front will be the border of Germany. So this is my last assignment. When we've completed our mission, I'm getting out with you. And my friend, Mouse. Yes, she agreed. Him too. As the lycanthrope and the film star discussed their future, a gunmetal gray staff car with an SS pennant drove through the hotel's courtyard 140 feet below. The car crossed the pontoon bridge and headed along the paved forest road that had brought Michael and Mouse to the Reichskronen. It entered Berlin and began to wind its way southeast toward the factories and dirty air of the Neukölln district. Black clouds were sliding in from the east, and thunder boomed like distant bomb blasts. The car reached a block of grimy row houses, and the driver stopped in the street, heedless of other traffic. No horns blew. The SS pennant silenced all complaint. A hulking man in an aide's uniform, a gray-peaked cap and polished jackboots, got out, and he went around to the other side and opened the door. The rear seat's passenger, a rail-thin figure in uniform, a brimmed cap, and a long dark green overcoat, stepped out of the car, and he stalked into a particular row house with the larger man following at his heels. The gunmetal gray car stayed exactly where it was. This wouldn't take very long. On the second floor, a burly fist knocked at a door marked with a tarnished number 5. Inside the apartment, there was the sound of coughing. Yes? Who is it? The officer in the dark green overcoat nodded. Boots lifted his right foot and kicked the door. It broke with a shriek of splitting wood, but the locks kept it from flying open. The door's stubbornness made Boots's face turn crimson with rage. He kicked it again and a third time. "Stop it!" the man inside shouted. "Please, stop it!" The fourth kick caved the door in. Theo von Frankowitz stood there in his blue silk robe, his eyes bulging with terror. He backed away, stumbled over a table, and fell to the floor. Boots entered the apartment, his metal-studded soles clacking. Frightened people had opened their doors and were peering out, and the officer in the overcoat shouted, "Back in your holes!" Their doors slammed, and locks clicked shut. Frankowitz was on his hands and knees, scuttling across the floor. He jammed himself into a corner, his hands up in a gesture of supplication. "Please, don't hurt me," he shrieked. "Please don't." His cigarette holder, the cigarette still smoldering, lay on the floor, and Boots crushed it underfoot as he approached the whimpering man. Boots stopped, standing over him like a fleshy mountain. Tears were crawling down Frankowitz's cheeks. He was trying to press himself into the wall of his apartment. "What do you want?" he said, choking, coughing, and crying at the same time. He looked at the SS officer. "What do you want? I did the work for you." "So you did, and very well indeed." The officer, his face narrow and pinched, walked into the room and glanced around distastefully. "This place smells. Don't you ever open your windows?" They won't open." Frankowitz's nose was running, and he snuffled and moaned at the same time. "No matter." The officer waved a thin-fingered hand impatiently. "I've come to do some house cleaning. The project's finished, and I won't be needing your talents again." Frankowitz understood what that meant. His face grew distorted. "No, I'm begging you, for the love of God. I did the work for you. I did the—" The officer nodded again, a signal to Boots. The huge man kicked Frankowitz in the chest, and there was a wet, cracking noise as the breastbone broke. Frankowitz howled. "Stop that caterwauling!" the officer commanded. Boots picked up a throw-pillow from the sea-green sofa, ripped it open, and pulled out a handful of cotton stuffing. He grasped Frankowitz's hair and jammed the stuffing into the man's gasping mouth. Frankowitz writhed, trying to claw at Boots's eyes, but Boots easily dodged the fingers. He kicked Frankowitz in the ribs and staved him in like a brine-soaked barrel. The screaming was muffled, and now it didn't bother Block so much. Boots kicked Frankowitz in the face, burst his nose open, and dislocated the jaw. The artist's left eye swelled shut, and a purple bruise in the shape of a boot sole rose on his face. Frankowitz began, in desperation and madness, to try to claw his way through the wall. Boots stomped his spine, and Frankowitz contorted like a crushed caterpillar. It was chilly in the damp little room. Block, a man with a low tolerance for discomfort, walked over to the small fireplace grate, where a few meager flames danced amid the ashes. He stood close to the grate and tried to warm his hands. They were almost always cold. He had promised Boots he could have Frankowitz. Block's initial plan had been to dispatch the artist with a bullet. Now that the project was done and Frankowitz wouldn't be called on to do any retouching, but Boots had to be exercised like any large animal. It was like letting a trained Doberman go through its paces. Boots broke Frankowitz's left arm with a kick to the shoulder. Frankowitz had ceased his struggling, which disappointed Boots. The artist lay limply as Boots continued to stomp him. It would be over soon, Block thought. Then they could get back to the Reichskronen and out of this miserable— Wait. Block had been staring at a small red eye of flame, there in the grate, as a piece of paper curled and burned. Frankowitz had just recently torn something up and cast it into the grate, and not all of it had been consumed. In fact, Block could see a bit of what had been drawn on the paper. It looked like a man's face, with a sweep of dark hair hanging down over the forehead. A single bulging, cartoonish eye remained. The other had been burned away. It was a familiar drawing. Too familiar. Block's heart started to pound. He reached down into the ashes and pulled out the fragment of paper. Yes, a face. His face. The lower part of it had been burned, but the sharp bridge of the nose was familiar too. Block's throat was dry. He rummaged in the ashes, found another unburned bit of paper. This one had what appeared to be a representation of iron armor on it, fastened with rivets. "Stop it," Block whispered. Another kick was delivered. Frankowitz made no noise. "Stop it!" Block shouted, standing upright. Boots restrained the next kick, which would have shattered Frankowitz's skull, and stepped back from the body. Block knelt beside Frankowitz, grasped the man's hair, and lifted his head off the floor. The artist's face had become a work of surrealism, rendered in shades of blue and crimson. Bloody cotton hung from the split lips, and red streams ran from the smashed nostrils. But Block could hear the faint rumbling of Frankowitz's lungs. The man was hanging on to life. "What's this?" Block held the fragments of paper before Frankowitz's face. "Answer me! What's this?" He realized Frankowitz couldn't answer, so he put the paper on the floor, avoiding the blood, and started pulling the cotton out of the man's mouth. It was a messy labor, and Block scowled with disgust. "Hold his head up and get his eyes open," he told Boots. The aide gripped Frankowitz's hair and tried to force the eyelids open. One eye had been destroyed, jammed deeply into the socket. The other eye was bloodshot and protruded as if in mockery of the cartoon eye on the piece of paper Block held. "Look at this," Block demanded. "Can you hear me?" Frankowitz moaned softly, a wet gurgling in his lungs. "This is a copy of the work you did for me, isn't it?" Block held the paper in front of the man's face. "Why did you draw this?" It wasn't likely that Frankowitz had drawn it for his own amusement, and that brought another question to Block's thin lips. "Who saw it?" Frankowitz coughed, drooling blood. His good eye moved in the socket and found the fragment of char-edged paper. "You drew the picture," Block went on, speaking as if to a retarded child. "Why did you draw the picture, Theo? What were you going to do with it?" Frankowitz just stared, but he was still breathing. They weren't going to get anywhere this way. "Damn it to hell," Block said, as he stood up and crossed the room to the telephone. He picked up the receiver, carefully wiped the mouthpiece with his sleeve, and dialed a 4-digit number. "This is Colonel Yerrick Block," he told the operator. "Get me medical. Hurry." He examined the paper again as he waited. There was no doubt. Frankowitz had repeated the drawing from memory, then tried to burn it. That fact made alarms go off in Block's brain. Who else had seen this drawing? Block had to know, and the only way to find out was to keep Frankowitz alive. "I need an ambulance," he told the Gestapo medical officer who came to the phone. He gave the man the address. "Get over here as fast as you can," he said, almost shouting, and hung up. Then Block returned to Frankowitz to make sure the man was still breathing. If the information died with this pansy-balled street artist, Block's own throat would be kissed by a noose. "Don't die," he told Frankowitz. "Do you hear me, you bastard? Don't die." Boots said, "Sir, if I'd known you didn't want me to kill him, I wouldn't have kicked him so hard." "Never mind. Just go outside and wait for the ambulance." After Boots had clumped out, Block turned his attention to the canvases over by the easel and began to go through them, tossing them aside in his fearful search for any more such drawings as on the scraps of paper clenched in his hand. He found none, but that didn't ease him. He damned his decision not to execute Frankowitz long before now, but there had always been the possibility that more work was needed, and one artist in on the project was enough. On the floor, Frankowitz had a fit of coughing and spewed blood. "Shut up!" Block snapped. "You're not going to die. We have ways to keep you alive. Then we'll kill you later, so shut up." Frankowitz complied with the colonel's command and slipped into unconsciousness. The Gestapo surgeons would put him back together, Block mused. They would lace his bones with wires, sew together the gashes, and screw his joints into the sockets. Then he would look more like Frankenstein than Frankowitz. But drugs would grease his tongue and make him speak. Why he'd drawn this picture, and who had seen it? They had come too far with Iron Fist to let it be ruined by this battered meat on the floor. Block sat down on the sea-green sofa, its arms protected with lace coverlets, and in a few minutes he heard the klaxon horn of the ambulance approaching. Block reasoned that the gods of Valhalla were smiling on him, because Frankowitz was still breathing. 7. A toast! Harry Sander lifted his wine-glass. To Stalin's coffin. Stalin's coffin, someone else echoed, and the toast was drunk. Michael Gallatin, sitting at the long dining table across from Sander, drank without hesitation. It was 8 o'clock, and Michael was in the suite of SS Colonel Erich Block, amid Chesna Van Dorn, 20 Nazi officers, German dignitaries, and their female companions. He wore a black tuxedo, a white shirt, and a white bow tie, and to his right Chesna wore a low-cut, long black dress, with pearls covering the creamy swell of her breasts. The officers were in their crisp dress uniforms, and even Sander had put away his tweeds in favor of a formal grey suit. He had also left his bird in his room, a fact which seemed to relieve many of the other guests, as well as Michael. To Churchill's tombstone, the grey-haired major sitting a few seats down from Chesna proposed, and all, including Michael, drank merrily. Michael scanned the table, examining the faces of the dinner guests. Their host and his lead-footed aide were absent, but a young captain had seated everyone and gotten the party going. After another few rounds of toasts in honor of drowned U-boat men, the valiant dead of Stalingrad, and the fried corpses of Hamburg, white-jacketed waiters began to roll in the dinner on silver carts. The main event was roast boar with an apple in its mouth, which Michael noted with some pleasure was set in front of Harry Sandler. The hunter had evidently shot the beast in the forest's hunting preserve just yesterday, and as he cut slabs of greasy meat and slid them onto platters, it was clear Sandler knew how to handle a carving knife as well as a rifle. Michael ate sparingly, the meat too full of fat for him, and listened to the conversations on all sides. Such optimism that the Russians would be thrown back and the English would come crawling to Hitler's feet with a peace treaty was worthy of a gypsy and a crystal ball. The voices and laughter were loud. The wine kept flowing, and the waiters kept bringing food, and unreality was so thick in the air, Harry Sander might have carved it. This was the food these Nazis were used to eating, and their bellies looked full. Michael and Chesna had talked most of the afternoon. She knew nothing about Iron Fist. Neither did she know anything of Dr. Gustav Hildebrand's activities, or what went on at Hildebrand's Norway Island. Of course, she knew that Hildebrand advocated gas warfare. That was a common fact. But Hitler evidently remembered his own sniff of mustard gas in the Great War and didn't care to open that particular Pandora's box. Or, at least, not just yet. Did the Nazis have a stockpile of gas bombs and shells? Michael had inquired. Chesna wasn't sure of the exact tonnage, but she felt sure that somewhere the Reich had at least 50,000 tons of weapons, kept ready in case Hitler changed his mind. Michael pointed out the fact that gas shells could be used to disrupt the invasion, but Chesna disagreed. It would take thousands of shells and bombs to stop the invasion, she said. Also, gas of the kind Dr. Hildebrand's father had helped develop distilled mustard during the Great War. Tabun and Zarin in the late 1930s might easily blow back on the defenders in the tricky coastal winds. So, Chesna told him, a gas attack on the Allies might backfire on the German troops instead. That had to be a possibility the High Command had already considered, and she didn't think one Rommel, who was in charge of the Atlantic Wall's defenses, would allow. Anyway, she said, the Allies had control of the air now, and would certainly shoot down any German bombers that approached the invasion beaches. Which left them where they'd begun, pondering the meaning of a phrase in a caricature of Adolf Hitler. "You're not eating. What's wrong? Isn't it raw enough for you?" Michael looked up from his deliberations and stared across the table into Sander's face. It had grown more ruddy from all the toasts, and now Sandor wore a slack-lipped smile. "It's all right," Michael said, and forced the greasy meat into his mouth. He envied Mouse, eating a bowl of beef soup and a liverwurst sandwich in the servants' wing. "Where's your good-luck charm?" "Blondie? Oh, not so far. My sweet's next door. You know, I don't think she likes you very much." "What a shame." Sandor was about to reply, a gimcrack witticism, no doubt, but his attention was distracted by the red-haired young woman who sat next to him. They began to talk, and Michael heard Sandor say something about Kenya. Well, it took a boar to kill a boar. At that moment the dining-room door opened, and Yerrick Block stalked in with Boots following behind. Instantly a chorus of cheers and applause rose up, and one of the dinner guests proposed a toast to Block. The SS Colonel plucked a wine-glass from a passing tray, smiled, and drank to his own long life. Then Michael watched as Block, a tall, thin man with a sallow face, wearing a dress uniform studded with medals, made the rounds of the table, stopping to shake hands and slap backs. Boots followed him, a fleshy shadow. Block came to Chesna's chair. "Ah, my dear girl," he said, and bent down to kiss her cheek. "How are you? You look lovely. Your new film is almost out, yes?" Chesna said it was imminent. "And it'll be a tremendous smash, and give us all a boost, won't it?" "Of course it will." His grey-eyed gaze, the eyes of a lizard, Michael thought, found Baron Funfanga. "Ah, and here's the lucky man." He approached Michael, held out his hand, and Michael rose to shake it. Boots stood behind Block, staring at the Baron. "Funfanga, isn't it?" Block asked. His handshake was loose and damp. He had a long, narrow nose and a pointed chin. His close-cropped brown hair swirled with grey at temples and forehead. "I met a Funfanga in Dortmund last year. Was that a member of your family?" "I wouldn't be surprised. My father and uncles travel all over Germany." "Yes, I met a Funfanga." Block nodded. He released Michael's hand, leaving it feeling as if Michael had gripped something oily. Block had bad teeth. The front lower teeth were all silver. "I can't remember his first name, though. What's your father's name?" "Leopold." "That's a noble name." "No, I can't quite recall." Block was still smiling, but it was an empty smile. "And tell me this. Why isn't a strapping young man like you part of the SS? With your heritage, I could easily get you an officer's commission." "He picks tulips," Sandor said. His voice was getting a little slurred, and he held his wine-glass out to be refilled. "The Funfanga family has cultivated tulips for over 50 years, Chesna spoke up, offering information from the German Social Registry. "Plus, they own very fine vineyards and bottle their private labels. And thank you for bringing that to Colonel Block's attention, Harry." "Tulips, eh?" Block's smile had grown a bit cooler. Michael could see him thinking. Perhaps this wasn't SS material after all. "Well, Baron, you must be a very special man to have swept Chesna off her feet like this. And such a secret she was keeping from her friends. Trust an actress to be an actress, yes?" He directed his silver smile at Chesna. "My best wishes to you both," he said, and moved on to greet the man who sat at Michael's left. Michael continued picking at his meal. Boots left the dining-room, and Michael heard someone ask Block about his new aide. "He's a new model," Block said, as he took his chair at the head of the table. "Made of Krupp steel. Has machine guns in his kneecaps and a grenade launcher in his ass." There was laughter, and Block basked in it. "No, Boots was, until recently, working on an anti-partisan detail in France. I'd assigned him to a friend of mine, Hartzer. Poor fool got his head blown off. Excuse me, ladies. Anyway, I took Boots back into my command a couple of weeks ago. He lifted his filled wine-glass. "A toast to the Brimstone Club." "The Brimstone Club," returned the refrain, and the toast was drunk. The feast went on, through courses of baked salmon, sweetbreads in cognac, quail stuffed with chopped German sausage, and then rich brandied cake and raspberries in iced pink champagne. Michael's stomach felt swollen, though he'd eaten with discretion. Chesna had hardly eaten at all, but most of the others had filled their faces as if tomorrow was Judgment Day. Michael thought of a time long ago when winter winds were raging and the starving pack had gathered around Franco's severed leg. All this fat, grease, and running suet didn't fit the wolf's diet. When dinner ended, cognac and cigars were offered. Most of the guests left the table, drifting into the suite's other huge, marble-floored rooms. Michael stood beside Chesna on the long balcony, a snifter of warm cognac in his hand, and watched searchlights probe the low clouds over Berlin. Chesna put her arm around him and leaned her head on his shoulder, and they were left alone. He said in the soft murmuring of an enraptured lover, "What are my chances of getting in later?" "What?" She almost pulled away from him. "Getting in here," he explained. "I'd like to take a look around Bloch's suite." "Not very good. All the doors have alarms. If you don't have the proper key, all hell would break loose." "Can you get me a key?" "No, too risky." He thought for a moment, watching the ballet of searchlights. "What about the balcony doors?" he asked. He'd already noticed there were no locks on them. Locks were hardly necessary when they were on the castle's 7th floor, more than 160 feet above the ground. The nearest balcony, to the right, belonging to Harry Sandler's suite, was over 40 feet away. Chesna looked into his face. "You've got to be joking." "Our suite is on the floor below, isn't it?" He strolled to the stone railing and peered down. A little more than 20 feet below was another terrace, but it wasn't part of Chesna's suite. Their quarters were around the castle's corner, facing the south, while Bloch's terrace faced almost directly east. He searched the castle's wall. The massive, weather-worn stones were full of cracks and chinks, and here and there were ornate embellishments of eagles, geometric designs, and the grotesque faces of gargoyles. A thin ledge encircled every level of the castle, but much of the ledge on the 7th floor had crumbled away. Still, there were abundant hand and footholds, if he was very, very careful. The height made his stomach clench, but it was jumping from airplanes that he most dreaded, not height itself. He said, "I can get in through the balcony doors." "You can get yourself killed any number of ways in Berlin. If you like, you can tell Bloch who you really are, and he'll put a bullet through your brain, so you won't have to commit suicide." "I'm serious," Michael said, and Chesna saw that he was. She started to tell him that he was utterly insane, but suddenly a young, giggling, blonde girl came out onto the balcony, followed closely by a Nazi officer old enough to be her father. "Darling, darling," the German goat crooned. "Tell me what you want." Michael pulled Chesna against him and guided her toward the balcony's far corner. The wind blew into their faces, bringing the smell of mist and pine. "I might not have another opportunity," he said, in a lover's moist and quiet tone. He began to slide his hand down her elegant back, and Chesna didn't pull away because the German goat and his nymphette were watching. "I've had some mountaineering experience." It had been a course in cliff climbing, before he'd gone to North Africa. The art of making a hairline crack and a nub of rock support 180 pounds. The same skill he'd used at the Paris Opera. He glanced over the railing again, then thought better of it. No use stretching his courage before he needed it. "I can do it," he said, and then he smelled Chesna's womanly scent, her beautiful face so close to his. Searchlights danced over Berlin like a ghostly ballet. On impulse, Michael pulled Chesna against him and kissed her lips. She resisted, but only for a second, because she also knew they were being watched. She put her arms around him, felt the muscles of his shoulders move under his tuxedo jacket, and then felt his hand caress the base of her spine, where the dimples were. Michael tasted her lips, honey-sweet, with perhaps a dash of pepper. Warm lips, and growing warmer. She put a hand against his chest. The hand made an effort to push him back, but the arm didn't agree. Defeated, the hand slipped away. Michael deepened the kiss, and found Chesna accepting what he offered. "That's what I want," Michael heard the old goat's nymphet say. Another officer looked out through the balcony doors. "Almost time," he announced, and hurried away. The goat and nymphet left, the girl still giggling. Michael broke the kiss, and Chesna gasped for breath. His lips tingled. "Almost time for what?" he asked her. "The Brimstone Club's meeting. Once a month, down in the auditorium." She actually, it was ridiculous, felt a little dizzy. The altitude, she thought it must be. Her lips felt as if they were on fire. "We'd better hurry if we're going to find good seats." She took his hand, and he followed her off the balcony. They descended in a crowded elevator, along with other dinner guests. Michael assumed the Brimstone Club was one of those mystic leagues the Nazis prided themselves on, in a country of orders, fellowships, and secret societies. In any case, he was about to find out. He noted that Chesna had a very tight grip on his hand, though her expression remained cheerful. The actress at her craft. The auditorium, on the castle's first floor in the section behind the lobby, was filling up with people. 50 or so Brimstone Club members had already found their chairs. A red velvet curtain obscured the stage, and multicolored electric lanterns hung from the rafters. Nazi officers had come dressed in their finery, and most everyone else wore formal attire. Whatever the Brimstone Club was, Michael mused as he walked with Chesna along the aisle, it was reserved for the Reich's gentry. "Chesna, over here. Please sit with us." Erich Bloch rose from his chair and waved them over. Boots, who might have taken up 2 chairs, was not in attendance, but Bloch sat with a group of his dinner guests. "Move down," he told them, and they instantly obeyed. "Please, sit beside me." He motioned to the seat next to him. Chesna took it, and Michael sat on the aisle seat. Bloch put his hand on Chesna and grinned broadly. "Ah, it's a wonderful night. Springtime. You can feel it in the air, can't you?" "Yes, you can," Chesna agreed, her smile pleasant, but her voice tense. "We're so glad to have you with us, Baron," Bloch told him. "Of course you know all the membership fees go toward the war fund." Michael nodded. Bloch began talking to a woman sitting in front of him. Sandler, Michael saw, was sitting up in the front row, with a woman on either side of him, talking animatedly. Tales of Africa, Michael thought. Within 15 minutes, between 70 and 80 people had entered the auditorium. The lanterns began to dim, and the doors were closed to shut out the uninvited. A hush fell over the audience. What the hell was this all about? Michael wondered. Chesna was still gripping his hand, and her fingernails were beginning to dig into his skin. A man in a white tuxedo came out through the curtains, to polite applause. He thanked the membership for attending the monthly meeting, and for being so generous with their contributions. He went on about the fighting spirit of the Reich, and how the valiant youth of Germany would crush the Russians and send them fleeing back to their holes. The applause was more scattered, and some of the officers actually groaned in derision. The man, a master of ceremonies, Michael reasoned, continued, undaunted, about the shining future of the 1,000-year Reich, and how Germany would yet have 3 capitals, Berlin, Moscow, and London. Today's blood, he said, in a booming voice, will be tomorrow's victory garlands. So we'll fight on, and on, and on. And now, he said with a flourish, let the entertainment begin. The lanterns had gone out. The curtains opened, the stage illuminated by footlights, and the master of ceremonies hurried off. Another man sat in a chair, reading a newspaper and smoking a cigar at stage center. Michael almost bolted to his feet. It was Winston Churchill, totally naked, the cigar clamped in his bulldog teeth, and a tattered London Times in his pudgy hands. Laughter swelled. The music of a brass band, hidden behind the stage, umpad a comic tune. Winston Churchill sat smoking and reading, his pallid legs crossed and his etiquette hanging down. As the audience laughed and applauded, a girl wearing nothing but high black leather boots and carrying a cat-o'-nine-tails strutted out on stage. She wore a square smudge of charcoal on her upper lip, a Hitlerian moustache. Michael, his senses reeling, recognized the girl as Charlotta, the autograph-seeker. There was nothing shy about her now, her breasts bobbling as she advanced toward Churchill, and he suddenly looked up and let out a shrill, piercing scream. The scream made everyone laugh harder. Churchill fell to his knees, his naked and flabby behind offered to the audience, and held up his hands for mercy. "You pig!" the girl shouted. "You filthy, murdering swine! Here's your mercy!" She swung the whip, and the lashes cracked across Churchill's shoulder, raising red welts on his white flesh. The man howled in pain and grovelled at her feet. She began to whip his back and buttocks, cursing him like a blue-tongued sailor as the band umpad merrily and the audience convulsed with laughter. Reality and unreality mixed. Michael realized the man was, of course, not the Prime Minister of England, just an actor who eerily resembled him. But the cat-o'-nine-tails wasn't a fiction. Neither was the girl's rage. "This is for Hamburg," she shouted, "and Dortmund, and Marienburg, and Berlin, and—" She went on, a recitation of cities the Allied bombers had hit, and as the whip began to fling drops of blood, the audience erupted in a paroxysm of cheering. Bloch leaped to his feet, clapping his hands above his head. Others were standing too, shouting gleefully as the whipping continued, and the false Churchill shivered at the girl's feet. Blood streamed down the man's back, but he made no effort to rise or escape the whip. "Bonn!" the girl raged as the whip struck. "Schweinfurt!" Sweat glistened on her shoulders and between her breasts, her body trembling with the effort, moisture smearing the charcoal moustache. The whip continued to fall, and now the man's back and buttocks were crisscrossed with red. Finally the man shuddered and lay sobbing, and the female Hitler whipped him across his back one last time and then put a booted foot on his neck in triumph. She gave the audience a Nazi salute and received a bounty of cheering and applause. The curtains closed. "Wonderful, wonderful," Bloch said, sitting down again. A light sheen of perspiration had collected on his forehead, and he dabbed it off with a white handkerchief. "You see what entertainment your money buys, Baron." "Yes," Michael answered. Forcing a smile was the most difficult thing he'd ever done in his life. "I do see." The curtains opened again. 2 men were shoveling glittering fragments from a wheelbarrow, scattering them over the stage. Michael realized they were covering the floor with broken glass. They finished their job, rolled the wheelbarrow away, and then a Nazi soldier pushed a thin girl with long brown hair onto the stage. She wore a dirty patched dress made of potato sacks, and her bare feet crunched the glass shards. The girl stood in the glass, her head slumped and her hair obscuring her face. pinned to her potato sack dress was a yellow Star of David. A violinist in a black tuxedo appeared from the left side of the stage, wedged his instrument against his throat, and began to fiddle a lively tune. The girl, against all human reason and dignity, began to dance on the broken glass like a wind-up toy. The audience laughed and clapped, as if in appreciation of an animal act. "Bravo!" the officer sitting in front of Michael shouted. Michael would have blown the bastard's brains out if he'd had his derringer. This savagery surpassed anything he'd experienced in the Russian forest. This truly was a gathering of beasts. It was all he could do to keep from leaping to his feet and shouting for the girl to stop. But Chesna felt his body tremble, and she looked at him. She saw the revulsion in his eyes, and something else there, too, that frightened her to the marrow of her bones. "Do nothing," she whispered. Under Michael's tuxedo jacket and crisp white shirt, wolf hair had emerged along his spine. The hairs scurried across his flesh. Chesna squeezed his hand. Her own eyes were dead, her emotions switched off like an electric light. On stage, the violinist was playing faster, and the thin girl was dancing faster, leaving bloody footprints on the boards. This was almost beyond Michael's power to endure. It was the brutalization of the innocent, and it made his soul writhe. He felt hair crawling on the backs of his arms, on his shoulder blades, on his thighs. The change was calling him, and to embrace it in this auditorium would be a disaster. He closed his eyes, thought of the verdant forest, the white palace, the song of the wolves, civilization a long way from here. The violinist was playing frantically now, and the audience was clapping in rhythm. Sweat burned Michael's face. He could smell the musky animal perfume rising from his flesh. It took a massive effort of will to hold back the wild winds. They came very close to engulfing him, but he fought them, his eyes tightly closed and the wolf hair rippling across his chest. A band of hair rose on the back of his right hand, which clenched the armrest on the aisle, but Chesna didn't see it. And then the change passed like a freight train on dark tracks, the wolf hair itching madly as it retreated into his pores. The violinist played a flurry of notes at satanic speed, and Michael could hear the sound of the girl's feet sliding on the glass. The music reached its zenith and ceased, to cheering and more shouts of "Bravo! Bravo!" He opened his eyes. They were wet with rage and revulsion. The Nazi soldier led the girl off stage. She moved like a sleepwalker, trapped in an unending nightmare. The violinist bowed, smiling broadly. Another man with a broom came out to sweep up the bloody glass, and the curtains closed. "Excellent," Bloch said to no one in particular. "This is the best presentation yet." Attractive naked women appeared, rolling kegs of beer and iced mugs on carts along the aisles. They stopped to draw beer into the mugs and pass them to thirsty Brimstone Club members. The audience began to grow raucous, some of them breaking into obscene songs. Grinning faces gleamed with sweat, and beer sloshed as mugs were cracked together in vile toasts. "How long does this go on?" Michael asked Chesna. "Hours. I've known it to go on all night." One more minute was too long, as far as he was concerned. He touched his pocket and felt the key to their room that Chesna had given him. Bloch was talking to the man next to him, explaining something with a hammering of his fist. An iron fist, Michael wondered. The curtains opened again. At the center of the stage was a bed, its sheet a Russian flag. On that bed, her wrists and ankles tied to the bedposts, lay a dark-haired woman, nude, who might have been Slavic. Two naked, muscular men, wearing Nazi helmets and jackboots, goose-stepped out from either side of the stage, to loud applause and excited laughter. Their weapons were raised for an assault, and the woman on the bed cringed but couldn't escape. Michael had reached his limit. He stood up, turned his back on the stage, and walked quickly up the aisle and out of the auditorium. "Where's the Baron going?" Bloch asked. "It's the shank of the evening." I don't think he's feeling well, Chestnut told him. He ate too much. Oh, weak stomach, eh? He grasped her hand to keep her from bolting too, and his silver teeth flashed. Well, I'll keep you company, won't I? Chestnut started to pull away, but Block's grip tightened. She'd never walked out of a Brimstone Club meeting. She'd always been a loyal part of the group, and to walk out now, even following the Baron, might cause suspicion. She forced her muscles to relax, and her actress's smile surfaced. "I'd love a beer," she said, and Block motioned to one of the naked waitresses. On stage there was a scream, followed by the audience's shouts of approval. Michael unlocked the suite door and went directly to the balcony, where he breathed in fresh air and fought down his churning stomach. It took a minute or two for his head to clear. His brain felt infected with corruption. He looked at the ledge that ran from the balcony along the castle's wall, 8 inches wide at the most. Sculpted eagles and gargoyle faces were set in the cracked grey stones. But if he misstepped or lost his handhold, no matter. If he was going, it had to be now. He eased over the terrace balustrade, set one foot on the ledge, and grasped the eye sockets of a gargoyle. His other foot found the ledge too. He waited a few seconds until he had his center of balance, and then he carefully moved along the ledge, 140 feet above Hitler's Earth. 8. The ledge was still slick with rain. The wind had turned chill, and gusts plucked at Michael's hair and tugged his tuxedo jacket. He kept going inch by inch, his chest pressed against the castle's mountainous wall, and his shoes scraping along the ledge. The balcony of the next suite was perhaps 30 feet away, and then there was another 8 feet or so to the southeast corner. Michael moved carefully onward, not thinking of anything but the next step, the next finger grip. He grasped an eagle that suddenly cracked and crumbled, the fragments falling into the darkness. He squeezed himself against the wall, with his forefinger and thumb hooked into a half-inch wide fracture until he regained his balance. Then he went on, fingers searching for fissures in the ancient stones, his shoes testing the firmness of the ledge before each step. He thought of a fly crawling along the side of a massive square cake. One step followed the next. Something cracked. Careful, careful, he told himself. The ledge held, and in another moment Michael reached the next balcony and stepped over the balustrade. Curtains were closed over the terrace doors, but light streamed through a large window just on the other side of the terrace. The ledge went underneath that window. He would have to pass it to reach the corner, where a pattern of gargoyle faces and geometric figures ascended to the next level. Michael walked across the terrace, took a deep breath, and stepped over the railing onto the ledge again. He was wet under his arms, and sweat dampened the small of his back. He kept going, relying on the ledge and not on handholds as he passed the window. It was a spacious bedroom, clothes scattered on the bed, but no one in the room. Michael made it past the glass, noting with some displeasure that he'd left his palm prints on it, and the corner was within reach. He stood clinging to the southeast edge of the Reichskronen, wind slashing into his face and searchlights sweeping back and forth across the clouds. Now he would have to leave the safety of this ledge and climb up to the next level, using the sculpted stones as a ladder. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and he looked up, examining the gargoyle faces and geometric figures, judging where to put his fingers and toes. The wind was an enemy to balance, but that couldn't be helped. Go on, he told himself, because this corner was the kind of place that sapped courage. He reached up, got his fingers latched on a sculpted triangle, and began to pull himself up. One shoe tip went into a gargoyle's eye. The other found an eagle's wing. He climbed the carved stones, the wind swirling around him. 12 feet above the 6th-floor ledge, he put his fingers into the eyes of a gaping, demonic face, and a pigeon burst out of the mouth in a flurry of feathers. Michael stayed where he was for a moment, his heart hammering and pigeon feathers whirling around him. His fingers were scraped and raw, but he was only 8 feet below the 7th-floor ledge. He kept climbing over the sculpted stones, got one knee up on the ledge, and pulled himself carefully to his feet. The ledge made a cracking noise, and a few bits of masonry tumbled down, but he was still standing on something more or less solid. The next balcony belonged to Harry Sandler's suite, and he reached it with relative ease. He quickly crossed the terrace, slipped over it on the opposite side, and faced a ledge between it and Block's terrace that had all but crumbled to pieces. Only chunks of stone remained, with gaping holes between them. The largest ledgeless space was about 5 feet, but from Michael's precarious perspective it easily looked twice that distance. He would have to cling to the wall to get over it. Michael eased along the decayed ledge, balancing on his toes, his fingers finding cracks in the stones. As he settled his weight forward, a piece of the ledge suddenly broke beneath his right foot. Legs splayed in his chest, hugging the wall, he tightened his grip on fissures in the stones. His shoulders throbbed with the effort, and he heard the breath whistle between his teeth. "Go on," he urged himself. "Don't stop, damn it." He listened to the inner voice, its heat thawing the ice that had begun to form in his knee joint. He went on, step after wary step, and he came to the place where there was no ledge. "He asked for my advice, and I gave it to him," came a voice from below Michael. Someone talking on a 6th-floor terrace. "I said those troops were green as new apples, and if he put them in that cauldron, they'd be chewed to pieces." But of course he didn't listen. Another man's voice. "He laughed at me, actually laughed. He said he certainly knew his troops better than I did, and he'd ask for my opinion when he wanted it. And now we all know the result, don't we? 8,000 men trapped by the Russians, and 4,000 more marching to prison camps. I tell you, it makes you sick to think of this damned waste." Michael didn't feel well himself, thinking of how he'd have to cling to the wall to get across that hole. As the two officers talked on the lower balcony, he stretched out as far as he could, hooked his raw fingers into cracks, and tensed his shoulders. "Now," he thought, and before he could hesitate, he swung out over the ledgeless gap, his shoulder muscles bunching under his shirt, and his fingers and wrists as taut as pitons. He hung for a few seconds, trying to get his right foot up on the next fragment of ledge. A piece of masonry cracked off and fell, smaller pebbles of stone following it down into the dark. "It's murder," the first officer was saying, his voice getting more strident. "Absolute murder. Young men by the thousands being torn to shreds. I know. I've seen the reports. And when the people of Germany find out about this, there'll be hell to pay." Michael couldn't get his foot up on the ledge, because the stone kept crumbling away. Sweat was on his face. His wrists and shoulders were cramping. Another chunk of masonry fell and hit the castle's wall on the way down. "My God, what was that?" the second officer asked. "Something just fell over there." "Where?" Come on," Michael told himself, and swore at his clumsiness. He got the toe of his right shoe wedged on a small piece of ledge that mercifully didn't fall. Some of the pressure eased on his fingers and wrists. But small bits of stone were still crumbling, the pebbles making little clicking noises as they ricocheted off the stones below. "There! You see? I knew I heard it." In another few seconds the two men were going to lean over their balcony's railing, look up, and see him battling for balance. Michael slid his right foot forward, made room for the toe of his left shoe on the fragment of ledge, and then heaved with his straining shoulders and stretched so that his right foot found a stronger place to rest. Block's terrace was within reach. He unhooked his right hand, gripped the balustrade, and quickly pulled himself over onto the sturdy surface. He rested a moment, breathing hard, his shoulder and forearm muscles slowly unkinking. "This whole damned place must be falling apart," the first officer said. "Just like the Reich, eh? Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if this balcony fell under our feet." There was silence. Michael heard one of the men nervously clear his throat, and the next sound was that of the balcony door opening and closing. Michael turned the knobs of the French doors and entered Yerrick Bloch's suite. He knew where the dining room was, and the kitchen beyond that. In that area he didn't care to wander, since some of the waiters and kitchen staff might be around. He crossed the high-ceilinged living room, passing a black marble fireplace, above which the requisite painting of Hitler hung, and reached another closed door. He tried the gleaming brass knob, and the door yielded to him. There were no lights in the room, but he could see well enough. Shelves of books, a massive oak desk, a couple of black leather chairs, and a couch. This must be Bloch's permanent office when he visited the Reichskronen. Michael closed the door behind him, walked across the thick Persian carpet, probably stolen from the house of a Russian nobleman, he thought grimly, and to the desk. On it was a green-shaded lamp, which he switched on to continue his search. On one wall was a large framed photograph of Bloch, standing under a stone arch. Beyond him were wooden structures and coils of barbed wire, and a brick chimney puffing black smoke. On the stone arch was carved Falkenhausen, the concentration camp near Berlin, where Bloch had served as commandant. It was the photograph of a man proud of his child. Michael turned his attention to the desk. The blotter was clean. Bloch evidently was the soul of neatness. He tried the top drawer. Locked. So were all the other drawers. The desk had a black leather chair with a silver SS embedded in its backrest, and leaning against it in the desk's well was a black valise. Michael picked it up. The valise bore the silver SS insignia and the Gothic initials JGB. He put the valise atop the desk and unzipped it, reaching inside. His hand found a folder and drew it out. Within the folder were various sheets of white paper, Bloch's official SS stationery, on which numbers were typed. The numbers were arranged in columns, designating amounts of money. Budget sheets, Michael reasoned. Beside the numbers were initials, perhaps the initials of people, items, or a code of some kind. In any case, he had no time to try to decipher them. His overall impression was that a large amount of money had been spent on something, and either Bloch or a secretary had written down everything to the last Deutschemark. Something else was in the folder, too. A square brown envelope. Michael unclasped it and slid its contents out under the lamp. There were 3 black and white photographs. Michael flinched, but then leaned forward and forced himself to study them closely. The first photograph showed the face of a dead man. What was left of the face, that is. The left cheek had collapsed into a ragged-edged crater. Holes covered the forehead, the nose had rotted into a gaping hole, and teeth showed through the tattered lips. More holes, each one about an inch in diameter, were scattered over the chin and the exposed throat. All that remained of the right ear was a nub of flesh, as if someone had burned it off with a blowtorch. The man's eyes stared blankly, and it took Michael a few seconds to realize that his eyelids were gone. At the bottom of the photograph, just below the corpse's ravaged throat, was a slate, and on that slate was chalked, in German, 2/1944. Test subject 307. Scarpa. The second photograph was a profile of what might have been a woman's face. There was a little dark, curly hair clinging to the skull, but most of the flesh was gone, and the wounds were so hideous and deep that the sinus passages and the root of the tongue were exposed. The eye was a white melted mass, like a lump of candle wax. Across the corpse's cratered shoulder was a slate, 2/2244. Test subject 345. Scarpa. Michael felt prickles of cold sweat on the back of his neck. He looked at the third picture. Whether this human being had been man, woman, or child was impossible to tell. Nothing remained of the face but wet craters held together by strands of glistening tissue. In that gruesome ruin the teeth were clenched, as if biting back a final scream. Holes pocked the throat and shoulders, and the slate board read 2-24-44. Test subject 359, Scarpa. Scarpa, Michael thought. The Norwegian island where Dr. Gustav Hildebrand kept a second home. Obviously, Hildebrand had been entertaining guests. Michael steeled himself and looked at the photographs again. Test subjects. Nameless numbers. Probably Russian prisoners. But, dear God, what had done this kind of damage to human flesh? Even a flamethrower gave a cleaner death. Sulfuric acid was the only thing he could think of that might have wreaked such horror. Yet the tattered edges of the flesh showed no sign of being burned by either chemicals or flame. He was certainly no expert on corrosives, but he doubted that even sulfuric acid could have such a savage effect. Test subjects, he thought. Testing what? Some new chemical that Hildebrand had developed? Something so hideous that it could only be tested on a barren island off the coast of Norway? And what might this have to do with Iron Fist and a caricature of a strangled Hitler? Questions without answers. But of one thing Michael Gallatin was certain. He had to find those answers before the Allied invasion a little more than a month away. He returned the photographs to the envelope, then the envelope and papers to the folder to the valise zippered, and replaced exactly where he'd found it. He spent a few more minutes looking around the office, but nothing else caught his interest. Then he switched off the lamp, crossed the room, and headed for the front door. He was almost there when he heard a key slip into the latch. He stopped abruptly, spinning around and striding quickly for the terrace doors. He was barely out onto the balcony when the door opened. A girl's breathy, excited voice said, "Oh, this looks like heaven." "The Colonel enjoys luxury," came the husky reply. The door shut and was relocked. Michael stood with his back against the castle wall and darted a glance through the glass of the French doors. Boots had found a female companion, evidently bringing her up to Bloch's suite to try to impress her out of her dress. The next step, if Michael knew anything about seduction, was to bring her out to the balcony and lean her over the edge to give her a tingle. In that case, this would not be the best place to stand. Michael quickly stepped over the balustrade onto the treacherously gapped ledge. He slipped his raw fingers into chinks, held tight, and started back the way he'd come. The masonry cracked and crumbled under his weight, but he got across the gaps and reached the balcony to Sandler's suite. Behind him he heard the girl say, "It's so high, isn't it?" Michael opened the terrace doors and slipped through them, closing them softly at his back. The suite was a mirror image of Bloch's, except the fireplace was made of red stones, and the painting above it was a different vision of the Führer. The place was quiet. Sandler must still be brimstoning. Michael walked toward the door and saw standing near it a cage in which the golden hawk perched. Blondie wore no head mask, the hawk's dark eyes staring fixedly at him. "Hello, you little bitch," Michael said, and tapped noisily on the cage. The hawk shivered with anger, feathers ruffling at the back of its neck, and began to make that hissing sound. "I ought to eat you and spit your bones out on the floor," Michael said. The hawk crouched over, its body quivering like a lightning rod in a storm. "Well, maybe next time." He reached for the doorknob. He heard a faint, almost musical ping. Something clattered. Michael looked toward the hawk's cage and saw counterweights descending from the ceiling. A small chain was playing out. Michael realized he just snapped a tripwire between him and the door, and he had no more time for further deliberation because the counterweights pulled the cage's door up, and the golden hawk lunged out at him, its talons already shredding the air. 9. As Michael was balancing on the hotel's ledge, Yerrick Block wiped tears of laughter from his eyes. On stage, the spectacle involved a female midget and a burly Slav, who obviously had been the idiot in some god-forsaken Russian village. The man's physical equipment, however, was huge, and he grinned at the Nazi laughter as if he understood the joke. Block looked at his pocket watch. He was getting sated on debauchery, and after a while all asses, no matter how big or small, looked the same. He leaned toward Chesna and touched her knee in a gesture that was far from fatherly. "Your Baron must not have a sense of humor." He wasn't feeling well. As for that matter, neither was she. Her face hurt from all the false smiles. "Come on. Enough beer hall entertainment." He stood up and grasped her elbow. "I'll buy you a bottle of champagne in the lounge." Chesna was overjoyed to be able to make a graceful exit. The show was far from finished. There were cruder audience participation events yet to come. But the Brimstone Club had never been anything for her but a way to meet people. She allowed Colonel Block to escort her to the lounge, thinking that the Baron might at this moment be either on his way in or out of Block's suite. So far there had been no shriek of a plummeting body. The man, whatever his real name might be, was crazy, but he hadn't lived this long in a dangerous profession by being careless. They sat down at a table, and Block ordered a magnum of champagne and checked his pocket watch again. He asked the waiter to bring a telephone to the table. "Business?" Chesna inquired. "So late?" "I fear so." Block closed his pocket watch and put it away in his neat uniform. "I want to hear all about the Baron, Chesna. Where you met him, what you know of him. As long as I've known you, I've never thought you were the type of woman to be foolish." "Foolish?" She lifted her blonde brows. "How do you mean?" "These dukes, earls, and barons are cheap currency. You see them every day, holding court and dressed up like department store dummies. Any man with a drop of royal blood pawns himself off as gold these days, when he's really pig iron. You can't be too careful." He wagged a warning finger at her. The waiter came with the telephone and proceeded to plug its prongs into the proper socket. "Harry and I were talking this afternoon," Block went on. "He thinks the Baron might be, how shall I say this, interested in more than true love." She waited for him to continue. Her heart was beating harder. Block's pinched nose had picked up a scent. "You say you've only known the Baron a short time, yes? And already you're planning marriage? Well, let me get to my point, Chesna. You're a beautiful and wealthy woman, with a great reputation in the Reich. Even Hitler loves your films, and God knows the Führer's favorite film subject is himself. But have you ever considered the possibility that the Baron simply wants to marry you for your money and prestige?" "I have," she answered. Too quickly, she thought. "The Baron loves me for myself." "But how can you be sure, without giving it time? It's not as if you're about to vanish from the face of the earth, is it? Why not give it through the summer?" He picked up the telephone, and Chesna watched him dial a number. She knew what number it was, and she felt her blood chill. "Colonel Block," he said, identifying himself to the operator. "Medical, please." He spoke again to Chesna. 3 months. What could it hurt? I have to tell you, neither I nor Harry like the man. He's got a lean and hungry look. Something about him doesn't ring true. Pardon me." He returned his attention to the telephone again. "Yes, Block here. How was the operation?" Good. Then he'll recover. Enough to talk, yes? And when might that be? 24 hours is too long. 12 at the most. He was speaking in his haughty colonel's voice, and he winked at Chesna. Listen to me, Arthur. I want Frankowitz. Chesna thought she gasped aloud. She wasn't sure. What felt like a band of steel closed around her throat. Able to answer questions within 12 hours, yes? End of conversation. He hung up and pushed the telephone away as if it was something distasteful. Now, we were talking about the Baron. 3 months. We can find out everything there is to know about him. He shrugged. After all, that's my specialty. Chesna thought she might scream. She was afraid she'd gone as pallid as a corpse. But if Block noticed, he didn't say anything. Ah, here's our champagne. Block waited, drumming his spidery fingers on the tabletop, as the waiter poured flutes for them both. To good health, he toasted, and Chesna had to use all her skills to keep her hand from trembling as she lifted her glass. And as champagne bubbles tickled her nose, the counterweights fell. The chain rattled along its distance, the cage's door slid up, and Blondie came out at Michael Gallatin. The talons raked air where his face had been a second before, because Michael had ducked low, and Blondie's momentum carried her over him. She twisted in midair, her wings beating, and swooped upon him as he backpedaled, his arms up to protect his face. Michael feinted to the right and dodged to the left with a wolf's speed, and as Blondie flashed past him, 2 talons ripped into his right shoulder and sprayed bits of black cloth. She turned again and let out an enraged shriek. Michael backed away, frantically looking for anything to defend himself with. Blondie spun around the room in a tight circle, then suddenly reversed direction and darted at his face, her wings widespread. Michael dropped to the floor. Blondie shot over him, tried to stop, and skidded along the arm of a black leather sofa, clawing deep furrows in the cowhide. Michael rolled away, got to his knees, and saw an open doorway in front of him, a blue-tiled bathroom. He heard the beating of golden wings behind him, sensed claws about to dig into the back of his skull. He flung himself forward, rolling head over heels, and through the open door into the bathroom. As he spun around on the blue-tiled floor, he saw Blondie streaking after him. He grasped the edge of the door, slammed it shut, and heard a satisfying thunk as the hawk hit it. There was a silence. Dead? Michael wondered. Or just stunned? His answer came a few seconds later, the sound of frenzied clawing as Blondie attacked the door. Michael stood up and gauged the boundaries of his prison. There was a sink, an oval mirror, a toilet, and a narrow closet. No windows and no other door. He checked the closet, but found nothing of use. Blondie was at work, tearing furrows on the other side of the bathroom door. To get out of Sandler's suite, he had to get out of this room and past the hawk. Sandler might return at any moment. There was no time to wait for the hawk to exhaust herself, and little chance that she'd lose interest. Michael knew she could smell the wolf on him, and it was driving her crazy. Sandler evidently didn't trust the Reich Cronin's security system. The thin tripwire he'd managed to wrap around the doorknob as he'd gone out for the evening was a nasty surprise for the curious. Once a hunter, always a hunter. Michael cursed himself for not being more alert. The grisly photographs had been on his mind, but what he'd found out tonight would be worthless if he couldn't get out. Blondie attacked the door again, her fury waxing. He looked at his reflection in the mirror and saw the ripped seam of his jacket. Some of the shirt was gone, too, but his flesh was unscathed, so far. Michael gripped the edges of the mirror and lifted it off its mounting brackets. Then he turned it around so the mirrored glass was aimed away from him. He lifted the mirror up over his face like a shield, and then he went to the door. Blondie's talons must have been an inch deep in the wood by now. Michael held the mirror up with one hand, and then took a breath, and with the other hand turned the knob and wrenched the door open. The hawk shrieked and retreated. It had seen its own reflection. Michael protected his face with the mirror and backed carefully toward the terrace doors. He couldn't risk running into Sandler in the hallway. He'd have to get back to Chesna's suite the same way he'd come. Surely Boots and his prize had stopped dawdling by now and had left the balcony. Michael heard the whooshing sound of Blondie's powerful wings coming at him. The hawk stopped short of its mirrored reflection and clawed wildly at the glass. Its strength almost knocked the mirror away from him, and he fastened his fingers around the edges. Blondie flew away and darted back again, unconcerned with Michael's fingers, but concentrating on killing the hawk that had dared to invade her territory. Again the talons scratched at the glass. Blondie made a high, squealing sound, flew a circle around the room, and attacked the mirror once more as Michael backed toward the terrace. This time Blondie hit the mirror a glancing blow, and the force of it staggered Michael. His heel caught on the leg of a low coffee table. He lost his balance and fell. The mirror slipped and shattered against the fireplace stones with the sound of a pistol shot. Blondie flew just below the ceiling, making tight circles around the crystal chandelier. Michael got to his knees. The terrace doors were about 12 feet away. And then Blondie made one final circle and swooped down at him, talons outstretched to tear into his unprotected eyes. He had no time to think. The hawk was coming in a blur of deadly gold. It reached him, wings outspread. The talons drove downward, and the hooked beak started to stab for the soft, glittering orbs. Michael's right hand flashed up, and he heard the seam rip at his armpit. In the next second there was a burst of golden feathers where the hawk had been. He felt Blondie's talons grip his forearm, tearing through the jacket and shirt to find the skin, and then the bloody, mangled thing spun away like a tattered leaf and whacked against the wall, puffing more feathers. Blondie slid down to the floor, leaving smears of gore against the paint. The bloody mass that had been a bird of prey twitched a few times, then was still. Michael looked at his hand. Black hair seethed and rippled over the powerful claw of a wolf, and the curved nails were wet with Blondie's blood and entrails. The forearm muscles bulged under his sleeve, straining the seam. The hairs had advanced almost up to his shoulder, and he could feel his bones starting to warp and change. No, he thought, not here. He stood up on human legs. It took him a moment to stop the change before it overwhelmed him, because the odor of blood and violence had flamed his nerves. The curved nails withdrew, with little pricklings of pain. The hair retreated, making his flesh itch. And then it was over, and he was human again, except for a taste of musky wildness in his mouth. He hurried out to the terrace. Boots and the girl had disappeared into Block's suite. Michael wished there was something he could do to cover his tracks, but the damage was done. He stepped over the balustrade, got onto the ledge, and made his way to the southeast corner, where he descended to the level below by using the carved gargoyle faces and geometric figures again. In another 8 or 9 minutes he stepped onto the balcony of Chesna's suite and went inside, closing the terrace doors behind him. Now he felt as if he could breathe again. But where was Chesna? Still at the Brimstone Club's gathering, of course. Maybe he ought to make another appearance as well, but not in a hawk-clawed tuxedo jacket. He went into the bathroom and scrubbed all traces of blood from beneath the fingernails of his right hand, then changed into a fresh white shirt and put on a dark gray suit jacket with black velvet lapels. He wore his white bow tie again, since that had survived the blood spattering. His shoes were scuffed, but they'd have to do. He checked himself quickly in a mirror, making sure he hadn't missed a spot of crimson or a golden feather, and then he left the room and took an elevator to the lobby. The Brimstone Club's meeting was apparently over, because the lobby teemed with Nazi officers and their companions. Laughter boomed out from beer-sotted throats. Michael searched for Chesna in the crowd and felt a hand grasp his shoulder. He turned and found himself face to face with Harry Sandler. "Been looking for you, all over," Sandler said. His eyes were bloodshot, his mouth wet and slack. "Where'd you go?" Beer had finished the job wine had begun. "For a walk," Michael answered. "I wasn't feeling well. Have you seen Chesna?" "Yeah, she's been looking for you, too." "Asked me to help. Good show, wasn't it?" "Where's Chesna?" Michael repeated. He pulled loose from Sandler's hand. "Last I saw, she was in the courtyard, out there." He nodded toward the entrance. "Thought you'd decided to go back home and pick some more tulips. Come on, I'll take you to her." Sandler motioned him to follow, and the big game hunter began staggering and weaving across the lobby. Michael hesitated. Sandler stopped. "Come on, Baron. She's looking for her lover boy." He followed Sandler through the crowd toward the Reichskronen entrance. How the matter of the disemboweled hawk was going to be handled he didn't know. Chesna was an intelligent, charming woman. She'd think of something. He was glad Mouse hadn't seen any of that hideous entertainment, because it might have snapped the little man's last threads. One thing was clear to Michael. Somehow they had to find out what Gustav Hildebrand was working on. And, if possible, they had to get to Scarpa. But Norway was a long way from Berlin, and Berlin held enough danger on its own. Michael followed Harry Sandler down the steps, where the hunter almost lost his balance and broke his neck, which would have taken care of a task Michael planned to complete very shortly. They crossed the courtyard, the stones holding puddles of rainwater. "Where is she?" Michael asked, walking beside Sandler. "This way." He pointed toward the dark trail of the river. "There's a garden. Maybe you can tell me what kind of flowers are in it, right?" Michael heard something in the man's voice, a hardness beneath the drunken slurring. His steps slowed. It occurred to him that Sandler was walking faster, keeping his balance on the uneven stones. Sandler wasn't as drunk as he pretended to be. Now what was all this? Sandler said, "Here he is," in a quiet, sober voice. A man stepped out from behind a section of broken stone wall. He wore black gloves and a long gray coat. There was a sound behind Michael, a boot sole scraping stone. Michael whirled around and saw another man in a gray coat almost upon him. The man took 2 long strides, and the hand he'd already lifted came down. The blackjack he gripped in his fist hit Michael Gallatin on the side of the head and drove him to his knees. "Hurry," Sandler urged. "Get him up, damn it." A black car pulled up. Michael, adrift in a haze of pain, heard a door open. No, not a door. Heavier. The trunk lid. He was lifted up, and his scuffed shoes dragged across the stones. He let his body slump. It had all happened so fast. The gears of his brain had been knocked loose. The 2 men dragged him toward the car trunk. "Hurry!" Sandler hissed. Michael was lifted up, and he realized they were going to fold him up like a piece of luggage and throw him in the musty-smelling trunk. "Oh, no," he decided. "Can't let them do that. Oh, no." He tensed his muscles then and drove his right elbow sharply backward. It hit something bony, and he heard one of the men curse. A fist struck him hard in the kidneys, and an arm gripped him around the throat from behind. Michael fought them, trying to get loose. If he could just get his feet on the ground, he thought dazedly, he'd be all... He heard the whistle of air and knew the blackjack was falling again. It hit the back of his skull, making black explosions burst across the white landscape of a ghost world. Musty smell. Sound of a coffin lid slamming shut. No, trunk lid. My head. My head. He heard the sound of a well-tuned engine. The car was moving. Michael tried to lift his head, and when he did, an iron fist of pain closed around him and dragged him under. 8. Youth's Last Flower. 1. On a morning in the summer of Mikhail's 14th year, as the sun warmed the earth and the forest bloomed green as young dreams, a black wolf ran. He knew the tricks now. Viktor and Nikita had taught him. You propelled your body with the back legs, braked and turned with the front. You were always alert to the surface under your paws. Soft dirt, mud, rocks, sand. All those called for different touches, different tensions of the body. Sometimes you kept your muscles tight as new springs, sometimes relaxed like old bands of rubber. But, and this was a very important lesson, Viktor had said sternly, you remained constantly aware. That was a word Viktor used many times, beating it into Mikhail's impatient brain like a bent nail. Aware. Of your own body, the keen rumbling of the lungs, the pumping of the blood, the movement of muscles and sinews, and the rhythm of 4 legs. Of the sun in the sky and the direction you were traveling. Of your surroundings and how to get home again. Of not only the world in front of you, but what was happening to right, left, behind, above, and below. Of the scent trails of small game, and the sounds of animals fleeing your own scent. Aware of all these things and many more, Mikhail had never realized that being a wolf was such hard work. But it was becoming second nature. The pain of transformation had lessened, though Viktor had told him it would never entirely go away. Pain, as Mikhail understood it, was a fact of life. Still the pain of change paled before the utter exuberant thrill that Mikhail felt whenever his body bounded on all fours through the forest, his muscles rippling beneath his flesh, and the sensation of power beyond anything he'd ever known. He was still a small wolf, but Viktor said he'd grow. He was a fast learner, Viktor said. He had a good head on his shoulders. In these burning days of summer, Mikhail spent most of his time in the shape of a wolf, feeling naked and pale as a maggot when he wore his boy skin. He slept very little. Every day and night there were new explorations to make, new things to see from eyes that missed nothing. Objects that had been matter-of-factly familiar to his human vision were a revelation to his wolf's gaze. Rain was a shower of shimmering colors. The tracks of small animals in high grass were edged with the faint blue of body heat. The wind itself seemed to be a complex living thing that brought news of other lives and deaths from across the forest. And the moon. Oh, the moon! The wolf's eye saw it differently. An endlessly fascinating silver hole in the night, sometimes edged with bright blue, sometimes crimson, sometimes a hue that was beyond description. The moonlight fell in silver spears, lighting the forest like a cathedral. It was the most beautiful glow Mikhail had ever seen, and in that awesome beauty the wolves, even three-legged Franco, gathered on high rocks and sang. The songs were paeans of mingled joy and sadness. "We are alive," the songs said, "and we wish to live forever. But life is a passing thing, as the moon passes across the sky, and all the eyes of wolves and men must grow dim and close. But we'll sing while there's such a light as this." Mikhail ran for the thrill of running. Sometimes when he returned to human form after hours spent on 4 legs, he had trouble balancing on 2. They were weak white stalks, and you couldn't get them to go fast enough. Speed was what entranced Mikhail. The ability of movement, of cutting left and right, and having a tail that acted like a rudder, keeping your balance in turns. Viktor said he was becoming too enraptured with his wolf's body, and neglecting his studies. It wasn't only the changing of shape that made the miracle, Viktor told him. It was the brain in the wolf's skull that could follow a scent of an injured stag on the wind and recite Shakespeare at the same time. He burst through the underbrush and found a pond in a hollow rimmed with rocks. The fragrance of the cool water on such a hot, dusty day was a beckoning perfume. There were still some things a human boy could do better than a wolf, and one of them was swimming. He rolled in the soft grass for the mighty pleasure of it. Then he lay on his side, panting, and let the change come over him. How this worked exactly was still a mystery to him. It began by imagining himself as a boy, just as he imagined himself a wolf when he desired to change in the other direction. The more complete and detailed he saw himself in his mind's eye, the faster and smoother the change. It was a matter of concentration, of training the mind. Of course there were problems. Sometimes an arm or leg refused to obey, and once his head had balked. All this led to much merriment for the other members of the pack, but considerable discomfort for Mikhail. But with practice he was getting better. As Victor told him, Rome wasn't built in a day. Mikhail leaped into the water, and it closed over his head. He came up spouting, and then he arched his white body and dove into the depths. As he stroked along the rocky bottom, he remembered how and where he'd first learned to swim, as a child under the tutelage of his mother, in a huge indoor pool in St. Petersburg. Had that been him, really? A pampered, shy youth who wore shirts with high-starched collars and took piano lessons? That seemed like a foreign world now, and all the people who had inhabited it had almost faded away. Nothing was real, except this life and the forest. He shot up to the surface, and as he shook the water from his hair, he heard her laugh. Startled, he looked around and saw her. She was sitting on a rock, her long hair the color of spun gold in the sunlight. Alexa was as naked as he, but her body was infinitely more interesting. "Oh, look," she said teasingly. "What a minnow I've found." Mikhail treaded water. "What are you doing out here?" "What are you doing in there?" "Swimming," he answered. "What does it look like?" "It looks silly. Cool, but silly." She couldn't swim, he thought. Had she followed him from the White Palace? "It is cool," he told her, "especially after you run." He could tell that Alexa had been running. Her body was moist with a fine sheen of sweat. Alexa carefully eased down on the rock, reached forward, and cupped a hand into the water. She lifted it to her mouth and lapped it like an animal, then poured the rest of it over the golden down between her thighs. "Oh, yes," she said, and smiled at him. "It is cool, isn't it?" Mikhail was beginning to feel much warmer. He swam away from her, but it was a small pond. He swam in circles, pretending that he didn't even notice as she stretched out against the rock and offered her body to the sun, and, of course, to his gaze. He averted his face. What was wrong with him? Lately, through the spring and now into the summer, Alexa had been much on his mind. Her blonde hair, her ice-blue eyes when she was in her human form, her blonde fur and proud tail when she was wolfen. The mystery between her thighs pulled at him. He'd had dreams. No, those were indecent. "You have a beautiful back," she told him. Her voice was soft. There was something pliable in it. "It looks so strong." He swam a little faster, maybe to make the muscles of his back tense, maybe not. "When you come out," Alexa said, "I'll dry you off." Mikhail's penis had already guessed at how that was to be accomplished, and grown hard as the rock Alexa perched on. He kept swimming as Alexa sunned herself and waited. He could stay in the pond until she got tired and went back home, he thought. She was an animal. That's what Renati said about her. But as Mikhail's swimming began to slow and his heart pounded with an unknown passion, he knew his time with Alexa would be soon, if not today. She wanted him, wanted what he had, and he was curious. There were lessons Victor could not teach. Alexa was waiting, and the sun was hot. Its glare off the water made him feel dizzy. He made 2 more circles, turning the situation over in his mind. A vital part of him had already made its decision. He pulled himself out of the water, feeling a mixture of longing and fear as he watched Alexa stand up, her breasts drawing tight as she looked at what he offered. She came down off the rock, and he stood in the grass and waited. She took his hand, guided him into the shade, and there he lay down on a bed of moss. She knelt beside him. Alexa was beautiful, though up close Mikhail could see that lines had deepened around her eyes and at the corners of her mouth. The wolf's life was hard, and Alexa was no longer a maiden, but her ice-blue eyes promised pleasures beyond his dreams, and she leaned forward and pressed her lips against his. He had a lot to learn about the art of love. His first lesson had begun. Alexa made good her promise to dry him off, using her tongue. She began at the south, and crawled ever so slowly northward, licking dry his legs, slowly lapping the water that beaded on his shivering skin. She came to his blood-gorged center, and there she displayed the true quality of an animal, the love of fresh meat. Alexa engulfed him, as Mikhail moaned and sank his fingers into her hair. Like an animal also, she was fond of using her teeth, and she bit and licked up and down as pressure rapidly built in his loins. He heard a roaring in his head, and luminous streaks leaped through his brain like summer lightning. Alexa's warm mouth held him, her fingers squeezing at the base of his testicles. He felt his body convulse, a movement that was beyond his control, and for a number of seconds his muscles tensed as if they were about to rip through the flesh. The lightning in his brain danced, striking his nerves and flaming them. He groaned, a bestial sound. Alexa released her grip on him and watched the seed fountain from Mikhail's body. He convulsed a second time and delivered another hot white explosion. She smiled, proud of her power over this young flesh. Then, as Mikhail's banner began to droop, she continued her journey of the tongue across his stomach, over his chest, and playing circles around and around on his skin. Goosebumps seethed in the wake of her passage. Mikhail began to harden again, and as his mind cleared from its initial delirium, he realized now that there was more to be learned than the monks had ever dreamed. Their mouths met and lingered. Alexa bit at his tongue and lips. She grasped his hands and placed them on her breasts, and then she sat astride his thighs and eased herself down on him. They were connected, a pulse clenched within moist heat. Alexa's hips began a slow rhythm that gradually increased in power and intensity, her eyes staring into his, and her face and breasts glistening with sweat. Mikhail was a fast student. He rocked deeper into her, meeting her movements, and as their thrusts became harder and more urgent, Alexa threw back her head, her golden hair cascading around her shoulders, and cried out with joy. He felt her shudder, her eyes closed, and her lips making soft moaning noises. She offered her breasts to his kisses, her hips moving in tight, hard circles, and then Mikhail was overcome by that uncontrollable convulsion again. As his muscles tensed and the blood roared through his veins, a bounty of his essence exploded into Alexa's warm wetness. He felt stretched, his bones throbbing with swampy heat. The sky might have crashed down on his face like blue glass, and he wouldn't have cared. He drifted in an unknown land. But one thing he was certain of: he liked this place very much, and he wanted to go back again as soon as he could manage the journey. He was ready again faster than he would have thought. Body to body, he and Alexa rolled over the bed of moss, out of the shade and into the sunlight. Now she was underneath him, her legs up over his hips, and she laughed at his eagerness as he plunged deep again. This was better than swimming. He couldn't find the bottom of Alexa's pond. The sun beat down on them, its heat making their flesh wet and melding them together. It burned away the last vestiges of Mikhail's shyness as well, and he met her thrusts with steady power. Her thighs were pressed against his sides, her mouth urging at his tongue, his back arching as he stroked in her depths. As their bodies moved again through tension toward release, it happened without warning. Blonde hair scurried over Alexa's stomach, over her thighs and arms. She gasped, her eyes dazed with pleasure, and Mikhail caught her wild, pungent odor. That smell triggered the wolf in him, and black hair rippled over his back, underneath her clenching fingers. Alexa contorted and began to change, her gritted teeth lengthening into fangs, her beautiful face taking on another form of beauty. Mikhail, still embraced within her, let himself go too. Black hair emerged over his shoulders, his arms, buttocks, and legs. Their bodies writhed in a mingling of passion and pain, and they turned and angled so the body that was becoming a black wolf was mounting the emergent blonde wolf from behind. And in the instant before the change became complete, Mikhail shuddered as his seed entered Alexa. The pleasure overwhelmed him, and he threw back his head and howled. Alexa joined his singing, their voices combining in harmony, breaking apart and combining again, another kind of love-making. Mikhail pulled out of her. The spirit was still willing, but the black-haired testicles were drained. Alexa rolled in the grass, then jumped up and ran in circles, snapping at her tail. Mikhail tried to run too, but his legs gave way, and he lay in the sun with his tongue hanging out. Alexa nuzzled him, rolled him over, and licked his belly. He basked in the attention, his eyes heavy-lidded, and he thought that there would never be another day like this one. As the sun began to sink and the sky turned red, Alexa picked up the scent of a rabbit in the breeze. She and Mikhail started following it, racing each other through the woods to see who could track down the rabbit first. And as they ran, they bounded back and forth over each other, happy as any lovers on earth. II. This was a golden time. As autumn passed into winter, Mikhail's continued dalliances with Alexa resulted in the swelling of her belly. Victor demanded more and more of Mikhail's time as the days shortened and the frost bloomed. The lessons had advanced, and now involved higher mathematics, theories of civilization, religion, and philosophy. But Mikhail, amazingly even to himself, found his mind craving knowledge just as his body craved Alexa. A double doorway had been opened, one to the mysteries of sex, one to the questions of life. Mikhail sat without fidgeting as Victor pushed him to think, and not only to think, but to make up his own mind about things. In their discussion of religion, Victor raised a question that had no answer. What is the lycanthrope in the eye of God? A cursed beast, or a child of miracle? The winter was a rare animal, a comparatively mild few months in which there were only 3 blizzards and hunting was almost always easy. It passed, and spring came again, and the pack counted itself blessed. Renati came with news one morning in May. 2 travelers, a man and a woman, in a wagon on the forest road. Their horse would be good meat, and they might bring the travelers into the fold. Victor agreed. The pack, now numbering only 5 members, could stand some new blood. It was done with military precision. Nikita and Mikhail stalked the wagon on either side of the road, while Renati followed behind, and Victor went ahead to choose a place of ambush. The signal was given, Victor's strong voice calling out as the wagon rumbled along beneath the dense pines. At once Nikita and Mikhail struck from both sides, leaping from the underbrush, and Renati bounded in from the rear. Victor jumped out of his hiding place, making the horse scream and leap in its traces. Mikhail saw the panic-stricken faces of the travelers. The man was bearded and thin, the woman dressed in a peasant's sackcloth. Nikita went for the man, biting him to the forearm and dragging him off the wagon. Mikhail started to strike for the woman's shoulder, as Victor had instructed him, but he paused with his fangs bared and the saliva drooling. He remembered his own agony, and he couldn't bear to put another human being through that torment. The woman screamed, her hands up before her face, and then Renati leaped up onto the wagon, sank her fangs into the woman's shoulder, and knocked her to the ground. Victor sprang for the horse's throat, hanging on as the horse began to run. The animal didn't get very far before Victor brought it down, but Victor came out of the encounter covered with scrapes and ugly blue bruises. In the depths of the White Palace, the man died during his rite of passage. The woman survived, at least in body. Her mind, however, did not. She spent all her time huddled up in a corner, her back against the wall, sobbing and praying. No one could get her to speak anything but gibberish, not even to say her name or where she was from. She prayed night and day for death, until finally Victor gave her what she asked for, and put her out of her misery. On that day the pack hardly spoke to each other. Mikhail went running far away and back, and one word kept repeating itself over and over in his mind: monster. Alexa gave birth at the zenith of summer. Mikhail watched the infant emerge, and when Alexa asked eagerly, "Is it a boy? Is it a boy?" Renati mopped her brow and answered, "Yes, a fine, healthy son." The infant lived through its first week. Alexa named him Peter, after an uncle she remembered from her childhood. Peter had strong lungs, and Mikhail liked to sing along with him. Even Franco, whose heart had been softened as he learned to get about on 3 legs, was entranced by the child. But it was Victor who spent the most time near the newborn, watching with his amber eyes as Peter suckled. Alexa giggled like a schoolgirl as she held the infant, but everyone knew what Victor was looking for: the first signs of the war between wolf and human in the child's body. Either it would survive that war, and the body would make a truce between its natures, or it would not. Another week passed, then a month. Peter still survived, still squalled and suckled. Winds lashed the forest. A rainstorm was coming. The pack could smell its sweetness. But this was the night of the summer's last train, on its way east to be caged until next season. Both Nikita and Mikhail had come to see the train as a living thing, as night after night they raced it along the tracks, beginning in human form and trying to cross in front of it as wolves before it roared into the eastern tunnel. They both were getting faster, but it seemed that the train was getting faster too. Possibly a new engineer, Nikita had said. "This man doesn't know the meaning of brakes." Mikhail agreed. The train had begun to come out of the western tunnel like a hell-bent demon, racing to reach home before the dawn light turned its heart to iron. Twice Nikita had completed the change and almost made the leap that would carry him through the beam of the train's cyclopean eye. But the train had picked up speed, with a gout of black smoke and a rain of cinders, and at the last second Nikita's nerve had faltered. The red lamp on the train's last car swung as if in mockery, and the light glowed in Nikita's eyes until it faded away in the long tunnel. As the pines and oaks swayed on either side of the ravine, and all the world seemed in tumultuous motion, Mikhail and Nikita waited in the dark for the summer's last train. Both of them were naked, having run from the White Palace as wolves. They sat on the edge of the tracks, near the western tunnel's opening, and every so often Nikita would reach out and touch the rails, expecting to feel it trembling. "He's late," Nikita said. "He'll be going faster than ever, trying to make up the time." Mikhail nodded thoughtfully and chewed on a weed. He looked up, watching the clouds move like plates of metal in the sky. Then he touched the rails. They were silent. "Maybe he broke down." "Maybe he did," Nikita agreed. Then, frowning, No, it's the final run. They'll get that train home tonight if they have to push it." He tore up a clump of grass, and, getting impatient, watched it fly before the wind. "The train will be here," he said. They were silent for a few moments, listening to the noise of the trees. Mikhail asked, "Do you think he'll live?" That question had never been very far from all their minds. Nikita shrugged. "I don't know. He seems healthy enough, but it's hard to tell." He felt the rail again. No train. "You must have something strong inside you, something very special." "Like what?" That puzzled Mikhail, because he'd never thought of himself as any different from the rest of the pack. "Well, look how many times I've tried to father a child, a Franco, or even Victor. My God, you'd think Victor could pop them out right and left. But the babies usually died within a few days, and those that lasted any longer were in such pain it was a horror to behold. Now here you are, 15 years old, and you father a child who's lasted a month and seems all right. And the way you endured your own change, too. You just held on, long after the rest of us had given you up. Oh, Renati says she always knew you'd live, but she thought of the garden every time she looked at you. Franco was betting scraps of food that you'd die within a week, and now he thanks God every day that you didn't." He tilted his head slightly, listening for the sound of wheels. "Victor knows," he said. "Knows what?" "He knows what I do, what we all do. You're different somehow, stronger, smarter. Why do you think Victor spends so much time going through those books with you?" "He enjoys teaching." "Oh, is that what he's told you?" Nikita grunted. "Well, why didn't he want to teach me, or Franco, or Alexa, or any of the others? Did he think we had rocks in our heads?" He answered his question himself. "No. He spends his time teaching you because he thinks you're worth the effort. And why is that? Because you want to know." He nodded when Mikhail scoffed. "It's true. I've heard Victor say it. He believes there's a future for you." "A future?" "There's a future for all of us, isn't there?" "That's not what I mean. A future beyond this." He made an expansive gesture that enfolded the forest. "Where we are now." "You mean—" Mikhail leaned forward. "Leave here?" "That's right. Or at least that's what Victor believes. He thinks that some day you might leave the forest, and that you could even take care of yourself out there." "Alone? Without the pack?" Nikita nodded. "Yes, alone." It was too incredible to consider. How could any member of the pack survive alone? No, it was unthinkable. Mikhail was going to stay here forever, with the pack. There would always be a pack, wouldn't there? "If I left the forest, who would take care of Alexa and Peter?" "That I don't know. But Alexa has what she's been living for, a boy child. The way she smiles, well, she doesn't even look like the same person anymore. Alexa wouldn't survive out there." He jerked a finger toward the west. "And Victor knows it. Alexa knows it, too. She'll live out the rest of her life here. And so will I, Victor, Franco, and Renati. We're old, hairy relics, aren't we?" He grinned broadly, but there was a little sadness in his smile. His grin faded. "Who knows about Peter? Who knows if he'll even live another week? Or what his mind will be like when he gets older? He might be like that woman who cried in the corner all day long. Or," he glanced at Mikhail, "he might be like you. Who knows?" Nikita cocked his head again, listening. His eyes narrowed. He put a finger on the rail, and Mikhail saw him smile faintly. "The train's coming. Fast, too. He's running late." Mikhail touched the rail and felt the distant train's power vibrating in it. Drops of rain began to fall, pocking up little puffs of dust from along the tracks. Nikita stood up and moved into the shelter of some trees next to the tunnel opening. Mikhail went with him, and they crouched down like sprinters ready for bursts of speed. The rain was falling harder. In another moment it was coming down in sheets, and the rails were drenched. Also the ground was rapidly turning to mud. Mikhail didn't like this. Their footing would be unstable. He pushed his wet hair out of his eyes. Now they could hear the thunder of the train fast approaching. Mikhail said, "I don't think we should go tonight." "Why not? Because of a little rain?" Nikita shook his head. His body tensed for the race. "I've run in rain worse than this." "The ground. There's too much mud." "I'm not afraid," Nikita snapped. "Oh, I've had dreams about that red lamp on the last car, winking at me like Satan's eye. I'm going to beat the train tonight. I feel it, Mikhail. I can do it if I run just a little faster, just a little bit." The train's headlamp exploded from the tunnel, the long black engine and the boxcars following. The new engineer had no fear of wet tracks. Rain and wind gusted into Mikhail's face, and he yelled, "No!" and reached for Nikita, but Nikita was already gone, a white blur running alongside the rails. Mikhail sprinted after him, trying to stop him. The rain and wind were too strong, the train going too fast. His feet slid in the mud, and he almost fell against the speeding train. He could hear the rain hissing off the hot engine like a chorus of snakes. He kept going, trying to run Nikita down, and he saw that Nikita's footprints in the mud were changing to the paws of a wolf. Nikita was contorted forward, almost running on all fours. His body was no longer white. Rain whirled around him, and then Mikhail lost his balance, falling forward and sliding in the mud. Rain crashed down on his shoulders, and mud blinded him. He tried to scramble up, fell again, and lay there as the train roared along its track and into the eastern tunnel. It vanished, leaving a scrawl of red light on the tunnel's rock. Then that, too, was gone. Mikhail sat up in the downpour, rain streaming over his face. "Nikita!" he shouted. Neither human nor wolf replied. Mikhail stood up and began walking through the mud toward the eastern tunnel. "Nikita! Where are you?" He couldn't see Nikita. The rain was still slamming down. Whirling cinders hissed out long before they touched the ground. The air smelled of scorched iron and wet heat. "Nikita?" There was no sign of him on this side of the tracks. He made it, Mikhail thought, and felt a burst of joy. He made it! He made... Something lay over on the other side of the tracks, a shapeless, trembling form. Steam rose from the rails. On the tunnel's floor cinders still glowed, and about 8 feet from its entrance, lying sprawled in the weeds, was Nikita. The wolf had leaped in front of the train, but the train had won. Its cowcatcher had torn Nikita's hindquarters away. His back legs were gone, and what remained of Nikita made Mikhail gasp and fall to his knees. He couldn't help it. He was sick, and that mingled with the blood washing along the railroad tracks. Nikita made a noise, a soft, terrible moan. Mikhail lifted his face to the sky and let the rain beat it. He heard Nikita's moan again, ending in a whimper. He forced himself to look at his friend, and saw Nikita's eyes staring back at him, the noble head twisted like a frail flower on a dark stalk. The mouth opened and emitted that awful noise again. The eyes were dimmed, but they fixed on Mikhail and held him, and he read their message. "Kill me." Nikita's body trembled in agony. The front legs tried to pull the rest of the ruined body away from the tracks, but there was no power left in them. The head thrashed, then fell back into the mud. With a mighty effort, Nikita lifted his head and stared once more imploringly at the boy who sat on his knees in the downpour. Nikita was dying, of course, but not fast enough, not nearly fast enough. Mikhail lowered his face and stared into the mud. Pieces of Nikita's body, stippled with wolf hair and human flesh, lay around him like tattered pieces of a magnificent puzzle. Mikhail heard Nikita groan and closed his eyes. In his mind he saw a dying deer beside the tracks, and Nikita's hands gripping the animal's skull. He remembered the sharp twist Nikita had given the deer's neck, followed by a noise of cracking bones. It had been an act of mercy, pure and simple, and it was no less than what Nikita now asked for. Mikhail stood up, staggered, and almost went down again. He felt dreamlike, floating. In this sea of rain there were no edges. Nikita shivered and stared at him and waited. At last Mikhail moved. The mud caught his feet, but he pulled free, and he knelt down beside his friend. Nikita lifted his head, offering his neck. Mikhail grasped the sides of the wolf's skull. Nikita's eyes closed, and the low moan continued in his throat. "We could fix him," Mikhail thought. "I don't have to kill him. We could fix him. Victor would know how. We fixed Franco, didn't we?" But in his heart he knew this was far worse than Franco's mangled leg. Nikita was near death, and he was only asking for deliverance from pain. It had all happened so quickly. The downpour, the train, the steaming tracks, so quickly, so quickly. Mikhail's hands gripped tighter. He was shaking as hard as Nikita. He would have to do this right the first time. A dark haze was falling over his vision, and his eyes were filling up with rain. It would have to be done mercifully. Mikhail braced himself. One of Nikita's forelegs lifted up, and the paw rested against Mikhail's arm. "I'm sorry," Mikhail whispered. He took a breath and twisted as sharply as he could. He heard the cracking noise, and Nikita's body twitched. Then Mikhail crawled frantically away through the rain and mud. He burrowed into the weeds and high grass and curled up there as the torrent continued to beat down on him. When he dared to look at Nikita again, he saw the motionless, cleaved torso of a wolf, with one human arm and hand. Mikhail sat on his haunches, his knees pulled up to his chin, and rocked himself. He stared at the carcass with its white-fleshed arm. It would have to be moved off the tracks before the vultures found it in the morning. It would have to be buried deep. Nikita was gone. To where? Mikhail wondered. And Victor's question came to him. What is the lycanthrope in the eye of God? He felt something fall away from him. Perhaps it was youth's last flower. What lay beneath it felt hard-edged and raw, like a seething wound. To get through this life, he thought, a man needed a heart that was plated with metal and pumped cinders. He would have to grow one if he was going to survive. He stayed beside Nikita's body until the rain ceased. The wind had gone, and the woods were peaceful. Then Mikhail ran home through the dripping dark to take Victor the news. 3. Peter was crying. It was the dead of winter. The wind howled outside the White Palace, and Victor crouched over the child, now 7 months old, as Peter lay on a bed of dried grass. A small fire flickered nearby. The child was swaddled in deerskin and a blanket Renati had made from the traveller's clothes. Peter's crying was a shrill quaver, but cold was not the child's complaint. Victor, whose beard had started to show streaks of white amid the grey, touched Peter's forehead. The child's skin was burning. Victor looked up at the others. "It's begun," he said, his voice grim. Alexa, too, started to cry. Victor snapped, "Hush that!" and Alexa crawled away to be by herself. "What can we do?" Mikhail asked. But he already knew the answer. Nothing. Peter was about to go through the trial of agony, and no one could help the child through that passage. Mikhail leaned over Peter, his fingers busy at the blanket, folding it closer simply because his fingers wanted something to do. Peter's face was flushed, the ice-blue eyes rimmed with red. A small amount of dark hair was scattered over the child's scalp. Alexa's eyes, Mikhail thought. My hair. And within that frail body, the first battle of a long war was beginning. "He's strong," Franco said. "He'll make it." But his voice had no conviction. How could an infant survive such pain? Franco stood up on his single leg and used his pine-wood staff to guide himself to his sleeping pallet. Victor, Renati, and Mikhail slept in a circle around the child. Alexa came back and slept touching Mikhail. Peter's crying swelled and ebbed, became hoarse, and still continued. So did the wail of the wind beyond the walls. As the days went on, Peter's pain increased. They could tell, by the way he shivered and writhed, by the way he clenched his fists and seemed to be striking the air. They huddled around him. Peter was hotter than the fire. Sometimes he screamed with silence, his mouth open and his eyes squeezed tightly shut. Other times his voice filled the chamber, and it was a sound that ripped Mikhail's heart and made Alexa weep. In periods when the worst of the pain seemed to ebb, Alexa tried to feed Peter bloody meat she'd already chewed into a soft paste. He accepted most of it, but he was getting weaker, shriveling up like an old man before their eyes. Still Peter clung to life. When the child's crying would become so terrible that Mikhail thought God must surely end this suffering, the pain would break for perhaps 3 or 4 hours. Then it would come back, and the screaming would start again. Mikhail knew Alexa was nearing a crisis as well. Her eyes looked like hollowed-out holes, and her hands trembled so much she could hardly guide food into her own mouth. She, too, was becoming older by the day. After a long and exhausting hunt, Mikhail was awakened one night by a hideous gasping sound. He sat up, started to move toward Peter, but Victor pushed him aside in his haste to get to the baby. Renati said, "What is it? What's wrong?" And Franco hobbled on his stick into the light. Alexa just stared, her eyes blank pools of shock. Victor knelt beside the child, and his face was ashen. The baby was silent. "He swallowed his tongue," Victor said. "Mikhail, hold him from thrashing." Mikhail gripped Peter's body. It was like touching a hot coal. "Hold him steady," Victor shouted as he forced open the mouth and tried to hook the tongue with his finger. He couldn't get it out. Peter's face had taken on a tinge of blue, and the lungs were heaving. The little hands clutched at the air. Victor's finger explored the child's mouth, found the tongue, and then he got a second finger clamped around it. He pulled. The tongue was caught in Peter's throat. "Get it out!" Renati yelled. "Victor, get it out!" Victor pulled again, harder. There was a popping noise as the tongue unjammed, but Peter's face was still turning blue. The lungs hitched, couldn't draw in air. Sweat sparkled on Victor's face, though his breath came out in a grey plume. He lifted Peter up, held the baby by the heels, and whacked him on the back with the flat of his hand. Mikhail winced at the sound of the blow. Peter still made no noise. Again Victor struck him on the back, harder, and a third time. There was a whoosh of rushing air, and a plume of it exploded from the child's mouth. It was followed by a wail of pain and fury that made the storm's voice sound feeble. Alexa held her arms out to take the baby. Victor gave him to her. She rocked the child, grateful tears creeping down her cheeks, and she lifted one of his little hands and pressed it against her lips. She pulled her head back, her eyes wide. Dark hairs had risen from the white infant flesh. The body in her arms was already contorting, and Peter opened his mouth to make a mewling noise. Alexa looked up at Mikhail, then at Victor. He sat on his haunches, his chin resting on his clasped hands, and his amber eyes glinted in the firelight as he watched. Peter's face was changing, the muzzle beginning to form, the eyes sinking back into the dark-haired skull. Mikhail heard Renati gasp beside him, a sound of wonder. Peter's ears lengthened, edged with soft white hairs. The fingers of both hands and the toes of both feet were retracting, becoming claws with small hooked nails. Little popping noises chimed the shifting of bones and joints, and Peter made grunting noises, but his crying seemed to be done. The change took perhaps a minute. Victor said quietly, "Put him down." Alexa obeyed. The blue-eyed wolf pup, its sinewy body covered with fine black hairs, struggled to stand on all fours. Peter made it up, fell, struggled to stand, and then fell again. Mikhail started to help him, but Victor said, "No, let him do it on his own." Peter found his legs and was able to stand, the little body shivering, the blue eyes blinking with amazement. The stub of a tail wriggled, and the wolfen ears twitched. He took one step, then a second. His hind legs tangled, and he went down once more. Peter gave a short whoof of frustration, steam curling from his nostrils. Victor leaned forward, held out a finger, and ticked it back and forth in front of Peter's muzzle. The blue eyes followed it, and then Peter's head lunged out, the jaws opened and clamped down on Victor's finger. Victor worked his finger out of the pup's jaws and held it up. A little drop of blood had appeared. "Congratulations," he said to Mikhail and Alexa. "Your son has a new tooth." Peter, at least for the time being, had given up the battle with gravity. He squirmed across the floor, sniffing at the stones. A roach burst from a crack under Peter's nose and ran for its life, and Peter gave a high yip of surprise, then continued his explorations. "He'll turn back, won't he?" Alexa asked Victor. "Won't he?" "We'll see," Victor told her, and that was all he could offer. About halfway across the chamber, Peter stubbed his nose on a stone's edge. He began yelping with pain, and as he rolled on the floor, his body started changing back to human form again. The fine, dark hair retreated into the flesh, the muzzle flattened into a nose, one of the nostrils bloody, and the paws became hands and feet. The yelping was now a steady, full-throated cry, and Alexa rushed to the baby and picked him up. She rocked him and cooed to him, and finally Peter hiccuped a few times and ceased crying. He remained a human infant. "Well," Victor said after a pause, "if our new addition survives the winter, he should be very interesting to watch." "He'll survive," Alexa promised. The glint of life had returned to her eyes. "I'll make him survive." Victor admired his bitten finger. "My dear, I doubt if you'll ever be able to make him do anything." He glanced at Mikhail and smiled slightly. "You've done well, son," he said, and motioned Alexa and the baby back into the fire's warmth. "Son," Mikhail realized he said. "Son." No man had ever called him son before, and something about that sounded like music. He would sleep that night, listening to Alexa crooning to Peter, and he would dream of a tall, lean man in a military uniform who stood with a woman Mikhail had all but forgotten, and that man would have Wichtler's face. 4. At winter's end, Peter was still alive. He accepted whatever food Alexa gave him, and though he had the habit of changing to a wolf pup without warning, and driving the rest of the pack crazy with his constant yapping, he stayed mostly within human bounds. By summer he had all his teeth, and Wichtler kept his fingers away from the baby's mouth. Some nights Mikhail sat on the ravine's edge and watched the train go past. He began counting the seconds off as it roared from the western tunnel into the eastern. Last year he'd run the race half-heartedly with Nikita. It had never really mattered to him how fast he could change. He knew he was fairly quick about it, but he'd always lagged behind Nikita. Now, though, Nikita's bones lay in the garden, and the train, an invincible thing, breathed its black breath and shone its gleaming eye through the night. McCammon had often wondered what the crew had thought when they'd found blood and bits of black-haired flesh on the cowcatcher. We hit an animal, they probably thought, if they considered it at all. An animal. Something that shouldn't have been in our way. Toward the middle of summer, Mikhail began to lope along with the train as it burst from the tunnel. He wasn't racing it, just stretching his legs. The engine always left him in a whirl of sour black smoke, and cinders scorched his skin. And on those nights, after the train had disappeared into the tunnel, Mikhail crossed the tracks to where Nikita had died, and he sat in the weeds and thought, I could do it, if I wanted to. I could. Maybe. He would have to get a fast start. The tricky part was staying on your feet as your arms and legs changed. The way the backbone bowed your body over ruined your balance, and all the time your nerves and joints were shrieking, and if you tripped over your own paws, you could go into the side of the train, and 100 other terrible things could happen. No, it wasn't worth the risk. Mikhail always left telling himself he wouldn't come back, but he knew it was a lie. The idea of speed, of testing himself against the beast that had killed Nikita, lured him. He began to run faster alongside the train, but still not racing it, not yet. His balance still wasn't good enough, and he fell every time he tried to change from human to wolf while running. It was a problem of timing, of keeping your footing until the front legs could come down and match the speed of the hind legs. Mikhail kept trying and kept falling. Renati returned from a hunt one afternoon with startling news. To the northwest, less than 5 miles from the White Palace, men had started cutting down trees. They had already made a clearing, and were building shacks out of raw timbers. A road was being plowed through the brush. The men had many wagons, saws, and axes. Renati said she'd crept in close, in her wolf form, to watch them working. One of the men had seen her, she said, and pointed her out to the others before she could get back into the woods. What did it mean? She asked Wichtler. The beginning of a logging camp, he thought. Under no circumstances, she told the pack, were any of them to go near the place again, in either human or wolf form. The men would probably work through the summer and leave. It was best to let them alone. But from that point on, Mikhail noted that Wichtler became silent and brooding. He forbade anyone to hunt except at night. He was nervous, and paced back and forth in the chamber long after everyone else had settled down to rest. Soon, when the wind was right, Mikhail and the others could recline in the sun outside the White Palace and hear the distant sound of axes and saws at work, gnawing the forest away. And the day came. Franco and Renati went out to hunt, as a crescent moon hung in the sky, and the woods thrummed with the sound of crickets. Little more than an hour had passed before the noise of distant gunshots silenced the insects and echoed through the corridors of the White Palace. Mikhail counted 4 shots as he stood up from Alexa's side. Peter played with a rabbit bone on the floor. Wichtler dropped the book of Latin he'd been reading to Mikhail and rose to his feet. 2 more shots were fired, and the sounds made Mikhail flinch. He remembered very well the noise of gunfire, and what a bullet could do. As the last shot faded, a howling began. Franco's hoarse voice panicked and calling for help. "Stay with Peter," Victor told Alexa, and as he strode toward the stone stairway, he was already changing. Mikhail followed, and the two wolves left the White Palace, streaking through the darkness toward Franco's wail. They had gone not quite a mile when they smelled the gun smoke and the odor of men, a bitter, frightened sweat smell. Lanterns glowed in the woods, and the men were calling to each other. Franco had begun making a high, frantic yipping noise, an aural beacon that led Victor and Mikhail directly to him. They found him crouched on a bluff, amid dense underbrush, and before them lay a circle of tents around a campfire. Victor rammed his shoulder into Franco's ribs to shut him up, and Franco lay on his belly in a submissive posture, his eyes glittering with terror, not of Victor, but of what now occurred in the firelit clearing. Two men with rifles slung around their shoulders dragged something out of the woods and into the light. There were 6 other men, all armed with either pistols or rifles and carrying lanterns. They gathered around the form that sprawled in the dust and thrust out their lanterns over it. Mikhail felt Victor shiver. His own lungs seemed full of icy needles. There on the ground was the carcass of a wolf with russet fur, pierced by 3 bullet holes. Renati's blood looked black in the lamplight, and there for all to see was a dead wolf with 1 human arm and a human leg. My God, Mikhail thought. Now they know. One of the loggers began to pray, a coarse, ranting Russian voice, and as he reached the end of his prayer, he put the barrel of his rifle against Renati's skull and blew it apart. "We heard the men," Franco said when they'd gotten back to the chamber. He was shaking, and sweat gleamed on his skin. "They were laughing and talking around their fire, making so much noise you'd have to be deaf not to hear them." "You were stupid to go there," Victor raged, spraying spittle. "Damn it to hell! They killed Renati." "She wanted to get closer," Franco went on dazedly. "I tried to turn her back, but she wanted to see them, wanted to get right up and hear what they were saying." He shook his head, fighting shock. "We stood at the edge of the clearing, so close we could hear their hearts beat. And I think something about them, so close, hypnotized her, like seeing creatures from another world. Even when one of the men looked up and saw her, she still didn't move. I think," he blinked slowly, his brain gear sluggish, "I think that for just 1 minute she forgot she was a wolf." "They'll leave now, won't they?" Alexa asked hopefully, holding the squirming child. "They'll go away, back to where they came from?" No one answered her. "Won't they?" "Pah!" Victor spat into the fire. "Who knows what they'll do? Men are crazy." He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Maybe they'll go. Maybe seeing Renati scared the shit out of them, and they're already packing up. Damn it, they know about us now. There's nothing more dangerous than a frightened Russian with a rifle." He glanced quickly at Mikhail, then at the child in Alexa's arms. "Maybe they'll go," Victor said, "but I won't count on it. From now on, we keep a constant watch up in the tower. I'll go first. Mikhail, will you take the second watch?" Mikhail nodded. "We'll have to divide it among us into 6-hour shifts," Victor continued. He looked around at Alexa, Peter, Franco, and Mikhail, the surviving members of the pack. He didn't have to speak. His expression spoke for him, and Mikhail could read it. The pack was dying. Victor's gaze wandered around the chamber as if in search for the lost ones. "Renati's dead," he whispered, and Mikhail saw tears bloom in his eyes. "I loved her," Victor said, to no one in particular. And then he gathered the folds of his deerskin robe about himself, abruptly turned away, and went up the stairs. 3 days passed. The sound of saws and axes at work had ceased. On the 4th night after Renati's death, Victor and Mikhail crept to the bluff that had overlooked the circle of tents. The tents were gone, and the campfire was cold. The stench of men was gone as well. Victor and Mikhail went northwest, following the swath of stumps, to find the loggers' main camp. It, too, had been cleared out. The shacks were empty, the wagons gone. But the road they'd cut into the forest remained, like a brown scar on the earth. There was no trace of Renati's carcass. The men had taken her with them. And what would happen when the eyes of the outside world saw the body of a wolf with a human arm and leg? The road pointed the way to the White Palace. From Victor's throat came a low groaning noise, and Mikhail understood what he meant. God help us. The summer moved on, a trail of scorching days. The loggers didn't return, and no other wagons cut ruts on the forest road. Mikhail began to go out to the ravine at night again, and watched the train roar past. Its engineer seemed to be going even faster than before. He wondered if the man had heard about Renati, and the stories that would surely follow. In those woods live monsters. He raced the train a few times, always pulling up short when his body began to change from human to wolf, and his balance was in jeopardy. The iron wheels hissed at him and left him behind. The summer ended. The forest turned to gold and crimson. The sun's rays slanted across the earth, and the morning mist turned chill and lingered. And the soldiers came. They arrived with the first frost. There were 22 of them, in 4 horse-drawn wagons, and Victor and Mikhail crouched in the underbrush and watched them setting up camp in the logging shacks. All of the soldiers had rifles, and some carried pistols, too. One of the wagons was full of supplies, and along with crates marked "Danger," explosives, there was a bulky-looking gun mounted on wheels. Instantly a man who must have been in charge posted sentries around the camp, and the soldiers began to dig trenches and put sharpened wooden stakes at the bottom of them. They unrolled nets and hung them in the trees, with tripwires going in all directions. Of course, they left their smell on all the traps, so those nets and wires were easily avoided. But then half of the soldiers took 2 wagons and went along the logging road to the place where the tents had been set up. And there they set up their own tents, dug new trenches, and strung up more nets. They took the crates of explosives and the wheeled gun off their wagon, and when they test-fired the gun, it sounded like the end of the world, and slashed thin pines down like the work of a dozen axes. "A machine gun," Victor said when they were back in the White Palace. "They brought a machine gun to kill us." He shook his head incredulously, his beard full of white. "My God, they must think there are hundreds of us in here." "I say we get out while we can," Franco urged. "Right now, before those bastards come hunting for us." "And where are we going to go with winter coming? Maybe dig holes and live in them? We couldn't survive without shelter." "We can't survive where we are. They're going to start searching the woods, and sooner or later they'll find us." "So what shall we do?" Victor asked quietly, the firelight ruddy on his face. "Go to the soldiers and tell them we're not to be feared, that we're human beings just like they are?" He smiled bitterly. "You go first, Franco, and we'll see how they treat you." Franco scowled and hobbled away on his staff, much more proficient on 3 legs than he was on 1. Victor sat on his haunches and thought. Mikhail could tell what was going through the man's mind. Hunting was going to be much more difficult with the soldiers and their traps out in the woods. Franco was right. Sooner or later the soldiers would find them, and what the soldiers might do to them when they were captured was unthinkable. Mikhail looked at Alexa, who held the child close. The soldiers would either kill us or cage us, Mikhail thought. Death would be preferable to iron bars. The bastards chased me away from one home, Victor said. They won't chase me from a second. I'm staying here no matter what. He stood up, his decision made. The rest of you can try to find somewhere else if you like. Maybe you can use one of those caves where we hunted the Berserker. But I'll be damned if I'll crouch and shiver in a cave like a beast. No, this is my home. There was a long silence. Alexa broke it, her voice thin and grasping false hope. Maybe they'll get tired of looking for us and leave. They won't stay very long, not with winter almost here. They'll be gone with the first snow. Yes, Franco agreed. They won't stay when the weather turns cold, that's for sure. It was the first time the pack had ever longed for the icy breath of winter. One good snowfall would clear the soldiers out. But though the air turned cold, the sky remained clear. Dead leaves fell from the trees, and from the underbrush Victor and Mikhail watched the soldiers as they roamed the woods, tight knots of men with rifles aimed in all directions. Once a group of them passed within 100 yards of the White Palace. They dug more trenches, put sharpened stakes at the bottom of them, and covered the trenches over with dirt and leaves. Wolf traps, Victor told Mikhail. The snares were of no consequence, but the soldiers were searching in expanding circles. And one terrible day Mikhail and Victor watched in agonized silence as the men stumbled upon the garden. Hands and bayonets went to work, digging up the graves that had been repaired after the Berserker's death. And as those hands pulled the wolf and human bones from the earth, Mikhail lowered his head and turned away, unable to bear the sight. Snow dusted the forest. The northern wind promised brutality, but still the soldiers remained. October waned. The sky darkened, burdened with clouds. And on one morning, as Mikhail returned from hunting with a freshly killed rabbit in his jaws, he found the enemy less than 50 yards from the White Palace. There were two of them, both carrying rifles. Mikhail darted into the brush and crouched, watching the soldiers approach. The men were talking to each other, something about Moscow. Their voices were nervous, and their fingers clutched the triggers. Mikhail let the rabbit slide from his mouth. "Please stop," he told the soldiers in his mind. "Please go back. Please." They didn't. Their boots crushed the foliage down, and every step took them closer to Victor, Franco, Alexa, and the child. Mikhail's muscles tensed, his heart pounding. "Please go back." The soldiers stopped. One of them lit a cigarette, cupping the match from the wind. "We've gone too far," he said to the other man. "We'd better get back, or Novikov will skin us." "That bastard's crazy," the second man observed, leaning on his rifle. "I say we set the whole damned woods on fire, and be done with it. Why the hell does he want to set up a new camp in this mess?" He looked around at the forest, with the awe and fear that told Mikhail the man was a city dweller. "Burn it to the ground and go home, that's what I say." The first man blew plumes of smoke from his nostrils. "That's why we're not officers, Stepan," he said. "We're too smart to wear stars. I'll tell you, if I have to dig another damned trench, I'm going to let Novikov know where he can stick his—" He stopped, smoke whirling past his head, and stared through the trees. "What's that?" he asked, his voice hushed. "What's what?" Stepan looked around. "There." The first man took 2 more steps forward and pointed. "Right there. See it?" Mikhail closed his eyes. "It's a building," the first man said. "See? There's the minaret. My God, you're right, Stefan agreed. He instantly picked up his rifle and cocked it. The noise made Mikhail open his eyes again. The two soldiers stood not 15 feet from him. We'd better tell Novikov about this, Stefan said. I'll be damned if I'm going any closer. He turned away, hurriedly striding through the woods. The first man flicked his cigarette butt aside and followed his companion. Mikhail rose up from his crouch. He could not let them get back to their camp. Could not, must not. He thought of bones being wrenched from the garden like fragile roots, of Renati's skull being blown to pieces, of what these men would do to Alexa and Peter once they returned with their guns and explosives. Rage burned in him, and a low growl started in his throat. The soldiers were crashing through the woods, almost running. Blood was still in Mikhail's mouth from the dead rabbit. His body darted after the soldiers, a black streak through the grey forest. He ran silently, with the tight grace of a killer. And even as he closed on the two men and judged the point to begin his leap, he knew a simple fact. A wolf's tears were no different from a human's. He sprang up and forward, his hind legs like iron springs, and he landed on the cigarette smoker's back before the man even knew he was there. Mikhail drove the man down into the dead leaves and clamped his jaws on the back of his neck. He wrenched the head violently left and right, heard the sound of bones splintering. The man thrashed, but it was the death throes of nerves and muscle. Mikhail finished breaking his neck, and the man died without a sound. There was a shuddered gasp. Mikhail looked up, his green eyes glittering. Stefan had turned and was lifting his rifle. Mikhail saw the soldier's finger tightening on the trigger. An instant before the bullet left the rifle, Mikhail leaped aside, diving into the underbrush, and Russian lead kicked up a gout of Russian dust. A second shot rang out, the bullet passing over Mikhail's shoulder and thunking into an oak tree. Mikhail swerved left and right, sliding to a sudden halt on a carpet of dead leaves, and heard the soldier running. The man bellowed for help, and Mikhail went after him like silent judgment. The soldier tripped over his own boots, scrambled up, and kept going. "Help me! Help me!" he screamed, and spun around to fire a shot at what he thought was coming up behind him. Mikhail, however, was circling around to cut him off from his camp. The soldier kept running and screaming, dead leaves in his hair, and Mikhail burst out of the underbrush and started to leap, but in the next second there was no need to waste the energy. The ground opened under the soldier's feet, and the man went down into the dirt and leaves. His screaming stopped on a strangled note. Mikhail stood carefully on the trench's edge and looked down. The soldier's body twitched, even with 7 or 8 sharpened stakes piercing him. The smell of blood was very strong, and that, coupled with Mikhail's rage, caused him to spin around and around, snapping at his tail. In another moment he heard shouts, more soldiers rapidly approaching. Mikhail turned and sped back to where the first man lay dead. He gripped the corpse's neck between his jaws and struggled to haul the body into the brush. The body was heavy, and the flesh tore. It was a messy job. From the corner of his eye he saw a flash of white. Victor came to his side and helped him drag the corpse into the darkness beneath a thick stand of pines. Then Victor snapped at Mikhail's muzzle, a signal for him to retreat. Mikhail hesitated, but Victor roughly shoved him with the shoulder, and he obeyed. Victor crouched down in the leaves, listening to the sounds of the soldiers. There were 8 of them, and as 4 pulled the dead man off the stakes, the other 4 began to stalk through the forest, their rifles cocked and ready. The beasts had come, as Victor had always known they some day would. The beasts had come, and they would not be denied their bloody flesh. Victor stood up, a ghost amid the trees, and ran back to the White Palace with the foul scent of the beasts in his nostrils. 5. A hand gripped Mikhail's shoulder, rousing him from a restless 2 hours of sleep, and a finger pressed against his lips. "Quiet," Victor said, crouching next to him. "Just listen." He glanced at Alexa, who was already awake and clutching Peter close, then back to Mikhail. "What is it? What's happening?" Franco stood up with the help of his staff. "The soldiers are coming," Victor answered, and Franco's face blanched. "I saw them from the tower. 15 or 16 of them, maybe more." He'd seen them in the deep blue pre-dawn light, darting from tree to tree, thinking they were invisible. Victor had heard the squeak of wheels. They'd brought their machine gun with them. "What are we going to do?" Franco's voice quavered on the edge of panic. "We've got to get out while we can." Victor looked at the low-burning fire, then slowly nodded. "All right," he said. "We'll go." "Go?" Mikhail asked. "To where? This is our home." "Forget that," Franco told him. "We'll have no chance if they catch us down here." "He's right," Victor agreed. "We'll hide in the forest. Maybe we can come back after the soldiers clear out." The way he said it told them all he didn't believe it. Once the soldiers found the pack's den, they might move in themselves before the first snow. Victor stood up. "We can't stay here any longer." Franco didn't hesitate. He cast aside his staff, and gray hair began to scurry over his flesh. Within a minute he was changed. His body balanced on 3 legs. Mikhail would have changed too, but Peter still wore human skin, and so Alexa couldn't change either. He elected to remain human. Victor's face and skull began the transformation. He threw off his robe, sleek white hair emerging from his chest, shoulders, and back. Franco was already going up the stone stairs. Mikhail grasped Alexa's hand and pulled her and the child after him. Fully changed, Victor took the lead. They followed him through the winding passageways, past the high-vaulted windows where the trees had broken through, and suddenly they saw the dawn sky light up. Not with the sun, which was still a red slash across the horizon, but with a sparkling, sizzling ball of white fire that rose from the forest and arced down, bathing everything with garish, incandescent light. The ball of fire fell in the palace's courtyard, and 2 more rose up from the woods and fell after it. The third one smashed the remaining stained glass from a window and came into the palace itself, sputtering and glowing like a miniature sun. Victor barked at the others to keep moving. Mikhail lifted his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. His other hand locked on Alexa's. Franco ran on his 3 legs just behind Victor. Beyond the windows, darkness had turned to false, cold, white daylight. Something about this was dreamlike to Mikhail, as if he moved through the corridors of a nightmare on sluggish legs. The glaring light cast grotesque, distorted shadows on the walls, merging those of human and wolf into new life forms. Mikhail's sense of unreality remained even when the soldier, a faceless shape, appeared in the corridor before them, lifted his rifle, and fired. Victor was already leaping for the man, but Mikhail heard Victor grunt and knew the bullet had hit its target. Victor drove the soldier down under his weight, and as the man screamed, Victor tore his throat out with one savage twist. "They're here! Over here!" another soldier shouted. "A dozen of them!" The noise of boots echoed on the stones. A second rifle fired, and sparks leaped off the wall just above Franco's head. Victor turned, slamming into Franco to back him up the way they'd just come. Mikhail saw perhaps 8 or 9 soldiers in the corridor ahead. Escape through that route was impossible. Victor was barking, his voice hoarse with pain. Some of the soldiers were shouting, and Peter wailed in Alexa's arms. 2 more shots rang out, both of the bullets ricocheting off the walls. Mikhail turned and ran, pulling Alexa with him, and then he came around the bend of a passage and stopped short, face to face with 3 soldiers. They gaped at him, surprised to see a human being. But the first man regained his wits and trained his rifle barrel at Mikhail's chest. Mikhail heard himself growl. He reached out, a blur of motion, grasped the barrel, and up-tilted it as the gun fired. He felt the hot streak of the bullet as it kissed his shoulder. His other arm lunged forward, and it was only when his hooked claws sank into the man's eyes that he realized his hand had changed. It had happened in an instant, a miracle of mind over body, and as he tore the man's eyes out, the soldier screamed and staggered back into his companions. The third man fled, bellowing for help, but the second soldier began firing his rifle wildly, without aiming. Bullets shrieked off the walls and ceiling. A shape jumped past Mikhail. It had 3 legs, and it plowed headlong into the soldier's belly. The man fought Franco, but it was Franco's legs that were crippled, not his fangs. He tattered the soldier's face and got a grip on the throat. Mikhail was on his knees, his body contorting, and he shook off his deerskin robe and let the change take him. There was a flash of metal. The soldier drove his arm down, and the knife he'd drawn sank into the back of Franco's neck. Franco shuddered, but he didn't release the man's throat. The man pulled the knife out, struck again and again. Franco crunched down, crushing the soldier's windpipe. The knife sank into Franco's neck up to the hilt, and bloody spray burst from Franco's nostrils. 2 more soldiers appeared in the whirl of gun smoke, fire sparking from their rifle barrels. A hammer blow hit Mikhail in the side, stealing his breath. Another bullet clipped his ear. Franco howled as a bullet struck him, but he propelled himself forward, the knife still in his neck, and sank his fangs into the leg of one of the soldiers. The other man shot Franco at point-blank range, but still Franco clawed and bit in a frenzy. Victor suddenly bounded out of the smoke, dark blood streaming from his shoulder, and he slammed into the second man, knocking him to the floor. Mikhail was fully changed now, the smell of blood and violence igniting his rage. He leaped upon the man Franco had attacked, and together he and Franco made quick work of him. Then Mikhail swerved and lunged onto Victor's combatant, his fangs finding the throat and tearing it out. "Mikhail!" It had been a soft groan. He turned and saw Alexa on her knees. Peter was squalling, and she held him tightly. Her eyes looked glassy. A thin creeper of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Her knees were in a puddle of it. "Mikhail," she whispered again, and offered the child to him. He couldn't take Peter. He needed hands, not paws. "Please," she begged. But Mikhail couldn't answer either. The wolf's tongue could form no words of human love, or need, or sorrow. Alexa's ice-blue eyes rolled back into her head. She fell forward, still holding the child, and Mikhail realized that Peter's skull was going to smash on the stones. He leaped over a dead soldier and slid underneath the child, cushioning Peter's fall with his body. He heard more soldiers coming through the smoky corridor. Victor barked, a sound that urged him to follow. Mikhail stayed where he was, his mind dazed, his joints and muscles full of frost. Victor bit Mikhail's wounded ear and tugged at him. The soldiers were almost upon them, and Victor could hear the squeak of wheels, the machine gun. Franco staggered forward, gripping Mikhail's tail between his teeth and jerking backward, almost ripping the tail off. The pain charged through Mikhail's nerves. Peter was still wailing. The soldiers were coming with their machine gun, and Alexa lay motionlessly on the stones. Victor and Franco kept pulling at Mikhail, urging him to get up. There was nothing more he could do, for either Alexa or his son. Mikhail raised up and snapped at Victor, driving him back, and then he eased carefully out from underneath Peter, so the child slid to the floor. He stood up, the taste of blood bitter in his mouth. The shapes of men stood in the smoke. There was the sound of metal scraping metal, a firing bolt being drawn back. Franco lifted his head, awkwardly because of the knife in his neck, and howled. The noise echoed along the passageway and stilled the finger that reached for the machine-gun's trigger. And then Franco hobbled in the direction of the soldiers, his body tensing for a leap. He flung himself into the whirling smoke, his jaws gaping wide to tear whatever flesh his fangs might find. The machine-gun chattered, and the bullets cut Franco in half. Victor turned in the opposite direction and ran along the corridor, jumping over the dead soldiers. The machine-gun was still speaking, bullets ricocheting off the walls like hornets. Mikhail saw Alexa's body shake as another bullet hit her, and a slug whined off the stones beside Peter. It was Mikhail's choice. He could either die here or try to get out. He whirled around and followed the white wolf. As soon as he sprinted away, he heard the machine-gun cease firing. Peter was still crying. One of the men shouted, "Hold your fire! There's a child in there!" Mikhail didn't stop. Peter's fate, whatever it might be, was beyond his control. But the machine-gun didn't fire again, and the rifles were silent. Maybe there was mercy in the Russian heart after all. Mikhail didn't look back. He kept going, right behind Victor, his mind already turning away from the present to the future. Victor found a narrow ascending staircase and went up, leaving drops of blood on the stones. Mikhail added his own blood to them. They got through a glassless window on the upper level, slid down the sloping roof, and crashed into the thicket beneath. Then they were running side by side into the forest, and when they'd gotten a safe distance, they both stood panting in the chill dawn light, the dead leaves beneath them spattered with drops of red. Victor burrowed into the leaves and lay there, half hidden, as he rasped with pain. Mikhail wandered in dazed circles until he fell, his strength gone. He began to lick his wounded side, but his tongue found no bullet. The slug had pierced the flesh and gone through at an angle, missing the ribs and internal organs. Still, Mikhail was losing a lot of blood. He crawled beneath the shelter of a pine tree, and there he drifted into unconsciousness. When he awakened, the wind had picked up, swirling through the treetops. The day had passed. The sun was almost gone. Mikhail saw Victor, the white wolf, burrowed in the leaves. He got up on all fours, staggered to Victor, and nudged him. At first he thought Victor was dead, because he was so terribly still. But then Victor groaned and rose up, a crust of dried blood around his mouth, and his eyes dull and lost. Hunger gnawed in Mikhail's belly, but he felt too drained to hunt. He staggered in one direction and then another, unable to decide what it was he should do. So he just stood in position, his head drooping, and his side damp with blood again. From the distance there was a hollow booming noise. Mikhail's ears twitched. The sound repeated itself. He realized it was coming from the southeast, where the White Palace was. Victor walked through the forest and up a small rocky ridge. He stood motionless, staring at something, and after a while Mikhail gathered his strength and climbed up the ridge to stand beside him. Dark smoke was rising, whirling in the wind. A red center of flames burned. As Victor and Mikhail watched, there was a third explosion. They could see chunks of stone flying into the sky, and they both knew what was happening. The soldiers were blowing the White Palace to pieces. Two more blasts shot banners of fire into the falling dark. Mikhail saw the turreted tower, where his kite had been caught long ago, crumple and go down. A larger explosion bloomed, and out of that blast flew what appeared to be fiery bats. They were caught in the wind, whirling around and around in fierce maelstroms, and in another moment Mikhail and Victor could smell the scorch and char of mindless destruction. Fiery bats spun over the forest and began to fall. Some of them drifted down around the two wolves. Neither one had to look to see what they were. The burning pages were written in Latin, German, and Russian. Many of them held the remnants of colored illustrations, rendered by a master's hand. For a moment it snowed black flakes of civilization's dreams, and then the wind swept them up and away, and there was nothing left. Night claimed the world. The fires grew wild in the wind, and began to feed on trees. The two wolves stood atop their ridge of rocks. The flames gleamed redly in two sets of eyes, one that had seen the true nature of the beast and hated that sight, and another that stared in dull submission, glazed with final tragedy. The flames leaped and danced, a mockery of happiness, and green pines shriveled to brown before their touch. Mikhail nudged Victor. It was time to go, to wherever they were going. But Victor didn't move. Only much later, when they could both feel the advancing heat, did Victor make a noise, a deep, terrible groaning sound, the sound of defeat. Mikhail climbed down the ridge and barked for Victor to follow. Finally Victor turned away from the flames and came down too, his body shivering and his head slung low. It was as true for wolves as it was for humans, Mikhail thought as they wound their way through the forest. Life was for the living. Alexa, Franco, Nikita, all the others gone. And what of Peter? Did his bones lie in the ruins of the White Palace? Or had the soldiers taken him? What would happen to Peter out in the wilderness? Mikhail realized he would probably never know. And maybe that was for the best. It struck him quite suddenly that he was a murderer. He had killed human beings, broken their necks and ripped out their throats, and, God help him, it had been easy. And the worst thing was that there had been pleasure in the killing. Though the books were in ashes, their voices remained in Mikhail's mind. He heard one of those voices now, from Shakespeare's Richard II. With Cain go wander through the shade of night, and never show thy head by day nor light. Lords, I protest, my soul is full of woe, that blood should sprinkle me to make me grow. He went on into the forest, with Victor following, as the wind continued to whirl and the trees burned at their backs. 6. When the snow came, Mikhail and Victor had been living for more than 10 days in one of the caves where Victor had hunted the Berserker. There was room for 2 wolves, but not 2 humans. The wind grew bitter, raging from the north, and returning to human form would be suicide. Victor was lethargic and slept day and night. Mikhail hunted for them both, grasping whatever he could from the forest's plate. True winter sank its icy roots. Mikhail traveled to the soldiers' camp and found it empty. There was no trace of Peter. The snow had filled in the wagon ruts and stolen all scent of man. Mikhail bypassed the large area of burned trees and the scorched ruin of stones where the White Palace had been, and returned to the cave. On clear nights, when the blue-rimmed moon shone down and the sky was ablaze with stars, Mikhail sang. His song was all pain and longing now. The joy had been seared out of him. Victor remained in the cave, a ball of white fur, and his ears twitched occasionally at the black wolf's song. But Mikhail sang alone. His voice echoed over the forest, carried by the roaming wind. There was no answer. Over the weeks and months that followed, Mikhail felt himself drifting further and further away from humanity. He had no need of that frail white body. Forelegs, claws, and fangs suited him now. Shakespeare, Socrates, higher mathematics, the languages of German, English, and Latin, history, and the theories of religion. They belonged to another world. In the realm to which Mikhail now belonged, the subject was survival. To fail those lessons meant death. The winter broke. Blizzards turned to rainstorms, and fresh green appeared across the forest. Mikhail returned from hunting one morning to find a naked old man with a white beard sitting on his haunches on a pile of rocks at the highest point above the chasm. Victor squinted in the hard sunshine, his face wrinkled and pale. But he took his portion of the dead muskrat and ate it raw. He watched the sun climbing into the sky, his amber eyes devoid of light. His head tilted to one side, as if he'd heard a familiar sound. "Renati?" he called, his voice fragile. "Renati?" Mikhail lay down on his belly nearby, the chasm below them, chewing his food and trying to shut out the quavering voice. After a while Victor put his hands to his face and wept, and Mikhail felt his heart shatter. Victor looked up and seemed to see the black wolf for the first time. "Who are you?" he asked. "What are you?" Mikhail kept eating. He knew what he was. "Renati?" Victor called again. "Ah, there you are." Mikhail saw Victor smile faintly, addressing thin air. "Renati, he thinks he's a wolf. He thinks he's going to stay here forever and run on 4 legs. He's forgotten what the miracle really is, Renati, that he's human inside that skin. And after I'm dust and gone where you are, he thinks he'll still be here, catching muskrats for his dinner." He laughed a little bit, sharing a joke with a ghost. "To think what I put in his head, hour after hour." His feeble fingers picked at the dark scar on his shoulder, and pressed against the hard outline of the bullet that was still lodged there. Then he turned his attention to the black wolf. "Change back," he said. Mikhail licked muskrat bones and paid him no mind. "Change back," Victor repeated. "You're not a wolf. Change back." Mikhail grasped the small skull, burst it open between his jaws, and ate the brains. "Renati wants you to change back too," Victor told him. "Hear her? She's speaking to you." Mikhail heard the wind and the voice of an insane man. He finished his meal and licked his paws. "My God," Victor said softly. "I'm going crazy as hell." He stood up, peering down into the chasm. "But I'm not crazy enough to think I'm really a wolf. I'm a man. You are too, Mikhail. Change back, please." Mikhail didn't. He lay on his belly watching crows circle overhead, and he wished he could have a bite of one. He didn't care for Victor's odor. It reminded him too much of shadowy shapes with rifles. Victor sighed, his head bowed. He slowly and carefully began to climb down the rocks, his body creaking at the joints. Mikhail got up and followed him to keep him from falling. "I don't need your help," Victor shouted. "I'm a man. I don't need your help." He continued down the rocks to the cave, crawled into it, and lay curled up, staring at nothing. Mikhail crouched on the ledge in front of the cave, the breeze ruffling his fur. He watched the crows circling around like black kites, and his mouth watered. The springtime sun made the forest bloom. Victor did not return to his wolf form, and Mikhail did not return to human flesh. Victor grew more feeble. On chilly nights, Mikhail entered the cave and lay next to him, warming the old man with his body heat. But Victor's sleep was fragile. He was constantly tormented by nightmares, and he sat up shouting for Renati or Nikita or another of the lost ones. On warm days he perched up on the rocks above the chasm and stared toward the hazy western horizon. "You should go to England," Victor told the black wolf. "That's right, England." He nodded. "They're civilized in England. They don't kill their children." He shivered. Even on the warmest day his flesh was as cold as parchment. "Do you hear me, Mikhail?" he asked. and the wolf lifted his head and stared at him, but did not answer. Renati, Victor spoke to the air. I was wrong. We lived as wolves, but we are not wolves. We were human beings, and we belonged to that world. I was wrong to keep us here, wrong. And every time I look at him, he motioned toward the black wolf, I know I was wrong. It's too late for me, but it isn't for him. He could go if he wanted to. He should go. He worked his skinny fingers together as if tying and then untangling a problem. I was afraid of the human world. I was afraid of pain. You were too, weren't you, Renati? I think we all were. We could have gone if we'd chosen. We could have learned to survive in that wilderness. He lifted his hand toward the west, toward the unseen villages and towns and cities beyond the horizon. Oh, that's a terrible place, he said softly. But it's where Mikhail belongs. Not here. Not anymore. He looked at the black wolf. Renati says you have to go. Mikhail didn't budge. He dozed in the heat, but he could hear what Victor was saying. His tail twitched to fly away, an involuntary reaction. I don't need you, Victor said, irritation in his voice. Do you think you're keeping me alive? Ha! I can catch with my bare hands what your jaws would miss 100 times over. You think this is loyalty? It's stupidity. Change back. Son, do you hear me? The black wolf's green eyes opened, then drifted shut again. You're an idiot, Victor decided. I wasted my time on an idiot. Oh, Renati, why did you bring him into the fold? He has a life before him, and he wants to throw away the miracle. I was wrong, so very wrong. He stood up, still muttering, and began to climb down to the cave again. At once Mikhail was up and following him, watching the old man's footing. Victor railed at him, as he always did, but Mikhail went with him anyway. The days passed. Summer was on the rise. Almost every day Victor went up to the rocks and talked to Renati, and Mikhail lay nearby, half listening, half dozing. On one of those days the sound of a distant train whistle drifted to them. Mikhail lifted his head and listened. The train's engineer was trying to scare an animal off the tracks. It might be worth a trip there tonight, to see if the train had hit anything. He laid his head back down, the sun warm on his spine. I have another lesson for you, Mikhail, Victor said softly after the train's whistle had faded. Maybe the most important lesson. Live free. That's all. Live free. Even if your body is chained. Live free. Here. He touched his skull with a palsied hand. This is the place where no man can chain you. This is the place where there are no walls. And maybe that's the hardest lesson to learn, Mikhail. All freedom has its price. But freedom of the mind is priceless. He squinted up at the sun, and Mikhail lifted his head and watched him. There was something different in Victor's voice, something final. It frightened him, as he'd not been frightened since the soldiers had come. You have to leave here, Victor said. You're a human being, and you belong in that world. Renati agrees with me. You're staying here because of an old man who talks to ghosts. He turned his head toward the black wolf, and Victor's amber eyes glinted. I don't want you to stay here, Mikhail. Your life is waiting for you out there. Do you understand? Mikhail didn't move. I want you to go, Victor said. Today. I want you to go into that world as a man, as a miracle." He stood up, and immediately Mikhail did too. "If you don't go into that world, of what use were the things I taught you?" White hair rippled over his shoulders, over his chest, stomach, and arms. His beard twined around his throat, and his face began to change. "I was a good teacher, wasn't I?" he asked, his voice deepening toward a growl. "I love you, son," he said. "Don't fail me." His spine contorted. He came down on all fours, the white hairs scurrying over his frail body, and he blinked at the sun. His hind legs tensed, and Mikhail realized what he was about to do. Mikhail leaped forward, and so did the white wolf. Viktor went into the air, still changing. He fell, his body slowly twisting, toward the rocks at the chasm's bottom. Mikhail tried to shout. It came out as a high, anguished yelp, but what he tried to shout was, "Father!" Viktor made no sound. Mikhail looked away. His eyes squeezed shut, and did not see the white wolf reach the rocks. A full moon rose. Mikhail crouched above the chasm and stared fixedly at it. Every so often he shivered, though the air was sultry. He tried to sing, but nothing would come out. The forest was a silent place, and Mikhail was alone. Hunger, a beast that knew no sorrow, gnawed at his belly. The train tracks, he thought. His brain was sluggish, unused to thinking. The train tracks. The train might have hit something today. There might be meat on the rails. He went through the forest to the ravine, down through the weeds and dense vines to the tracks. Dazedly he began to search along them, but there was no scent of blood. He would go back to the cave, he decided. That was his home now. Maybe he could find a mouse or a rabbit on the way. He heard a distant thunder. He lifted his paw, touched a rail, and felt the vibration. In a moment the train would burst out of the western tunnel, and it would roar along the ravine and into the eastern tunnel. The red lamp on the last car would swing back and forth, back and forth. Mikhail stared at the place where Nikita had died. There were ghosts in his mind, and he heard them speaking. One of them whispered, "Don't fail me." It came to him very suddenly. He might beat the train this time, if he really wanted to. He might beat the train by beginning the race as a wolf and ending as a man. And if he wasn't fast enough, well, did it matter? This was a forest of ghosts. Why not join them and sing new songs? The train was coming. Mikhail walked to the entrance of the western tunnel and sat down beside the rails. Fireflies glowed in the warm air. Insects chirred. A soft breeze blew, and Mikhail's muscles moved under his black-haired flesh. "Your life is waiting for you out there," he thought. "Don't fail me." He smelled the acrid odor of steam. A light glinted in the tunnel. The thunder grew into the growl of a beast. And then, in a glare of light and a rain of red cinders, the train exploded from the tunnel and raced toward the east. Mikhail got up. Too slow, he thought, and ran. Already the engine was outpacing him, its iron wheels grinding less than 3 feet beside him. Faster, he told himself, and both sets of legs obeyed. He slung his body low, the train's turbulence whipping at him. His legs pumped against the earth, his heart pounding. Faster, faster still. He was gaining on the engine, was level with it, was passing it. Cinders burned his back and spun past his face. He kept going, could smell his hair being scorched. And then he was past the engine by 6 feet, 8 feet, 10 feet. Faster, faster. Freed of the train's wind, he surged forward, a body designed for speed and endurance. He could see the dark hole of the western tunnel. Not going to make it, he thought, but he cast that thought quickly aside before it hobbled him. He was past the engine by 20 feet, and then he began to change. His skull and face started first, his forelegs still hurtling him forward. The black hair on his shoulders and back retreated into the smoothing flesh. He felt pain at his backbone, the spine beginning to lengthen. His body was enveloped in agony, but still he kept running. His pace was slowing, his legs changing, losing their hair, his backbone straightening. The engine was gaining on him, and the eastern tunnel was in front of him. He staggered, caught his balance. Cinders hissed on the white flesh of his shoulders. His paws were changing, losing their traction as fingers and toes emerged. It was now or never. Mikhail, half human and half wolf, lunged in front of the engine and leaped for the other side. The headlamp's glare caught him in midair and seemed to freeze him there for a precious second. The eye of God, Mikhail thought. He felt the hot breath of the engine, heard its crushing wheels, the cowcatcher about to slam into him and rip him to shreds. He ducked his head into his chest. His eyes closed and his body braced for impact. He hurtled head over heels through the headlamp's glare, over the cowcatcher, and into the weeds. He landed on his back, the breath blasting from his lungs. The engine's heat washed over him. A fierce wind ruffled his hair, and cinders bit his bare chest. He sat up in time to see the red lamp swinging back and forth as the last car went into the tunnel. And the train was gone. Every bone in his body felt as if it had been wrenched from its socket. His back and ribs were bruised. His legs were sore, and his feet were cut. But he was in one piece, and he had crossed the tracks. He sat there for a while, breathing hard, sweat glistening on his body. He didn't know if he could stand up or not. He couldn't remember what walking on two legs felt like. His throat moved. He tried to make words. They emerged with an effort. "I'm alive," he said, and the sound of his own voice, deeper than he remembered, was a shock. Mikhail had never felt so naked. His first impulse was to change back, but he stopped himself. Maybe later, he thought. Not just yet. He lay in the weeds, gathering his strength and letting his mind wander. What lay beyond the forest, he wondered? What was out there, in that world that Victor said he belonged to? It must be a monstrous place, full of danger. It must be a wilderness where savagery knew no bounds. He was afraid of that world, afraid of what he would find in it, and afraid as well of what he might find in himself. Your life is waiting for you out there. Mikhail sat up and stared along the tracks that led west. Don't fail me. England, Shakespeare's land, lay in that direction. A civilized land, Victor had said. Mikhail stood up. His knees buckled, and he went down again. The second try was better. The third one got him up. He had forgotten he was so tall. He looked up at the full moon. It was the same moon, but not nearly so beautiful as in the wolf's sight. Moonlight glinted on the rails, and if there were ghosts here, they were singing. Mikhail took the first tentative step. His legs were clumsy things. How he had ever walked on them before. He would learn again. Victor had been right. There was no life for him here. But he loved this place, and leaving it would be hard. It was the world of his youth. Another more brutal world awaited. Don't fail me, he thought. He took the second step, then the third. He still had difficulty, but he was walking. Mikhail Galatinov went on, a naked, pale figure in the summer moonlight, and he entered the western tunnel on two legs as a man.